think I got to switch gears.
Well, all she wrote was she had.
So was your pig just out for a walk the other day?
That he was.
I was in a chopper, so I didn't want, and that thing's so loud, I didn't wanna stop because I didn't wanna spook it into the field.
It was just funny, Brady was at football practice and he called for something else. He was just at water break, he needed something. I said, hey, Phil McGinnis just called, you got a pig walking around in front of that pig barn. He's like, oh, where are you at? I'm like, Evansville.
Oh, no.
Conveniently located. Well, what do I do? I'm like, closer than I am. I guess let him roam around for 2 more hours, see what happens. He got hold of Thatcher. He wrote his folder down, put him away.
If I'd have been in my pickup, I'd have pulled in and walked you back in, but with me being in that chopper as loud as it is, I'm like, I'll spook that thing, he'll hit the field. And
Yeah,
then
they're
we'll
pretty
have
tame,
problems.
but if they don't get the gauge shut all the way to the root on their feeder,
Yeah.
they'll pop it open.
It was funny, I just happened to look over and I'm like,
We leave the walk-in door open
Right.
for airflow, because it's insulated barn now,
Yeah.
so I got exhaust fans on the back and I don't have an inlet.
yeah,
The ice leave the walk-in crack
Right.
door open. And
full air through it.
Was they supposed to start earlier than that?
All right, I think we're ready to start. First thing we gotta do is approve the minutes of June 26th. It says June.
Oh,
Sent me the wrong one.
I don't know. No, I just didn't change the date.
Oh, okay. All
All
right.
right.
I thought that was on. I thought we met last month. All right, so July 26th.
I'll make the motion to accept the minutes.
Okay, we got a motion by Brett. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And then Beth sent out some 5 transfers between economic development, treasurer, and EMS. Any questions on those? Angie? I will look for a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve as presented.
I have a motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
A second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passed. The only other thing, I think you guys probably look like got an email from Diane Hawking. You know her? Probably know her.
I know the neighbors.
Well, I was Ann.
Oh.
Is that the same person?
No, it's her daughter,
Okay.
Diane. Diane.
Yeah, it's Ann's daughter, okay. And I,
Didn't get it.
yeah, I appreciate her concern. It's on the Benton County Library and ADA access. But we have no control over that entity.
Yeah, I
We
think
don't
someone
fund
needs
it.
to reply to her, cause, I mean, who's on the,
I see who's on the ADA.
well, who's on the library board?
Library, so I was gonna stop the library and see if they are addressing it, maybe they are, but I think since it's called the Benton County Library, she sent it to us thinking we control that, but
Yeah, we got one from them in May.
Yeah.
I thought somebody else got me.
We did, the commissioners did, and then I had Jason look into it. And, I mean, we don't have any ties to it, there's nothing that we.
right.
Like, we don't even financially,
No,
like,
Yeah.
do
it's
a,
not even our budget, so it's nothing we can do, they'll have to address that themselves.
Yeah,
Just let you know, I'll stop the library.
No, I was like, where'd the elevator go? Cause I spent many times.
it
Really?
was, I
They
know,
covered
it
it
was,
over.
yeah, covered over.
Yeah.
Like, I remember taking that elevator when I was a kid.
They probably haven't done anything with it since then.
Probably.
You know, it was a beautiful building with the big windows. It's not as pretty.
I'm guessing that it's like a lot of things, the maintenance cost of those elevators got more than what they could afford in their budget, and so they decided we'll close it and accommodate by service.
we can show you what this one costs to operate,
I got the bill for.
it's not good.
Oh, no.
So ours isn't all that bad.
Mhm.
Ours, I mean, we have an inspection and they keep us within the thing, but it's really not that bad. I mean, we pay, because it's, what is it, Homeland Security makes us have the certificate.
Right.
It's not that bad. Who do you guys use?
Coney,
We use Harris. I can send you the
and we used theirs before and we didn't have any luck with them.
We had, before Coney, we had Oracle.
Oracle wasn't any good.
I just don't take the elevator here, just saying.
Darren will come get you.
Or the fire department. I'm not gonna take it. I took it
Morning,
once
girl.
or twice and I broke my foot and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna walk.
So Beth, before we get started here, why don't we go through our fund balances and you can tell us what ones you can tap into and add some questions on it. If everybody's interested in that's pretty important, that's where funds are. So it's right behind funds versus ledger, I believe.
So you want
Funds
the
versus
funds
ledger.
for
Towards the back. Like going to church.
So, if there's anything, I got some things highlighted, had some questions on, if there's any ones you wanna ask about. The third one there, LIT Economic Development, got a balance about 130,000. What can we use that for? What is it used for?
So that's the,
LIT Economic Development.
that's Letitia's fund, and that is also where our capital improvement, or our 5-year plan is paid out, or our 5-year finance in there.
Okay.
So we use that for like, any projects that we have or contractual services that we have throughout the year. We usually budget it high, that account line. I wanna say it's like 350 this year.
Right.
But are we getting 90,000 every month?
So from the money from the Ready Grant that's where that fund goes into. With any grants that Letitia does, that money goes into that fund. She'd probably be able to explain it better than at this point than I would, but.
And obviously the Q cap, the Q jail, that emergency medical services, what is that?
That's
What do you find?
EMS, 1151.
Is that the money they bring in then from,
So that and then, any tax dollars, like LIT payments from the state.
okay, so how do we use that? How can we use that? Obviously, it's bringing in a whole lot more than what we're expending. Can we use that for part of Jason's budget or?
That is Jason's
That is
budget.
Jason's budget,
He'll use it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, he uses,
It's like a big number.
I mean, I think he budgets like, his is like 800,000 or 900,000 this year, isn't it?
Does he have restrictions on what he can use it for?
I don't think so, cause that's his main fund that he spends out of.
So he can like use it for
He can
like
use it for
overtime?
Hey, that's where, yeah,
Okay.
if you look at the Form 1s, that's where his overtime,
payroll.
his part-time, full-time EMS is paid out of.
Paramedic payroll comes out of
Okay.
one fund and EMS, or EMT.
EMTs is a different one,
Yeah.
but this covers everything else, and then there's
No,
also.
this is EMT, 1170 is paramedics.
Okay.
And then part of this with the ambulance that's on order, there's gonna be a little bit that's gonna be getting used to balance what we're doing with the new
Right.
truck, so.
Cause there's only a certain amount paid out of
Because that was
cap.
budgeted last year. It's not sure
It
it's
was,
less.
but with the original truck that was ordered versus,
What we're getting is, there's a difference.
there's a difference in it, and I guess real quick, I'll explain this. The body, the medical body, these now with this different company, being able to go to them, which we already have 1 or 2 of them. The new style bodies we can transfer to new chassis, which will save us a significant, I mean, we're looking at $100-some thousand for a chassis that they'll go in, retrofit that body, go through it, put it back on a new chassis, and then we're not having to buy a complete unit and get that on the program.
Or like 200,000 on a complete unit.
Oh, no,
No, 350.
you're 350, 400,000. Yeah. So that's some things we did savings wise to cut, so, and then part of, he'll use a little bit of that to go along with the purchase of it.
Cause I think what we budgeted from the wind funds is like 250.
It is,
So
you're correct,
it's gonna be 354
Yep.
for the new truck,
So yeah.
because we're still waiting for it.
When will it be finished?
There was only 164,000 budgeted, and that's in cum cap.
Okay.
That's where I saw that. I thought that was like 100.
I thought it was September, October of this year, but I don't know if they pushed it
I
back
think it's
yet.
pushed
So do
back.
you
it's
have to
pushed
pay
back
on it?
because of the different body, huh?
Do you have to pay on it as it's
We'll,
not?
No.
we'll write the check when the truck is finished, once inspection's done, then we'll write the check and pay for it.
But it's been a 2-year wait to get it.
Yeah, they're all out that far, everybody's waiting, you can't even get demo models now, they're already sold by the time the demo's over, so.
Anybody have any other questions on the first page? Okay,
Why is gonna be H negative?
Because, so as long as there is a balance to cover the negative for 1176 in the MVH restricted, which is 1173, it's,
Okay.
that's what they've been doing the last couple of years. They just cover the deficit from 1173 for 1176. And there's over 5 million in 1173, so.
So which one gets the payment? Cause isn't that a payment from the state?
1173, yeah.
Okay. So they use 1176, but the payment goes
And
to
they-
1173.
Well, then our community crossroads funding comes in,
That's it, we have to make a different fund
that's
for
on
that.
different.
Yeah, that's the 9,000 funds.
any other question on page one? Okay, page two, tax sale surplus. Last year we had like 66,000 in that, was the first line item, and now we got 196,000. What can that be used for?
So that money is collected at tax time, or tax sale time. That's the money when a property sells for a certain amount. Like if it sells higher than what it is listed for, because they do bids on it, the excess of what is owed on it is the surplus. So that money, I would have to ask, because technically that property can get redeemed within the time frame, and that money has to be returned to the buyer if it is redeemed. And then the tax, if it doesn't get redeemed and it goes to the buyer, then the original owner of the property has 3 years to claim that surplus.
So at some point in time,
That just seems
Yeah, so,
Stupid.
yeah, thank you.
yeah, so
that's the way
if
it
there's
is.
$30,000 in there for one property owner, they have 3 years to claim that, and if they do, then we have to cut a check to them.
All they have to do
For
is-
the 30 and the surplus?
No, the 30 would be the surplus.
Okay.
if you buy a property on tax sale, they have 3 years, and you really can't do much.
So you can't
Because
improve
they,
it, you can't,
or you
It's,
can,
yeah, it's a
but-
year for
but they
tax
can go
sale.
back and pay the taxes, it's theirs again. That's why those tax sales are a little tricky.
Well, they have to redeem it. If they pay the taxes on it, that doesn't, anybody can, I could pay your property taxes, that doesn't mean it's my property, but
But if the original owner who owed the taxes, right?
if they redeem the property,
Right,
yes, not just pay the property taxes, cause there's interest and other fees that are included in the redemption that they'd have to pay. So it'd be more than what they owe on taxes that they
so
would
there's
have to
like
pay.
penalties then?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a fund we can't tap into.
I would have to ask Glenn. I'm sure there's more than what in there than,
What's redeemable? Or
yes,
what's returnable?
yes, but I'm not sure where that money can go, like, surely we could put it into the general fund, but I'll have to ask
Is there
our
a
third
way
party.
we can, like, have another line that's been there for 3 years or extra, I mean, that it's moved out?
Almost got a spreadsheet, okay,
Yeah,
this 3
yeah,
years, this
yeah.
20,000 can go, and
You
have
would-
an Excel of some
You
sort.
would think, I mean, I would have to,
It's gonna take some research, probably nothing to think
yeah,
out, but I'm sure there's money in there,
That
it's
we
been
could
there for
use?
years and years and years.
That's crazy.
I would say so, I mean, it's,
Okay. Any other questions? 4108, local emergency management funds, 105,000. That's Jason's, I take it, or?
yes, that is, I think that's his EMS.
That's what funds the
foundation.
EMA.
No,
I had in 2024, at the end of the year, we had
EMA's 4104.
June of last year when we had this, it was only 57,000 in it, now it's 105,000, so obviously it's growing.
Can some of these be used, if it's EMA, can it go to like emergency services, or, I mean, it can cross to paramedics.
Yeah, so like, it's Jason's fund, so only he can use it for his, and I think the stipulations on what it can be used for, whether it be like training or equipment or uniforms for a new hire or something, basically.
Okay.
4201's a new account, Biotown Ag Fund, what can it be used for?
Should be 50, that's for the roads, to repair the roads that they tear up at the dairies. That needs to stay where it's at, please.
We can be bought to keep it there.
I'll go get donuts, but Beth already brought breakfast.
You don't want to stand in the rain, they're outside today.
So is that, Phil, is that something the dairies, to continue on?
So what they've done is, so Biotown brought in, it's basically a digester system and that they have over there. It's all through Green Dollar. So they come in, they load the solids on tankers, haul them over there, unload, run it through their digesters to make power. And then they bring the liquid back, dump back in here, and then it gets put on the fields. It's, whether it's good or whatever, they've done it. I've heard both ways on it, but that fund is set there because where they come in and out on the roads all the time, it just, I mean, we're dealing with, I'd say 40 to 60 loads a day that are both ways loaded coming in and out. And we use that money as basically a road bond to pay for the stone and whatnot to do the maintenance on it.
Is that project, with all the green money going away? is
So
the
far, I've not
risk-
heard that it's being pulled, so I don't know. I can't answer that.
Well, it's 8:45, and that's what we said that Leslie would be on board. So Leslie, if you wanna come up and do your presentation? We can go back to this, we got a long. 48.
Yes, ma'am.
So I got a one pager that's coming around here real quick. Basically, you know, if you're not aware of it, we just have a partial salary support. I know Chrissy shared the MOU with you, I believe, with, you know, the specific numbers throughout. Chrissy would normally be at this call, but she's on vacation this week. And so this is just a snapshot of everything that's going on and where we're at. But I'll draw your attention to the funding right there to kind of show you what we have specifically going on. Heather just received a grant that she wrote where it's a partial money to the park for seeding, which basically we can justify as some native plant demonstrations and things like that. But actually 50% of that she wrote as cost share, so that'll go direct back out to landowners with preference of who's surrounding the park and then out. So that grant will basically be redistributed back out 50% of it. IDEM, that's our big grant that we get the most benefit out of. And so that one is, the majority of that $319,000 is what then goes right back out for farmer cost share. So we've got 4 people who've applied for that we've been meeting with this week that are starting that project. So that grant is really just starting to get underway. The NACDTA, that National Association grant right there, that's what funds Heather's position. And then I want to make sure that you guys are aware of the very last grant, that was a federal one that we were a partner on. That was a $20 million grant, that got pulled. So it was federal dollars, it was all the way through, but they basically, our sponsoring organization told them that they would either voluntarily pull it or they would never be allowed to apply for a federal grant again, so they had to pull it. So that was the one that was gonna bring money to Southern as well, so unfortunately, we lost that. Potential funding, so we've turned our attention towards state grants, and so we're partnering with Newton, working on a Clean Water Indiana grant that will get submitted today or tomorrow, actually, and that's direct farmer cost share out the door. And then the same with this Lake and River Enhancement, which in commissioner meetings, that's the one that we're looking at for logjam removal. And so that one has a logjam removal component and also a cost share component. And so we've been advised to apply for that As a county, there's a significant logjam that I'm worried about that's just into Warren County, but they've actually told us to basically lead the grant, but get Warren County to do it right with us in the exact same, so we can both work on that. So we're just starting to work through what that looks like, and hopefully I can do a fall submittal on that. Outside of that, if you skip all the way to the bottom, just want to pull up that middle line, that every county tax dollar you guys give us in terms of grants, funding, and resources that we pull in, we then leverage and create an additional $28. That's our statistic that we do basically from 2024, so I don't change that except for on an annual basis do we look at that and evaluate it. I expect it to go a little down with losing that $20 million grant, but we'll see for next year. Questions? Anything real specific?
I think so. So, okay, that was soil and water. You're presenting that today, is that right?
This was all,
That's
yes,
all-
yeah,
okay.
personal and water, yeah.
Any questions for her? Leslie? All right, very good.
Alright, or I'm leaving these for you to share if anybody wants them. They're our next program that I'm excited about. If anybody saw that post from the DNR about armadillos being here, they might be super curious. That's actually our first speaker that we got lined up, so. Alright,
Thank you.
yep.
Have a good day.
You two guys.
See that, too.
If you want to go back to our fund balance amendments. Put it in. Page 3. I'm sorry, back on this fund balance.
Oh,
Just
sorry.
those. Yeah. My question is that, on pattern, when do you get those payments? Is it,
It's on the schedule like you sent me in May, I think, of each year.
okay, cause I don't, have we got one? I mean, we have no receipts, have we got the receipts in from that? 'Cause the balance, beginning balance, I take it the first year is the same as the end of the year, so I thought we might have 300,000.
Should be 350.
Okay.
It's like. Yeah, me too.
So we got it in April, 350,000. Receipt number 2581, April 17th.
So we already spent that 350 million? We started, is this beginning balance as of January 1?
Well, that says receipts per month.
Right, but I'm looking, at the beginning balance of January was 878,
Oh, I see what
We
you're saying.
haven't spent anything up to that time.
the ending balance is only 878, where'd the 350 go?
Yeah, where's the money coming in?
But is that monthly ledger?
It should be, no, it's as of June 30th,
Beginning balance is as of June 30th too?
yes,
Okay, I thought that would be,
I think.
So you think that payment comes in July then?
No, we got it in April.
Oh.
I bet you it is of June and June.
Rather than the first 6 months of the year, it's, cause it says receipts for a month.
Well,
So is it June 1st to June 30th?
It must be, cause if you look
Yeah.
at the rest of them, the receipts per month gets you your exact ending balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the month of June, we didn't, no money moved, but it's
Correct.
not. It's
So
not
if
showing
I
us
do-
what we have for.
Do you want me to do it as of April, cause it'll show you, cause the payment came in.
I'm just trying to track it, I'm just trying to see, last year we had 915,000, now we got 878, I didn't know where we spent $350,000.
We haven't spent it yet this year. it came in April and nothing's been paid out of it since, I'll tell you since when here in a second.
But you're saying something in the tune of 400-ish thousand, hadn't been paid out. If we had 900, we got another 350.
We had 900 at the end of June last year. If we got 800 now, nothing's been
So,
paid.
as of January 1, we had $538,809.96. And then we got $350,000 in April. We've only spent between January and that deposit in April, roughly $8,300.
Can you see the last
So
6
we
months
paid-
of last year?
Yeah, what we paid for out of last year, 'cause there's obviously 400.
Hang on, let me change my date. Thinking. Okay.
Because the others are maxed out, we're not gonna get any more payments on those. We'll start getting payments here in 2029 on another one, but I'm just trying to figure out the money we got cash flow wise coming in, that's the only one we got coming in.
So in January of 24, we started out with 741,694. Then we got 300,000 on April 17th of 24 from Fowler Ridge. And then we started spending money on the water project for Oxford. So that's where all the money went. 8,500, 7,200, 8,500, 11,000, 22,000, 22,000, 22,000. These are roughs, like it's 22,680, but that's what it was. That's where the money,
So we spent $400,000 from Oxford?
they owe us
We spent
almost
$671,000 in Oxford. 540 of that is gonna be coming back here real soon, until they get their next grant. The way we have it set up with them is there will be a payment of 540 coming back to the county that they have sitting right now. And then we will do like we did before, is help them get to that next grant process. We will take care of the billing. Once that's done, then they will refund all the rest of the money. We will get back to the original dollar amount that was given to them. Everything will be refunded.
So that 540 go back in this fund?
I would say where it came from.
Where it
needs to
came
go
from,
back.
it has to go back.
I
So,
don't,
yeah.
I'd have to look, but I don't think, obviously if it's only 400 and some thousand, not all of it came out of this fund, but what we took out, we can put back in, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's good.
Good, so it doesn't go into the general.
Yeah.
No, it won't go, no.
We didn't lose it. I mean,
Yeah.
they didn't give it away.
Well,
It's
it's
slated, there's a paper trail that it is to come back. They got in a predicament with their grant funding where they thought they had it, they lost it. They had numerous bills from Commonwealth or engineering and everybody, they didn't have, and that's when they were going through their clerk issues or whatnot. At this point, doesn't matter. But, so the commissioners agreed to help them so they could keep moving forward. In the agreement that when it's all done, they will pay everything back, so those funds will all come back to us.
About halfway down there, 4995 BCG Community Investment Fund.
That's the, Commissioner's Investment Fund, yeah. That's where the money that we've gotten for, BP's mess up,
Okay.
their, in lieu of taxes payments.
Yeah. And what can that be used for?
Whatever the commissioners tell me I can use it for.
Which is an open book.
No, not necessarily. Not with the group you have
So
sitting at
what's
the
being
table.
paid out of there? I don't think there is anything actually. No, I'm thinking of Main Street. Never mind.
We do have some things slated that we know that are pertinent to the county that we need to do, whether it's for inter or for the county, that's where those funds are gonna be used from. It's not gonna be frivolous spending by any means, so I felt the
Is
jab.
this thing on?
Yeah, it's on.
That thing is too.
Yeah, they're watching us. But, yeah, so those, the whole intention was keeping that there in the event that that there's something that is pertinent, has to be done. We don't have to go, we bond, we don't have to go, borrow money, it's a safety net to,
Like the jail stuff.
Yeah.
That.
yeah. So that stuff will probably be out of this fund, it's to keep everything else across the board where we're not messing with it.
Question for Phil, I don't know he knows the answer or not, is the Benton County side of Otterman getting mainstream?
What I can tell you after my phone call last week in my meeting, there will be internet coming to the Benton County side. There's meetings on that this week to get everything settled and taken care of.
Okay.
So you've not been forgotten about. There's been a lot of back and forth, which you're well aware of, but this week, everything should be solidified
Okay.
to get that project moving forward and taken care of. I'm not a politician by any means.
It's sounding pretty good.
You've got good practice, keep going.
And Phil, I know you guys are doing a good job, and just, again, you'd be prudent with that, because it goes away quick, because there's a lot of hands out.
Oh, we are.
And that money, would have been back into the general fund if BP hadn't made the payments like they're supposed to.
Right. No, I
Paying
understand.
taxes.
I understand. Like I said, we're not gonna be frivolous with this money. The three gentlemen that are elected into this position are very, very tight with the money. We know what's coming in the future, and we're not just gonna go blow money where it doesn't need to be spent. We've already been making cuts. You guys are seeing that, so.
Anybody else have anything on page 3? Page 4,
Do we wanna go ahead with,
yeah, we only got,
okay,
I don't have anything more here. A lot of those ends up being grant monies from page 3 and 4, so.
is 8103, is that the new fund that we started for the health department?
No,
Or is that,
like last year, the new one we started
Yeah.
last year, no, 1161 is the one we started last
oh,
year.
okay,
8103 is, my understanding, Kathy's has still getting money for it, it's a grant fund,
yeah,
but
that's
that's where Heather's paid out of.
right,
But
but I thought all those grants were going away, they were all going into 11.
she's still receiving money from
Okay.
it, so.
Will she be here today to talk about, she had quite a, looks like her budget's gonna be cut by half with the state.
More than half.
Yeah.
They didn't say they would be.
I mean, is that something that we need to budget for? Or how,
She hasn't said anything, I mean, I know,
I mean, salaries is the biggest part of all those, if they're getting,
They moved all the salaries to that line
there might not be any money there.
and.
but isn't Miranda's, is a grant fund though?
Hers is grant funded through the health clinic. She works on it, well, just like Jason, they work on she works on multiple grants throughout the year to fund a lot of that stuff.
I think what Kathy sent out, that they're going from,
Yeah, they were supposed to get like $250,000 and now they're getting like 72.
Phil, back to that fund, what's your jail, do you have an estimate on what that jail roof and tuck point works?
So Sean sent some figures last night, what was it, $6 a square at 8,000 square foot, hold on a minute.
I mean, they like, this is the new fund that that they started last year, and I mean.
Materials, you're looking at about 60K just of materials, we quoted everything through Deno's.
Before they get.
And then what we're gonna do is just bid labor for the count, we'll buy, because we can get it at a better price.
Did they get that water stop downloaded?
We got it done.
Okay.
Matt's finishing up this week, so we got, the building is now sealed completely up. The new tile, the other reason it wasn't draining, that tile was one, trying to run water uphill all these years. It was a mess when we got dug into it. They just threw stuff in there and walked away, the contractor who built the jail. That is all repaired now, so water is hooked, the drainage is right now, everything's good, everything's sealed up, haven't had a bit of water in the jail, they're putting the finishing touches on it now. So the next step will be the roof.
Okay, but that's not the more manual, I just wanna make sure that wasn't like a $2 million,
No,
like some of
no.
those numbers we were throwing around earlier.
No,
It's gonna be a
no,
couple
we-
$1 million surprise, and I,
No, that's why we went the direction that we did, when Sean and I looked at it and decided this was the best route. That way we're not spending astronomical amounts of money. It's the same reason he went to demos. We can get that at our cost where we're not having the, the increase on materials through the contractor, and then we'll just hire the contractor, which will save us a lot of money as well.
Anybody else have any questions on the fund balance? You're up, Jason. I didn't. You handled, okay, dispatchers?
What's that?
You handle dispatchers?
Yes.
Okay.
Try to. Actually, the 911 things are going really well. Our three most recent hires have stuck around and showed up for work on time. So that's definitely a bonus that we see. It's the small steps, but all three new dispatchers are working really well. Advancing in their training, so that's definitely a positive sign compared to earlier this year that we discussed.
Seven.
What's that?
Is that 7?
We're at 7, and we still have the plan. Once we get the 3 we have comfortable in November, and that number 8 that we got, that we discussed last meeting, so. We had a 911 board meeting the other day, on our maintenance side. I think there are some things that we have to figure out and work out. There are some costs that are coming due that when we moved the 911 center, we're just taken care of, and it paid, so those popped up. And so I think, minus the Motorola cost, the annual cost for that, which was handled by the commissioners prior last year. We have some additional costs to that. I think I left which line is, 1222.
Are we on, the budget now?
I was
No.
still looking at this, well, the maintenance side,
71, I
71.
believe. Sorry, 81.
So under equipment maintenance, we'll be very close on that. Some things that have started to arise, a $10,500 maintenance agreement with InDigital. That's who maintains all of our 911 handling equipment. We'll have Motorola Rave, which is our emergency alert system for the public. And then Nelson Recording Systems, that was kind of a surprise that we got. When we bought it, it came with a 3-year service warranty, and it came due this 2 months ago, a month ago. And so we've handled that through money that we got back through the training side. We'll be able to hopefully move those around and cover that cost. So with those 3 items, that puts us really close on our equipment maintenance cost. And that's for anything, what's that?
What is that maintenance fee?
InDigital is 10,500, Rave is 5,000 a year, and Nelson Recording is 3,835.26. So it doesn't allow us a whole lot of wiggle room. The nice thing is we're fairly current on equipment. We'll be due for another full refresh in 2028 to replace equipment. And so that will be a cost that we'll have to start planning for eventually, depending on how we wanna budget things. And all the other fun things that government's trying to cut above us. And then I can think the other thing is the Motorola contract cost. I don't know if that's coming from you guys. So, that's my biggest concern outside of, making, putting in for the raise for our staff to keep us competitive with other counties or close to competitive. That's our closest line item that I could see without surprises, and we all know how surprises work, unfortunately.
Do your dispatchers work 24 hours or 12?
They work 12-hour shifts, they rotate 2 on, 3 off. It's kind of an industry standard dispatch schedule. With our, it's not comical, but it's interesting to see with us adding the extra dispatchers. Our dispatchers that have been so used to working by themselves, now we have to train and working with 2, which is not a bad thing, but they're not used to having that extra person in there, so that's another learning curve that we have. Not a major learning curve, but it's a nice learning curve to have. It's already proven itself several times since we've started adding staff and having doubles. We've had a very bad accident last week. And it proved very useful in that situation. High-speed pursuit the other morning that came into the county and left, and so we're definitely seeing the benefits of that as far as the extra staffing. It's been very, very beneficial, I guess, to say the least.
With their new schedule, are they getting essentially mandatory overtime?
Yeah, they get, based on, and that's what, I think we discussed it in the meeting, that's what kind of drives their salary like EMS. They get 208 hours of scheduled overtime. If they take off, they don't get that. But the regular time plus the overtime puts us at a closer competitive salary with the other counties that we border up against or comparative salaries. So that's the nice thing about that, the way it's built in. And there's not, I don't know of a county around us that runs a different schedule. Everybody went to that because it allows those dispatchers like EMS to have a certain amount of time off, and similar to law enforcement schedule. It also puts the dispatchers on the same schedule with officers, so they're used to working with each other. They build that relationship, that interoperability. So they essentially kind of have a shift that they work with more often, unless there's an odd change.
So Jason, since we're hiring more people, is that why the overtime has escalated 3 times?
Yeah, I think it was something that
It wasn't
last
budgeted
year's.
last year.
Yeah,
It wasn't budgeted last year.
yeah, it wasn't budgeted right. We didn't
It was
expect
off,
the changes, so,
We have
and I don't know if it was done,
director change.
yeah, I don't know if it was adequately put in the years prior to that, unfortunately, so.
You're sure.
It doesn't look like it, because we're going 23, 25,
No.
71.
It's always been short, it just wasn't figured correctly by the previous director, so.
You always did transfers.
Yes.
Any other questions on that report?
Who's dispatcher 5? Is that Rachel?
Yeah, that's the salary, that's and the reason they've just kind of, as we've added, those have just been added into the lines the way they fall, so.
I was just wondering why hers was
Yeah.
different than yours.
So if we want to go to page 66, your EMS budget.
How many EMTs do you have on staff?
So I have 15 full-time staff members, 6 paramedics. Typically 9 EMTs, and 3 of them are advanced EMTs. One just started paramedic school, so we'll gain a paramedic in a year hopefully.
I guess the overtime's the same thing again. We got
Yeah,
216,000.
and that's the big driver is that overtime. I don't remember what year it was, honestly, we looked at, we technically had, the extra full-time position, 2 extra full-time positions that, I don't want to say we never filled, but the way the rotation was, we always had 2 spots open. And as time went on, part-time paramedics and EMTs are much more difficult to find. We kind of looked at the idea of what a salary plus overtime cost plus benefits. And so that's when staff went to covering that extra day. So there are weeks where they work 3 days, an extra 24-hour shift based off the rotation. And the cost was, then it was, I don't remember who would be here on the council, maybe Jim, maybe Brent, but the cost wasn't very much to pay a full-time person or have them work that rotation, so it wasn't a huge difference. So that's why that extra overtime is there, basically they're working an extra day on a specific rotation.
Any other questions for Jason on 66, 67?
Just some information snippets. Last year to date, we were at 1,066 incidents, or actually, that's just year's total. Last year we were at 1,072, so we're still on the same track. We've got Fall Festival weekend yet to go, so we'll probably surpass that. Deposits, just over, I think, 334,000 is what I've roughly deposited from the building. That's after, and then I've got another $35,000 sitting in the waiting on a check to be ready, so as far as income is slowly going up, but we'll see with all the changes in insurance and Medicare, Medicaid, how that affects that, so.
And 40 and 41, we talked a little bit about 40. So you guys have approved the paid dispatcher?
Yes.
Page 41 is kind of the expenses item.
What do you want, FEMA? I said 41 FEMA, EMA. 40 is dispatch. Oh, sorry.
Just be with you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as EMA goes, I've got this. I try to stay up to date on it. So you guys have an understanding of where we're at and what we work as far as grants. Oops, sorry. Grant season just kind of opened up. I'm kind of waiting to probably see what was going on with the federal outlay of Homeland Security money. Just the one. You got to, it's all yours. That's starting in 2016, the funds that were available that we got, I think I took the job in 2018 as the EMA director. That doesn't include all our public-private partnerships with like BP, Pattern, some of those agencies that give us donations on an annual basis. This is all federal and state tax dollars that we've received over the last several years. Just so you kind of know where things are going. That does include a 911 grant to update some of our technology. Different various EMS grants, hazardous materials equipment grants for fire departments and emergency management, EMS training grant, healthcare coalition funding for some of our, I call it one other equipment that we don't ever want to use, like our mass casualty trailer or our morgue trailer, but we have unfortunately used. And so a lot of those have funded items like that, but we recognize we have a need for it, but it's difficult to find funding for. So luckily we've been able to find funding for just about everything we have. I think out of all of our equipment, most of it's pretty much came from grants or donations that we've been able to get. So we wouldn't otherwise have a lot of those things without being able to go after those. And so looking ahead, there's a $50,000 mobile integrated health grant we're going to try for. And then, SHSP, which funds security projects, like courthouse updates, cameras, we're gonna try and see if we can get another one or two of those and see what happens. So, big purchases EMA wise, 2 years ago. The commissioners agreed to try to stay on track of replacing sirens because they're starting to get pretty outdated. And so I didn't put that in because I was told that we would always figure out a way or a location to take that out of. The siren's $37,000. There might be something that comes out of the governor has a new task force on emergency alerts, and that's one of the data points that they're looking at is where sirens are. Whether that makes grant funding available, who knows, and how fast. And so that would be the only other big EMA capital project would be to continue replacing a siren a year. So we've gotten three completed now, and so we've moved to Oxford. And replace that one, Lindy Fowler, Otterman, and Benton Central. I think we funded it in budget 1 year, or early on, but. So.
Maybe you guys are better than I didn't know what the volume perform bonus was, but then I realized that's volunteers.
Yeah, basically it's the same idea as, volunteer fire departments, they pay kind of a per call stipend. And so, this year's just about average as last year as far as their involvement. They started staffing events, and so Fall Fest and the rodeo, fireworks, usually somebody stays around and helps. That way they have an extra set of eyes and hands in case something happens weather-wise. And so our volunteers are worth their weight in gold, so.
Maybe that's paid at the end of the year or something.
Yeah.
Usually November, December.
Any other questions for Jason? Good job.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Cole, Jennifer's not here, you wanna go ahead?
Sure.
Page 4 and 5. I asked Jennifer to come on the call.
It's okay.
You know, where we're at on defaults and concerned with the economy the way it is, whether we're getting our tax payments in. If you wanna give those numbers you just sent to me.
So right now, the delinquent taxes in February, March, we had over 400 delinquent taxes. That would have been basically for the ones that didn't pay in December. And then May 22nd, which was after the spring installment, obviously. May 22nd, we had 575 at that point. June 24th, which would have been after, I believe, the second penalty charge, which would have been a full 10%. We were back down to around 416 taxpayers. Yeah.
It's like that every year.
That I'm not sure. I tried to ask Kate. She feels that it was lower this year, but we ran smooth. So we're not sure where it's at. But like right now, we're not having, even after sending out letters, we're trying to stay proactive on sending out letters for delinquencies, and we haven't had much mail payments right now still. So I don't know what's going on.
That's my concern, if they haven't paid the spring one, are they gonna pay the fall one?
Right.
And you've kind of made your arrangements,
Mm-hmm.
see if we can do something, pay a little bit, part of it.
Yes, so yeah, well, I've encouraged, for even like for the not the county, but the government employees. So that would be like Purdue, all the county employees, the schools, All of those employees, we have a few that are garnished. And we have told some of them, like, do a voluntary garnishment. You know, talk to your HR person and see if you can do a voluntary garnishment. We have people that do that already, and it works out great. Or, you know, come in and make monthly payments. Figure it out, like, you know, we don't wanna see you on tax sale.
How long before it goes to tax sale?
It's 3 installments, so it's, yeah, so all of last year, if they didn't pay, and then this May, they're on tax sale. And unfortunately, we've had we started off with 98 properties on tax sale this year, and we're down to around 25. So it's still the largest we've ever had. Yeah.
Sometimes that's a double whammy for us, cause some of those tax sales, I know the towns are buying their lots, then we don't get taxes off of them, cause the town.
Correct, we have to write them off, yeah.
So then, you know, someone was in there paying taxes, but now that a municipality owns it, we lose the taxes on it.
Well, there's something we've been doing too, so we have some properties that are on a tax roll that the county commissioners own. We are working with those communities to get those sold, to get them put back on the tax roll. We just did one here recently. There's ones we're working on in other towns, so that they can get it sold, get it back on the tax roll. We can get the new building, bring things into the town, so on and so forth. So that's something that's being done as well.
So it's a little scary right now, but we're trying. I don't know what else we can do. If you have any ideas, let us know. But yeah, right now we're just sending out letters and just trying to be proactive on it. Not sure what else to do at this point.
Nicole, in your budget, the only item I was gonna ask about was clerical. You got 4,200. We haven't spent near that this year nor past years. Are you anticipating hiring someone?
So, no, so I only use someone during the seasons. And right now, so Stephanie came in, where's my paper? She worked, sorry on top. She worked 87.55 hours so far this year. Now, next year will probably be a little bit less. We had her come in because we weren't sure how spring would come in. November, we're only gonna have her work like a week and a half, basically. So, but I was wondering if we could up their pay. So she's like our main person. I don't know whether we're still gonna be able to use her or not. But I was wondering if we could up their pay to $18 an hour, and it still stays under the 4,200. And then we used Cindy, Renier, which is Darren, our custodian, Darren's wife, and she only worked 32 hours. Cause Stephanie couldn't when we went to our conference here just recently.
So they use them for conference and text.
Yes.
So what was the total amount of hours you think approximately?
If they were to do this both ways, the total for next year, or right now, would be the $3,744.36. That's for this year. That I'm gonna say it's gonna be not as many days next year. Cause especially in May, we probably won't use as many.
Well, you cut the amount of people you got in the office.
Yeah,
She
she's.
cut 2 to 3 out.
Yeah, she had.
Previous treasurer would
Yeah.
have 3 additional with her and Kate.
Not a lot of room to have a little office for that many people.
No. And to get much done.
That's an added.
We didn't have that much to do, so I don't know why we needed like 4 other people.
Sit around and talk more, Nicole.
Yeah, I know, I don't do that.
Any other questions for Nicole? Appreciate it.
The only other thing I had, is we do the mailing for the tax bills, and I did up our, about 20% all the way around. But a lot of that was on, so the line for the envelopes, the prescribed forms, and then printing equipment maintenance, and then miscellaneous maintenance will be to pay for the mailing, because that's never been budgeted. So,
We've always ended up paying.
yeah, they've paid for the majority of it.
And last year it didn't get budgeted because
There was no
There was
budget
no
to be
budget, if you
budgeted.
She also done
So.
a cost comparison of doing it in-house versus using the mailing service.
By the
Because
time you pay for the
thought she'd
part-time
be able to save
people.
money that way by doing it in-house, and it was extremely more by the stamps alone.
Yeah, the stamps alone are I don't know how they do it, but they do a discount on the stamps alone, so it doesn't cost as much as what it would if we did them here. But I'm figuring, we had $33,194.73 this year is what it costs to do this year. And I budgeted for about $3,984 for next year, just in case. I don't know if it'll be more or less, but I think if it's gonna be a little bit more, I mean, I've got a little bit of, wiggle room, not much, but.
Do those have to be mailed out or can they be electronically sent?
Technically, like Tippecanoe County, they don't even mail theirs out. It's a courtesy that we do. And some people don't realize that we don't do it twice a year. Some counties do it twice a year. We don't, we just do it the 1 year. And some don't do it at all. They basically leave it up to them to go online or to do it themselves. And we do have the access to, cause Lal, has them all online, so they can do it that way too, but it's a courtesy.
You, postage savings, everything.
Yes. Yeah, cause I think, it's like 42, it was less than, it's around 3,000, I think, if I remember correctly, I didn't pull that, for just the postage,
was
yeah.
like-
20, is it 2,700 or 30?
it was over 3,000.
Yeah. So,
I can tell you.
Any other questions for Nicole? All right, thanks, Nicole.
you're welcome, thank you guys.
Good job. Jennifer? Page number 1. Behind the blue box, blue tab.
Yeah, the Form 1's tab, that's the first page after that.
Okay.
The question I had, they talked about a letter you sent out, there's an upgrade or it's gonna,
Yes,
where's that budgeted at?
that's in the
Was that the 50,000?
48, I believe.
I thought you said 50,000 was most, so that's what.
Is that what I told you? Okay, well, cause I got this letter after the budget got turned in.
Oh, okay.
I think it's in the election, on the election.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
on the election expense programming support,
Okay, we'll get to that bit here. Okay.
cause the state has not certified the update yet, so there's just no way to know yet. They're estimating $3,000 and they'll do maintenance on our machines at the same time. If we don't do maintenance, then it's $4,500, so. That's a no-brainer. Yeah. So, still waiting on them. I will say that the Democrat election board member, Mike Brewer, did ask me to ask for a little bit more for the election board. I told him I would ask, no guarantees, so that's why that was raised a little bit. And really, I didn't really raise anything else. Everything else pretty much stayed the same. And like I said, with the election, you just don't know until it gets here. I do think we will have less people working because when we had the general election for the president, we had to have more people downstairs. I mean, we were busy. But it won't be that way this next year, with it being non-presidential.
Any question for Jennifer on page 1? Okay, let's go to page 21. Basically just registration. Anyone have any questions on that? Pretty hard to cut that 50%.
Yeah.
$2,000, okay, 36. Rick, you got any idea how many people normally vote in this primary? I mean, like an off year, we have 1,000 voters.
Oh, no, we'd have more than that, probably a couple thousand.
I just, $92,000 for 2,000 people to come in and vote just seems crazy, but 50 of that's that, just to
Yes.
maintain the program.
In your 2 elections,
Yeah,
primary and general. Not much I can cut. I mean, obviously I won't spend it if I don't have to,
right.
but the amount of workers I'll need for early voting will go down since it's just a regular election, so. And, I mean, I honestly work on the weekends and stuff and the evenings so the other people don't have to, so we don't have to pay them, so. And I'm fine with that, so.
Any questions on that? So the precinct boards, that's the one you think might, I was having a hard time following the math there.
Yes. That is the people that work election day.
Okay.
We have to have an inspector, 2 judges, 2 clerks.
Okay.
And last year's election, I added 1 more person just because of it being so busy, so. I look forward to be less this next year.
So what am I missing on the math here? Yeah, 200 times 5 is 1,000 times 2 would be 2,000, right?
Yes,
And 150 times 20 equals 3,000.
yes. $150.
And then 150, that's 300, so I'm getting 2,000 plus 3,000, 5,000 plus 300 is 5,300. Am I missing something here?
Let's see, that'd be 2.
Maybe something got cut off.
So, 5 inspectors, $200, 2 elections, so it'd be $2,000. And then 150 times 20 workers, so that's 6.
Okay, so that,
Yeah,
maybe that's what got cut off.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
yeah, because we have to times it by 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay.
And the same way for the meals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions? So is this coming out of a fund or is this just general fund?
This is general.
It's under, okay. For several years, we took it out of,
Yes, 49.7.
out of wind money.
Yes.
Any questions? All right. Good luck.
All right, thanks.
Jennifer.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, thank you.
Yeah.
Forcing yourself certified. Put the guy with the badge.
Yeah. Save on the stamp.
Yeah. John, we're just not gonna do your budget anymore.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Well, thanks, it's good seeing you.
Trust us. All right,
I actually
John,
do trust you.
you are up. Page 7.
Morning, Phil.
Morning.
Oh.
Hello.
Morning.
That's why I say people can.
So John, currently we got 6 deputies, right?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a 7th, or is that
So-
a wish list there?
Yes, so the commissioners approved a 7th deputy, obviously pending the funding, right? So that's a conversation they were having, and share that out with you. So that would take one more step towards getting eventually to, we're having 2 deputies on every shift. I've already got a model of how to use 7 deputy. Warren County's got 7. So I've got a way to be able to use that 7th deputy that cross shifts, helps with PTO and cover special events like Park Fall Fest and stuff like that, so.
And then how would that help eliminate overtime then?
Yeah, so that would allow me on the days where I have to have somebody, I can't shift somebody, and have to have somebody work over, that deputy schedule could be moved, because they're kind of like a floater. So, when we're going out and doing enforcement projects on 41, I can move them up to help cover the road, and cover PTO. If we have the flu run through the jail, they give me an extra body to be able to cover shift with. So it would be very valuable. And again, like I said, over time, the goal is to try to get to the point where I've got 2 deputies on every shift, so that if I have one off sick, then I don't have to cover a shift. I've got one still working with it. Right now, I've got 2 on from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. And then the rest of the time there's only 1 on.
So would there be some adjustment then in overtime if that 7th deputy gets approved? We got 35
Yeah, I hope so. I think, I looked at our overtime budget for the deputies right now, and they're in pretty good shape. We use some of the overtime to go out and do special enforcement projects. We've done it twice with Newton County, where we went out on 41 and did saturation patrols and look for aggressive driving and things like that, so we've been able to do that. But in general, it's working pretty well having that midship deputy. So I'll give you a great example. You know, we're getting in the fall when people are taking time off. So I've got Deputy Marsh, who is going to be, Deputy Clements, who's going to be moving down, working 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to cover 2 weeks off for Deputy Führer in the first couple weeks of October. So I'm able to save that overtime. So that deputy the 7th deputy should continue to be able to assist me doing that. And we do have special events that we cover. We have major investigations or things like that where I've got to call people in. I do have overtime because my team is pretty aggressive out there at chasing drugs, and so there's a lot of court time now that we've got, that they're paying, off duty. But in general, I think, Beth can correct me, I think our deputies' overtime is looking in pretty good shape.
So if we fund the 7th deputy, how much overtime do you think you'll need next year?
What I would do, I'd go back with Beth and do the math and see what we can project for this year, and we should be able to reduce that based off of whatever that assumed calculation would be. Again, it's kind of hard sometimes to know that we're not gonna have a plane crash in the field that's gonna require people to work over, or we've got, illnesses, or we've got something going on in the jail, or we've got a special event in the community, or something bad happens. But in general, I can kind of look back on the last 2 cycles and kind of get a feel for where we are, and that's why I didn't ask for any increase last year, and I didn't ask for any increase this year in the overtime.
So as of today, he's only used 10,357 out of 35,000 for overtime.
Yeah. So again, that's been a bonus of having that midship deputy slide up and down and not cover PTO. That was always our biggest, training and PTO. Well, we haven't hired any new deputies, so we haven't had to cover open shifts. And so if we need to reduce that based on that calculation right there, maybe we're looking at 20, somewhere in there, 22,000 in overtime instead of 35.
Any other questions on that? Okay, John, explain this matrix.
Yep, you betcha. So one of the things that the commissioners early in the year asked was to kind of look at the matrix. So, last year, I remember at the end of the year, Councilman asked, how did we get there when we were so far behind? And you had made a comment that it was just years of no raises and you know, a variety of things. So what I did was I went out and I pulled 3 matrices from our surrounding counties, and particularly from Warren County because they resemble us very close. And took a look at those numbers, and I tried to come up with something that would prevent, long after I'm gone, prevent us from ever getting to the point where, you know, we're $15,000 or $20,000 behind another sheriff's department, even in the years where it's lean. And it sounds like we may be getting into a few of those years. So what I did was, what I proposed is doing this matrix on a 3-year cycle and getting this first year, the 2026 budget, we're just getting everybody in the right cycle. So, you know, Deputy Freer at 9 years, you know, Deputy Ely, I believe, is at 5 or 6. Getting them right sized in the matrix, and then they will just follow that every year. So you can kind of follow through on that. The deputies will no longer be a part of the annual longevity program for the county because this is what that's designed to do. So any of the money that we spent on longevity for the deputies can be rerouted somewhere else into this, or however you want to do it. But the two biggest selling points for me is, number one, it's an incentive for our deputies to stay. It's right-sized, I hope, for a county our size. As I've told a couple of guys, you know, if you want to go make money, Jasper County's hiring, Tippecanoe County's hiring, you can go and make $75,000 starting out. But we're just never going to get there, right? So we've got to make it right size for ours. But it also takes care of our deputies that want to be in the county, and it assures them that we will never fall far behind. And it's a tool to retain our employees, because we spend a lot of money on our deputies to hire them and to train them, to outfit them. And I went ahead and ran this scenario all the way out, not only so my guys could see what it looked like at 20 for them, but also it gives the council an idea every year, outside of whatever the base raise is for the county employees, because part of us keeping up with this is based on the fact that if we get no raise or 1% raise, the deputies are all part of that, but then when they hit their 3-year cycle, they get their matrix raise. That will keep us up with the Warren counties and the White counties and the Newton counties going down the road. It also gives you guys, you can look right at this and you know how much money. Mm-hmm. I mean, it takes all of the guesswork out of it. So I tried to put myself in your shoes, I tried to put myself in the deputy's shoes, and then from all the years I've done budgets and worked with salaries and all that, and looked at what our county can and can't afford. I'm hoping that this is fair across the board and palatable. Again, depending on the budget, and it may not this year. And Jim, I always go back to what you told me in the very, very beginning when I came in here my first year and spent 45 minutes shuffling papers around the table, and realized, you know, if you can do it, you'll do it. If you can't, you'll tell me you can't. And if you can do it later, you'll tell me you'll do it year later. And that's kind of the way that I have approached all of this. Is I have, in all of my lines, I've held it as tight as I can. I've used projections based on where I've been short. I have hard numbers for like medical and other things like that I can't reduce, knowing that you will do the very best you can do. So all that means this matrix will at least keep our deputies on pace in general with some of the surrounding counties. We'll never, like I said, never compete with Tippy or Jasper or those, but hopefully it'll keep them in this business, or it'll keep them from dashing off to another county sheriff's office.
So that I understand things, so with the top lines there, they're gonna get an automatic $2,500 bump when they hit those certain years.
Yes, sir.
Irregardless, if we did 0 raise, or we did 5% raise, they get 5% plus the
Plus the 2,500, right? That keeps them up so that we don't fall behind.
So if my numbers are right, it looks like for deputy viewer, you're asking for about a 10% raise this year over last year, anywhere from 10 and some of them are down to 3.5.
Yeah.
On how long.
Yeah.
And then his case, everyone's gonna get that 2,500, or no one gets that bonus 2,500 yet. The first time it'll be in.
Right, the first time, we're just catching them up, so if the deputy fear's at 9 years, he should be at the point where he would be in the matrix at 9 years. Deputy Ely's at 5, and I think Deputy Ely would be a good, so he's at 5 years, right?
So all of them are getting a big bump this year.
So that's that's catching them up to putting them where they should be in this matrix, all the way down to Deputy Largent, where he would just get whatever the base.
How come Deputy Renick is, starting higher, or what's that?
Jail commanding, right?
No, he's the sexual violent offender registry guy, he makes that
And
25.
he does all that stuff, the other guys don't do any of that?
Doing that.
Do any of the other
No,
deputies
no,
handle
that's why
any of that?
that's why he makes that, he's in charge of our sexual violent offender registry and managing them and getting them signed up and all that. And Nora Davidson is his backup, since she's a jail matron.
I just thought he was starting.
Yep, no, good,
with
great
the
question,
rest of you.
great question. So that is where that all comes from, is just trying to find the middle ground and provide you with some facts to be able to mull over as you work on your budget.
So the base that you're proposing here, the 61.2, you're anticipating or hoping that Bureau will get 7,500, Ely will get 5,000.
Yes.
Over and above their base, right?
Yes,
Okay.
all the way down to whatever, if
And
the.
Largent's getting nothing because he just started, or what?
No, I gave him whatever the base, so I gave down here, he's not been here 3 years yet.
Okay.
So when I calculated this on like a 1% raise, so he would get whatever the base rate was for.
Okay.
But then in 27, he'll be here for 3 years.
So it's 3 years before you get that matrix of the
Yeah.
2,500.
Yes, sir.
You're saying we give up longevity, we're giving up 2,000 to pay out 27,000, is that right?
And then if the seventh deputy would approve, I held him at 60. Because the other thing it does is also, if rewarding them for longevity, I no longer have a 10-year veteran deputy making the same amount as a 2-year or 1-year deputy.
Like we said, we'll do the best we can do.
Absolutely,
You know, I mean, obviously, I don't think anyone, I don't wanna be doing your job or their job, by any means. And that's probably one of the riskier jobs we have in the county, obviously.
I appreciate that, and I, like I said, you've told me before, and I absolutely appreciate you. If you can do it, great. All I can do is go back and come back next year, and.
Cause I mean, look what we've done in the last 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
40% to 50% raises.
Absolutely.
You have to try to catch up.
Absolutely, and that's.
At some point in time, we reach a ceiling.
Yep, totally agree.
This comes out closer to about 15%.
Right, with everything.
What's the training cost now when we send them down to school?
So the academy now does charge, it costs us about $1,500 to send them down. They're getting ready to go from 16 weeks to 20 when they get their new facility done. So it's somewhere in the neighborhood between outfitting them, their salary is, when they're on duty in training mode, they're with another deputy, right? Or they're down at the academy, that's their regular salary, on straight time. The real cost for hiring them comes into outfitting them, with the ballistic vest and all that. It will cost us, but right now, what I figured last year, between their salary and getting them completely outfitted and trained, a deputy in the first year costs me somewhere around $80,000 to get up and running in that first year. Now, that's their salary, because they're making 60, and it cost me about another 20 on top of all that, between the equipment, the training, and everything else, so.
If we send them to the academy, do we have them sign something that they'll be around for?
3 years.
Okay.
Yep.
I asked the person about that for a town, they had that, and one guy left and they lost in court. They said they couldn't force a person to stay.
Really? Oh, I got one, I think I use the same one that Jacob, or not Jacob,
I think
Jason
ours say
used.
they just have to repay.
That's what I was gonna say, I had that on a,
That's what the highway does for their CDL,
so there's,
that's what Jason does
yeah.
for the tuition for
That's-
classes.
I think they
I have
tried
it
to
on
collect it, it didn't
relocation
work.
package once
Yeah.
on a job.
Turn Lower Police said, no.
It's worked for us so far, we've had some leave the highway and they've paid back their, because they didn't stay long.
They don't have the Turn Lower Police behind them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paramedics are the same way on their schooling.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, we put the investment in. And
Right.
we're a great training ground for Purdue for a while.
Right, absolutely. Yes, you were, thank you.
I have a question, so when you come in, the deputies, and do they go through, every year, like you have a one-on-one evaluation on what their expectation is, where they hit everything? Did they meet expectation? Are you doing any of that type of stuff?
So that's never been done in the history of the office.
Okay.
It's something that I want to get rolling. There've been a lot of fixing and changing and all that here in the first 3 years, so. But that annual evaluation process is important.
Yeah, I mean, it
And right now, what I generally do is we do that with feedback one-on-one, or I'll give you a couple of examples. So I'm a big communicator, probably over communicate sometime. And the guys and gals are trying to learn how to still digest all the email I send out. But, we, in July and August, I set some patrol expectations for them. So what I asked them to do was, get out and, every morning, and every evening, I want them checking all the highways for disabled vehicles or any other thing going on. So we did, special patrols, so we document that in the system, in our dispatch center. And then I asked them to get into at least one incorporated town a day and just patrol all the streets in that town, just to let folks know that, hi, we're here and that we're available. And I actually have had some real good response from Ambia. Ambia was like, they thought something was wrong to begin with. And then they actually, reached out, a couple of folks I saw over there, and they were appreciative of the fact that we actually paid some attention to them. So as far as setting goals or giving them some, something to judge them, those are things that, then all I gotta do is go look in the CAD and make sure that they're doing that. And if I see they're not doing that, then I can address that. But right now, there's no formal annual evaluation, and I'd like to get that. I mean, we did that before, it was really super cumbersome. There's a much easier way to do that and make it simple so that it can be digested quickly and it doesn't require a mountain of statistics to be able to compare them to. Because one of the things, I just had a great meeting with the prosecutor's office, we were talking about, sometimes it's hard for us to be able to get a lot of follow-up done for Rex and for David, because I might have a deputy that's working a sexual assault case and they bring a victim or a witness in or something like that. And while, as they begin the interview, you get a PI crash out on 41 or the split of 52 or something. And they have to apologize, send them home and go take the crash. So, we're trying to get to the point where I've got at least 2 deputies on the road will allow that one to stay in that interview, and while the other one goes and takes a crash, and can be supported by the other agencies in the county.
You know, and that was our part as far as the commissioners go in our agreement, because we have a lack during certain points of the night where we've had instances where our one deputy that's on the county has absolutely no backup because no town law enforcement are on. He's the only, he or she, excuse me, are the only ones here. Our reasoning for going the 7th deputy is to be able to help him work his schedule to where he can transform that in those hours where we do have 2 people. So that, I mean, with the things that we run into on 41, the domestics, so on and so forth, you can't just send one person into these. I mean, we've had some volatile situations where it can get out of line and they shouldn't be left on their own. And by the time you get somebody here out of Tippecanoe County, Warren County, Newton County, that time lapse is huge. So that was our reasoning for why we agreed on putting another deputy on.
How many dogs do you have?
1. Any other questions on that? John 42. 43. Just for my information, courthouse security 1 and 2, is that for someone upstairs and downstairs, or is that just 2 people for security?
So that's both courtroom and main entrance. So in a jail, on the jail courthouse, I did not do a matrix. There's not a lot of matrices out there, so I just asked for a straight percentage for them.
You're putting on 11th jail, or we have you're
So
asking for
we already have that on the books, we just never had it funded. So way back when I first started, you guys funded, but we were making $30,800 a year in the jail. And so what I did was I took that money and we split it up amongst the current staff to try to raise that so that I just didn't have to hire a person that was breathing. So that's how we got there. But yeah, so I'm asked to fund that 11th one. That gives me, so what that did for me was we have with the 10th one is a crossover, noon to midnight. And that has helped cushion some of the busy hours, especially during medication, during feeding, during rec, when we're moving a lot of inmates around in jail, moving them outside, doing what we need to do. We're in the pods a lot. There's a lot of cleaning that goes on during that time in the jail. So, where the inmates are doing their own cleaning. So adding that 11th one would actually allow me to put a 12 to 12 on the other side. And be able to then have that crossover where I've got 3 in there during probably the busiest times. Court time is our other busy time, but I'm around during the morning at 9:30 when we are gonna get super busy. So I try to pick up some of the extra slack, and then the day shift deputies that song will come in, but again, they get called out, they're gone, so then it's me and the courthouse security officer and the one jail staff at that point that's moving up and down, so.
John, can you refresh my mind? What's the matron do?
So the matron is a matron by statute, so that's a requirement. She is in charge of female inmates. She is in charge of the juveniles that come in. So if we arrest or holding juveniles, she'll have to, so that's why we have that. The interview room is also our soft containment room, because you can't lock a juvenile inside a room and you have to monitor the juvenile while they're in the building. So that's her job. She's also actually doing double duty because she's also doing all of my administrative work. She's paying all the bills. She is doing all of the ordering. She is doing an amazing job. She does all the payroll. Before me, Don had two part-time people that were doing that, and there was no they stripped the matrons, and when I went to new sheriff's school, and they're standing up there telling me what the statutes are to comply with them, I don't comply, then I'm at risk, and they're talking about jail matron. I remember calling Audrey on the phone, and I'm freaking out, because I'm like, holy shit, what am I gonna do about this, cause I don't wanna go to jail for not having, you know, and so that's how that is, so that's what the matron does, and so she's actually doing more than what her statute-driven job description is. She's doing a great job.
Any questions on that? Beth, is there any way we can get those jailers listed in order instead of all around? Be easier to look at than try to figure out the 10th one's down here, the 9th one's up top. Okay. John, I'm from the fair now.
Okay.
43 maybe. Let's see, 49. On the fair, John, is there a way you can get us a financial statement?
Absolutely, so that's what we're doing right now, so I talked to Phil and talked to a couple of the other guys, so one of the things that's never been done with that is nobody's ever put together at the end of the fair what the final income and costs were. So I can tell you just anecdotally, it cost us about $40,000 to put the fair on. That's to bring in things like the blow-up houses, bring in the dunk tanks, bring in all of these amenities for the citizens to come over and enjoy. It's part of that's the cost of the tables and chairs we rent from Nicholas Reynolds. Part of it's the tents for our vendor. We have a really small tent that we put in between the two food buildings now instead of that great big white one. So we have done a lot of work. We worked with Phil and the other commissioners because there was also this wonkiness in there of who's actually paying for maintenance and who's actually, you know, doing what and who's paying for the insurance and all that stuff. And what we were doing was both the commissioners were paying for insurance for the buildings and we were still paying for insurance for things like gates and doors and other things. So we have since combined all that. So the commissioners now insure all of that stuff. That's part of the facilities, right? And the other thing that we've been working on with is we've gone to them and worked with them on making some of the improvements in the buildings. So prior to these guys, we just had to dig it out of, like if we were gonna pour some concrete ramps in front of the cattle barn and the hog barn, we just had to dig that out of our budget or take that out of the donations that we got from our Fairback supporters and all that. Well, what these guys have asked us to do is come to them with this list of things that we need to do. So for like example, we needed to re-roof the Boy Scout building. So we've got the metal thing on the ground. Now it's a matter of us getting over there and re-roofing that to save that building. We've done a couple of other projects like that with them. So feel like we've got a good thing going there. But back to your point is right now, Brody and Kyle are putting together exactly what you just asked for. And so hopefully here within the next week or so, I can just pass that along to Beth and crew and they can just send that out, give it to Phil. But for the first time, even I don't, right? I mean, we have tremendous support from our community when it comes, whether it is material, whether it is equipment, or whether it is monetary donations. We couldn't put our fair on without that. And so it'll be nice to be able to just show you what it actually costs and actually what our community is doing to support it. So that'll be coming.
Most of the buildings are pretty well renovated or new, so
Yeah.
the maintenance should be pretty minimal.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we, you know, Phil and Sean crew have asked for is to give us a list. So we've got another wrap-up meeting that's coming up and we should have this document done. We're gonna go over it before we give it to you guys. But that's the other thing, is come up with a list. So in 2026, you know, we've already got the medal for the Boy Scout building. Other than addressing the ramps into the cattle barn, were in pretty good shape. We re-roofed,
Did the
concession stand out at the track. So that's in pretty good shape. We had some electrical work that was done, because fire marshal came over and rung us up on a couple of things, so we bought a used hood that had this correct suppression system in it and put it in the 4-H buildings. We paid for the hood itself, but then 4-H paid to have it installed, so they took care of their part of it. So we're cost sharing with 4-H, we're doing some other things. So I feel like we're in a much better place because we were always trying to just figure out how to get shit fixed. And now these guys have kind of helped us create the program.
Questions for John? All right.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Have a good day.
You too, brother. I've got ants coming in.
You know what's gonna happen.
South wall through the cracks, because, backfill. I've got, alabaster, angel hair fall coming over. And then I'm gonna go up and buy a couple tube of caulk. And I'm gonna start, a couple of things tomorrow, I'm gonna put all those cracks, cause I'm standing there and wash the crack in here, and a little black ant, trying to come in a little black ant. They're crawling all over the ceiling.
There's no more water.
Yeah, so we're gonna get rid of that.
You look like you got the drainage fixed.
Yeah, no, he did a nice job, Matt called me, and so, that went really well. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Marcy. Page 39.
Morning.
If there's too much on 39, except for payroll. It's okay. So you're looking to add somebody, is that why we, office administrator? That
Yeah.
ain't budgeted before.
Yes.
Okay.
So last year I came in and said, you know, I've been doing the secretary's job for several years now. And I just felt like if, you know, I got a chunk of raise, that we could do away with that position. I didn't get a chunk of raise, so I work through most lunch, I work late most days, and I'm on call 24/7, and I'm tired, and I want a secretary. And so we need a secretary, our caseload is up. It feels like I spend too much time in the office. You know, we're not doing as many home visits, which we should be doing more. I supervise adult probation, juvenile probation, and home detention people. And home detention people are where I work. I get probably 30 messages a day on my phone from home detention, people not doing what they're supposed to. So I feel like my supervision of home detention is slacking because I'm at the office doing paperwork and stuff, filing. And we need a secretary, I don't know how else to say it, so. I shouldn't have bargained last year. And, I lost my position, I want it back, that's what I'm asking for, is a secretary position again.
65. At the right page.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's the drug-free coalition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not- I just-
That's not, that's kind of just a. So I don't know if a lot of you know, but a lot of everything is paid for through probation user fees, which are not county dollars. And so, you know, we pay for, all of Chelsea's salary, we pay for, a portion of Brett's salary. We pay for all of our own office supplies, all of our own travel, everything that we pay through probation fees because we are blessed to be able to gather probation user fees.
And honestly, the home detention fees are substantial. We're doing well in home detention fees. And so we don't lean on county budget for much. So most of our stuff we're self-sufficient. And we help out, if the court needs a new chair, we will buy because we have the money and they don't necessarily, so. I feel like we're pretty good about stepping up and helping out when we can.
Page 83, 84, probation illustration.
What equipment are you looking to buy?
We are not, but we have like a copier that's about 10 years old. So I keep it on there. I don't buy it unless we need it, but I keep it on there because this could be the year that it goes bad. It's Ricoh. They last about 10 years, so I've thought for the last couple of years this is the year, but we're doing okay with it right now. So I don't buy equipment unless we actually need it. Now the judge might need some piece of equipment, we would be able to buy that with probation fees. Anything probation fees have to be either for probation or the courts by law, so we just keep it, we don't spend this unless we need it, except for, the salary things. Electronic services are always, I put it high because we never know how many people we're gonna have on home detention, and so.
So that's just bracelet
Yeah,
monitoring.
right. We rent that equipment. Cell phones are minimal per, month, maybe $100 a month or something for 2 cell phones.
Can I get on your plan?
Yeah.
Actually, you probably could. It's a government plan.
So Mark, you mentioned your large balance, and obviously you do, and collect. How can we utilize that? Can we utilize that to pay that secretary?
We are paying Chelsea, which, and our salaries are set by statute, so.
Right.
And that only goes up with the more years' experience, so there's gonna be some hefty years coming up. So obviously, I like Cush. We've worked county general for the secretary forever, until it got taken off last year, so. I don't know what the total balance is, it's usually around 200.
335,000 as of June 30th, so it's a pretty nice balance.
It is a pretty good balance.
So what can we use those funds for?
Well, like I said, we use them for all of this that you see on page 83, we're paying for.
Okay, so that.
Yeah, that's all
Okay.
probation. So we pay for everything on our own except for my salary, part of Brett's salary, and benefits.
Okay, so this 205,000 is actually coming out of that adult probation?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
And that's why I just keep it in there, because it really doesn't hurt the county for me to have that available to help out either us or the judge's office.
okay.
But we only spend, what we need.
Any other questions for Marcy?
If I could just say that I did talk to the judge about this secretary position, and he agrees with me that we need a secretary, so. We have a desk for her, we have all the equipment, we just need a warm body that can be confidential, and.
Do you have something in mind?
I do not, I would take suggestions, for sure. And Chelsea, I don't know if y'all know, but she's pregnant and due in October, so it's even gonna be a rougher month coming up, so she will be off for a few weeks.
And do you think you can find somebody for your budgeted, amount?
I don't know, honestly, that's what our last secretary made the last time, and so I don't know if that's what secretaries make, to be honest. It's been a while since we've had one. If not, we could do part-time with whatever you give us, and I wanna match, I don't know what other offices make, I just put senior, so, is that unrealistic?
No, I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know either, I just
I
wanted
don't
to know
know.
if you, along the lines of Jim asking, did you have somebody in mind?
No.
So if you
Yeah.
thought you had somebody in mind, do you think you could get them for the amount you budgeted?
It seems low, but I don't really know what goes in Benton County, but that's what we had the last person in, so that's what I did.
Any other questions for Marcy? Very good. Thanks, Marcy.
Thank you.
You're up, John.
Morning, Dylan. Morning, John.
I brought our new 4-H educator, Dylan Harmon. Brought her here so she could meet the council and.
Bring your chair up. Come to the rest at the big table. Tell John to move over.
I brought like a little recap of our highlights of what we're working on.
Sure.
I'd like to just take that and pass it around. I think there's plenty there. Would you like one?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
There's enough there.
Thank you, Jody.
Plenty coming around. I just printed that up this morning, just kind of thought maybe it'd be good to give you highlights of what we're trying to do. And of course, a big highlight is that Dylan got hired recently and she started August 1st with us, and I think I'm very impressed, and she kind of hit the ground running, and she's spending a lot of time meeting people and trying to find out, just trying to ask people what they think the priorities are for the 4-H program, what she should be doing, so I'm very optimistic about that. And as far as the Health and Human Sciences position, of course, it's been open for basically 2 years now, and the plan is for the Health and Human Sciences educators from Tippecanoe and Fountain County to come here and get some programming done for our people. And if we need people on like a health coalition board, they'll serve on that. That official announcement isn't gonna be made until, maybe a month from now. They're trying to get, it's gonna be a 4-county area working together and sharing some educators, so. And then I just kinda tried to pile on some stuff that I've been doing. I'd let you know that I'm doing something. I mean, I do a lot of pesticide safety trainings, those sometimes called park meetings, for private pesticide applicators and commercial pesticide applicators. And I do a couple in Benton County every year, and every winter I do one in Fowler, and the last couple of years I've been doing one at the county fair. And we're getting quite a few people come to those meetings, and then I do those meetings in surrounding counties, and I get a lot of Benton County people. When I do one in Tri-County High School, I do one every year at Tri-County, I do one every year at the Beef House, I do one in Williamsport. Then the last couple of years, I've been doing Pine Village, Carbondale. So I get Benton County folks at those meetings. And I've been getting a lot of home horticulture calls here recently. That seems to be heating up, and everybody's got problems. And stuff in there with windbreak trees and ponds are full of algae. But bagworms is a big thing right now. You get a lot of. So if you got a windbreak, look for bagworms. Actually, May's probably the time to look for your bagworms, but right now is the time you would notice if you had a problem, because you're gonna have some dead windbreak trees probably. But anyhow, I don't know. How long you guys want me just to yammer on about what I'm doing?
Not too long. So page 22, do we have any questions for John on 22?
22.
Is that a 22 in this book too?
Yep.
Yeah, we filled more.
Under the form.
Yeah, under the blue tab.
Form
It
one
should say
tab.
Form 1s, and then
Here, you went too far.
Went way too far. Blue tag.
You should be close where you're at.
I think John left his paperwork.
Oh, okay. Now you're on the green tab.
Is there a blue tab?
Yeah, you're in the right section, just
Yeah,
the big numbers on the bottom right, just go to 22.
Okay.
Right there.
I'm close. Got it. Smooth.
So the educator's contract, that's what we coordinate with Purdue, I take it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
We set that.
And that educator's contract is, that 47,500 for 2026 is a $6,000 reduction from what they would normally be asking for.
And that person stays strictly in Benton County, we're not sharing that with Ward County, are we?
What?
That person.
Dylan.
The educator's contract is for all the educators,
Okay.
so it's a contractual services, Dylan is just the Benton County
Right,
4-H
right.
educator.
Where you'll see the movement is the human,
Yeah.
the health, right, or the,
Yeah.
the health educator coordinator, that's where he's
We
gonna
were
see.
moving between two counties and
2 to 3, they're setting up a new system, which is not fully released, so, but Dylan will stay solely here
okay.
with us.
And I think what I've been doing in Benton County, I don't think that'll change over the next few years, so should be able to be here as much as I am now, roughly. And I think that, maybe the thing I'm hopeful about is that we'll have some health and human sciences programs going on here more than what we had the last couple of years, so.
Questions for John or Dylan?
Dylan will have the answers for you.
Throwing you under the bus.
Secretary, the one that's what you got listed as Kelly, right?
Yes, yeah.
Who's your part-time secretary?
It has been Amy Wilkinson. She recently resigned. So,
Since,
what's that?
somebody, you haven't filled it then yet.
Right.
Anybody apply?
It's not, it's,
Oh, okay.
it's not. I haven't listed it yet.
I guess we're content with what you presented, so
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Need any calls on crop dusters this year?
I haven't really.
Spraying with pesticides, I have to do
I
mine in California
do know,
first every year.
I think I got sprayed.
Just plugging.
I was mowing my yard and they made one pass in the neighboring field and I thought my mower was blowing up. I didn't have any idea they were even in that field and they just came right over to my house and I got like drops on me. Hard telling. I mean, could have been condensation off the wings or something, but I ran inside and got washed up, but I'm seeing a lot of people doing fungicide applications with drones now. Big drones, and it's like, it seems like it's a pretty smooth operation. Some of like H.A. Booer's been doing it.
Kyle Albertson, John
And
T.
Joe Rose too. Yeah,
Joe brought one off to Kyle,
yeah, I feel like they've got that, they're getting that down so they can cover a lot of acres with their drones, and that should be an improvement.
I've seen them doing it twice in a year.
Yeah, right.
I thought I heard Chase Paul.
But I just,
That's pretty costly with the prices.
yeah, but I thought, when that plane went over my house and I kind of think I got sprayed a little bit, it made me think, man, this is a crazy way to apply this stuff, if you have to apply it. The drones seem like a really good, I'm hopeful for the future that drones can kind of take over a lot of that market. Not to mention that a couple of crop dusters that both lived within 20 miles of me died in my lifetime. It's pretty risky for those guys too, so maybe the drones is a good step for the future. Do away with crop, what a point. The guys at crop dust probably don't want to hear me say that, but it's not like I have anything to do with that market, so.
Okay.
You guys all good?
Yep.
We're good.
Thanks much.
Thank
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank
Nice to meet you too.
Why don't we take about a 10-minute break and we'll tackle this?
Yeah, nobody's still there, they're keeping her overnight again.
Amy's here, I'll have to check on her.
Is she?
She works at Carl.
That's right, I forgot.
Maybe come over Saturday and check out Papa. She'll be carrying hers. Maybe don't they get something to eat, 'cause
I know, you've been hearing.
Yeah, good lord, girl.
I'm just not a.
Hello.
So Phil, is Matt Commons, have you guys chatted with him?
It's like, oh my God, it's so funny.
I
mean,
I
not
don't
gonna
like
left
to
turn.
do left turns either, and then what, 2 or 3 lanes? I'll take the whole anyway. I avoid them. Like I
As long
consciously
as
think
Phil's
about
comfortable,
it
that's all that matters.
I'm not
when.
shutting her off.
No, I do, in bigger areas, I really do, like,
I want
if you're
that.
getting off the interstate, just go back
I
on
want
your
your
gas.
pass around.
I'll consciously, I'll make the left-hand turn early, so you don't have to make the left-hand turn to get out and across the boat.
I do too.
I think I'm gonna start doing more of the screening processes for hiring.
Hey, I think that's actually a good idea.
Cassie's already hired, she's
I
not
would
going
have
anyway,
to
sorry about
agree.
you.
We're gonna do reviews.
That's also fine.
She'll let you know how she feels.
She'll let you know how good she's doing.
There's,
I'll also let you know things I'm not good at.
there is
Areas of
one thing I wanna
improvement.
bring up on, the Purdue Extension side. With the money that we've been able to save, bringing back from that contractual agreement, and with what I figured they put in for Kelly for her raise, with the amount of hours that she puts in and extra hours, want you guys to make sure you put a little focus on that for me, if you would please, for the amount of time she puts in for the kids of the county and all the extra hours she works. So,
Is that the secretary?
yeah, that'd be secretary number one.
Which is that, you can't go higher than the request, right?
Correct.
That's the count, okay, I'm asking.
Okay, I'll just make sure you do like,
Okay.
whatever their top request, we
Yeah.
can't raise it beyond that.
Okay,
There's some that didn't put raises in at all.
Right.
Then we gotta recalculate. Make sure we don't-
okay. I just wanna make sure that there's a little bit of focus on that
Yeah,
request, so,
but I saw that when you mentioned earlier, I'm like, oh,
yeah,
do like, put in a,
okay.
some things are.
So I think what we'll do,
No, that's right.
we'll, not talk about the salaries till the end, and we'll figure out what we wanna do there. Let's go through the budgets, and then we'll back into that later on. Especially the ones, you know, the sheriff, you know, what he's doing at Matrix, try to figure that out. And obviously, economic development was asking for a huge amount. I think that was about it. Looked to me like most people were going anywhere 10 to 12%. So anyway, let's go through everything line by line, other than salaries. And then,
The sheriff, if I was looking at his request doesn't match his matrix, does it? So he can't get it, like, I didn't want to tell you that, I said, well, you can't, you're not gonna get your matrix anyway, cause you didn't request the high enough amount to get your matrix.
well, I think.
But I think it was after the fact though, wasn't it?
I kinda wanted to thank you.
No, he asked about it way before
Yeah.
budgets. He came to
I
commissioners
think
way
it's,
before.
I think with the, we'll look at it when we get there, I think it's included in there. the
It is,
has.
yeah,
Oh,
it is.
Yes.
Yes, it's
yeah,
in there.
Yeah.
It matches his.
Yeah.
I thought for some reason, I thought the paper he gave us was about $4,000 higher, but maybe not, or maybe I misunderstood. There's a possibility I misunderstood it.
I still don't understand it, he was sitting here.
Fair enough, yeah, so I Just read it.
Basically, it's a 2% raise and $2,500.
Yeah, I didn't realize it, I guess I didn't understand how the matrix works, I didn't realize he was doing a percentage plus a dollar amount.
The matrix is really a longevity concept
Yeah.
going out every 3 years.
But he also backdated it 9 years on Temple, right? Like, play catch up, so
Yeah.
there's $7,500.
But I think Jackie's question was very legit, like, as far as reviews, like, I think that you can't have this matrix laid out with this great plan and not tie performance. And I told her on the side a minute ago, like,
I know
I live
John's
the
been through a
corporate.
performance
Oh, absolutely.
review thing, you know, expectations, above expectations, and
I mean, I've done the corporate life my whole career and go over the top, and I get that corporate can go over the top with those goals and objectives and reviews, but at the same time,
You can't ask for
you're gonna get
$12,000 and not
complacency,
tell me.
you're gonna get complacency if you don't tie, if everybody's like, well, I'm gonna get this raise and this raise and this raise.
Just because you've been here longer.
yeah,
Correct.
it's
I
not even
think-
complacency, it comes down to, well,
I'm entitled.
Yes.
they get pissed off a lot.
Yep.
And then is that your job that you sit there and go through the reviews, the expectations, what's their goals?
You need more to do.
You want it to be mine?
I think there's a line
I'll be there
item
right
for
with you.
HR.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
We got an HR person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do a fine job,
Cassie over there?
even when they do have a smart mouth.
Did I misunderstand? Before we started the meeting,
I
you
thought that's
mentioned,
why you like me.
Phil, you mentioned before the meeting started that the deputy that's in charge of the sexual offender list or whatever was getting help. But when I brought it up, he informed us that that wasn't the case.
You didn't see my eyes go?
You read that.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted it to go on record basically that that's why that extra money's there.
We've been,
But- and that's
we've
the-
been told by others that, They all do
split the responsibility.
and it's not just one person told us that, it's
That's what I was trying to get out of it, so
Yep.
he doesn't see it, and so that's kind
either he doesn't see it or he's.
But do we want their base salary to reflect that? Cause what happens if he leaves and someone else comes in and then somebody else takes over that?
I guess
Do we want that as a separate line item to say, okay, here's your salary, but if you're gonna do that, you'll also get this line item?
I was thinking it was a line item.
No, it's all in the first deputy, yeah.
if she raises his base about $2,500 more than the others.
Unfortunately.
That's
So it'd be
fine,
better,
I
in
just
my opinion.
wanted to make sure we
He would be better off to equal that out before he starts his, cause it's just gonna get worse with time, obviously, if you're based on percentage differences. That
Well-
gap's only gonna grow.
Every corporation goes through the same issues. You have somebody that's been there longevity, then they bring in somebody new, and to bring in that new person, you gotta bring them in, or you're not gonna get them hired at, and they're almost equal.
I guess my question is, just because understanding how the new hire process, like when someone leaves and they get hired on, if one of those say Austin leaves and his salary's based off of what, 68.7, whatever he's asking for, they hire someone for Austin's spot, are they gonna be hired on at $68,700?
And that's the thing, if you look at the Officer Largent, he's making more than all the others, and he's the newest one. I mean, I don't know what, I know he worked at Purdue and he's got.
No, he's the least paid.
He's the
I
least
thought
paid.
he was the least paid.
Largent's least,
Yeah.
he's at 60.
That's what I thought.
He's only been here, he's not been here very long.
He's making the same as all the others right now.
When they
He's been
started
here,
out, yeah.
And he's been here the.
Which is one thing I've never agreed with, you can't start, like what you just said, you can't have somebody that's got 20 years in, and then bring a guy in with just out of the academy and set him at the same salary, it's not fair, it's how you lose people actually, the whole because of that.
But it's hard to hire.
But that's
I
just what I'm
understand
saying, you
that.
got both.
Yeah.
I understand that, but when you come from our generation, that's not the way it worked, and that doesn't mean it should be changed now. I mean, you should work for what, you should earn what you work for.
And going back to his matrix, if they were to do X amount of schooling you just don't hand it out, there's gotta be, we're gonna bump you up if you.
I guess that it matters, cause it's not my decision, but like, I know at Holshers, where my husband works, they do the matrix, but it's based off of work evaluation.
Right, and building blocks, are they
Yes.
improving and?
Work evaluations and then
That
cost
needs
of
to come
living
down
is
to-
what they look at.
I think we open up a can of worms if we start the matrix thing. We need to
Oh,
go
yeah.
back to percentage raises, or stay on the percentage raises. When we can go, like we've tried in the past, give it to the department head and they can disperse accordingly based on how their matrix internally.
I mean,
fits
the
their
highway
needs.
does that and the EMS does that.
I have no idea, like, without you guys telling me, I have no idea that, who's doing the sexual
Right.
offender list, I'm not,
Right.
honestly don't know that I ever wanna know. Like, I mean.
But, like, based off how the highway and EMS does it across the board. But like the highway, you'll set the percentage for, say you do
Department.
5%, yes. They can't go over that percentage, but they can give, say, I work at the highway, they could give me a 2% raise, but give Cassie a 3% raise, you know what I mean?
And it's strictly performance based and it works well. I
And
mean,
longevity based.
It is.
That's what makes it.
And it works good, that program works
You'll
good
get
for the
full review
highway.
breakdown.
We've been talking about that for 15 years, and
I agree.
no one wants it, so.
I like.
I agree.
I mean, it makes sense, but they don't wanna evaluate.
Right,
That's what it comes
exactly.
down to.
But showing that matrix clear out to like 2041, I have no idea if that's
Well,
sustainable.
And the matrix is the same thing as our longevity. You're getting longevity without job performance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So he could call it longevity, that's what it is.
Right.
it was just.
It's just a $2,500 instead of 500,000.
So nobody in the county does performance evaluations.
So they do, like the highway does, yes. After 90 days, they'll do a work evaluation for new hires and then based on their performance, they'll do a $1 pay increase. And then after that, I have not personally ever, our office does, Audrey always did once a year. But I don't really think that it says in the handbook where they
I'm
have.
pretty sure Jason does them on his employees as well.
I think if there's an issue, a lot of people will do, the departments will do an evaluation at that time, but a lot of times it only gets brought up if there's
An
a
issue.
problem.
So the answer is no.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings on it, cause I've lived it, and the way I've lived it, it's completely over the top and ridiculous.
It's very
Yeah.
hard to hit,
Yeah,
you know, exceed expectation, it's usually
And
a
that's what they
project
try
you
to
brought
do.
on.
nobody
because
gets
of
their
their
seats.
career.
It's there. But in corporate world, nobody, maybe one person out of a 10,000
And
employee company gets
they're
exceeded.
set up that there's only X amount of, you know,
Yeah.
here, and here, and
It's
they,
the bell
cause they
curve,
don't
yeah.
wanna,
Yeah, they don't wanna pay out.
yes, so they work on numbers, getting it in.
Okay, let's start the party.
Let's get it.
Alright, page one, really not a lot to do here. You got elected official, you got mostly payroll is all it is, and a few supplies. Does anyone see anything there that? Okay, next is auditor, thing. That's all payroll. Supplies.
Your equipment maintenance went down.
So last year, when we did budgets, I budgeted for a new copier. And then my old copier went to the veterans office this year. So I got my new copier this year.
Okay.
So you don't need copier basically.
No.
Everybody good with that page? Treasurer? Anyone want to say something in front of Phil?
Mhm.
Does anyone want to say anything in front of Phil?
No, just cause I'm married to her, keep your mouth closed. I'm the one when she tells that.
I think everything's pretty standard there. Okay. Recorder's office, all it is payroll and all the rest she takes out of her perpetuation account. Okay, sheriff.
We didn't bring up the overtime issue with him, I mean, but he kind of somewhat addressed it, the seventh deputy, we think would solve,
You didn't bring up the overtime issue on the jail staff.
or jail staff doesn't. Well, that's not gonna solve this
No,
anyway.
this is the deputy stuff.
Yeah.
If we get the,
Seven,
if we
doesn't
get
have
the seventh one,
$35,000
yeah, he
in
said it,
overtime.
he
that
said
we
it
cut
could be
down
more
to.
closer, what? I was thinking more than 25,000,
I think
20,
10.
25, 10.
I mean, I don't wanna completely cut it out, cause we'll still probably need it until we get that deputy
We haven't got them
in
hired
and
yet
trained
either.
and,
But we can transfer if that's the case, right?
right, could use the seven, well, yeah, cause if we hire somebody,
But if we don't get them hired, we're gonna be over on overtime, can't we?
transfer from,
Can we go between salary and overtime?
Say that again.
Can we take salary and from overtime if they don't get it hired and
we have to pay overtime, can we
If
take
we've
it out of
got-
the seventh deputies and move it to overtime?
Say if we're giving him the seventh deputy, we're gonna back off overtime, but if in the event he doesn't hire the seventh, we're gonna obviously be way off on
Short
the
on
overtime.
overtime,
Can we
yeah.
transfer back?
Yes, so at the end of the year, during the year, you can't transfer out of the salary line. But at the end of the year, when there's, to even stuff out, you can, yes.
Cause he doesn't have cause he doesn't even have a seventh now, and it looks like he's on track to use 20.
Right.
So 15
He,
or 20.
he doesn't have
15, I
issues
mean-
with his deputies overtime, it's a
Yeah, I
legit.
was ahead of myself, you're right, I was thinking, but still, if you take this to 15, I would say.
Yeah, let's move it to 15.
Move it 15?
Move it to 15,
Take 20 out.
Overtime.
yeah. Which will follow pretty much what he did in 2024. The only other one to look at is gas and oil. I don't know if that's because the price of gas has come down, but if you got some deputy, you might have one more car out there.
That's all on our bid process anyway, they fuel out of the county highway garage. So
what
they don't, they can't, I mean, what he's got in there is what he's using, but they're going off our bid price, the commissioner's bid price, cause everything, all EMS, all law enforcement, all that, all fuels out of the county highway.
With one more deputy, that'd be one more car.
You'll add, yeah,
So you're gonna add some fuel.
you're gonna add fuel for that, yeah.
Right.
On supplies, can we knock a couple thousand off of that?
Makes sense.
It's
Make
7,000.
it 5,000.
Yeah, make it 5.
I mean, you could maybe take that 60 gas and oil down as well.
Like 50.
I mean,
That follows track of what he's been doing. Gas and oil.
I would put a cushion in it, I'd take it to 55, I wouldn't, because what happens if they go over, where do they pull money from if they don't have it?
just let
From the
those-
And
supplies
from
you
their-
just took out.
Oh.
From any money that's left over from any other account line.
One of these lines.
And he's got equipment maintenance, and then you got gas and oil, so that oil, is that his oil changes, is that his services
No,
on his
that's-
vehicles? So that's strictly out of maintenance, right?
Gas and oil is, his oil changes, I would assume, maybe be out of there, but everything else is
Well,
the
that
gas he
makes-
fills up at the highway or if they're on a
Well,
transport.
if they have an oil next to it, that's why I question that, is that the services coming out of there for all the fleet too.
I mean, even if it is, it's August and he still only spent 21,000,
Right.
22,000.
But that was just through June though, right?
Yeah, true. I can tell you what it is now if you want me to.
That's fine. So 50 or 55?
I'd go 55.
I actually have it pulled up. I already have it pulled up. He's only at 25.7.
Let's go 50.
Did you make my mind?
Gee whiz.
Hey, we're only on page 7.
All right, we've got our $140,000 out of the sheriff's budget, we're done, guys. We're done.
Finalize your 50? Okay.
Oh.
How much is the state catching us?
We gotta come up with 145,000.
149,
So you could
150.
theoretically cut it.
You can cut more, yes.
Well, you can come up with that pretty quick in just the salary adjustments.
Yeah.
Cause they're all requested
Way old.
substantially higher than most will probably get.
Okay.
I think last year's cut sheet, it was like 138,000 or a little over, and I think you guys cut like 300 and some thousand. That's including salaries and everything else, so.
And you'd say like, why would you cut it extra, but you're setting yourself up for failure the following year if you don't. I mean, that's That's how I look at it anyway. I feel like, we got it last year.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with keeping taxes level too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You should run for school board.
Yeah.
Oh, too soon?
I've done that.
Is, my question is, the county home savings, is that figured into this on,
It's part of county general, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
that's
You
pretty
haven't
good.
spent it, have you?
No, I saved it for all you guys.
No, it helped. Keep up the good work.
Cash rent's gonna be about $550 next year.
Not it.
It's a joke.
Come on.
Comes up for another contract.
Need to remind everybody that we are on the video.
Oh, I know, I love it too.
Really, nobody watches it.
Oh, yeah, they do.
No, really?
We had to have 50 subscribers before we could even make a video, so.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? Alright, let's move on to. Do the baby, 16. Nice surveyor,
What is the $50,000 for Cornerstone?
So I asked Sam about that, and she said apparently when the wind turbines came in,
Yeah.
there were monuments that were
They're not,
They're
They're
in the
buried.
road, and
Right.
that's where they cut survey off those,
yes,
but they
and
get tarred
but,
over.
but
They were
these,
the-
well, these are buried.
Yeah,
what Sam told me was they got ruined when the wind farms were coming in, and the wind farms told them they'd replace them and have not yet. So for whatever reason,
Well, then we need to go to the wind farms now.
And they're not paying for them, they're trying to budget that out of our money, and
yeah,
don't agree
I mean
with
it's
it.
out of county general.
So we
It's
can
not.
cut that.
Yeah, cause I don't agree with it, and what it's costing, and all this is basically going to Randy Miller and Associates to go find them and dig them up and dust them off and then bury them back in the ground.
Well, it looks like we spent like $600, so can we take it $2,500 and call it good?
Yeah, so, and it's not been worked on for, I don't know, last time he even messed with it.
That's been in here several years, and they just keep cutting it because they don't ever do them.
Or just
No.
cut it all? Let it
I
find it.
put $1,000 in there.
Okay.
Just 1,000.
Go from,
And, I mean, we got perpetuation funds too, if they get
Correct.
$2,000 or $3,000, they can always use that.
I don't think it would come up until somebody's gonna survey a road that was missing that cornerstone. And then they go looking for it, yeah,
I mean, it wouldn't take much for one at that point, I wouldn't.
yeah.
So 1750 on down, all goes to perpetuation funds. Take
Does he
those all.
pay longevity out of
So
perpetuation,
Oh,
or we
no,
keep it
no,
here?
we keep that there.
yeah, 17. So the ones in the perpetuation are the ones that were zero from last year. So part-time mapping, service regular surveyor, and then surveyor Rodman.
What about the mileage? Look like we budgeted 800 or 900 last year, do we need to leave it?
I'm thinking, yeah,
Just zero out once we zeroed out last year,
Yeah.
but leave that
Yeah.
1,000?
yep.
Okay.
Looks like longevity must have been paid out of perpetuation. Or we just haven't paid it yet, have we?
It doesn't
No,
get
we
paid.
haven't.
Yeah.
It doesn't get paid till November.
Okay. 17, corner. Bill, are they anticipating a lot of autopsies, or what, why such a big raise in that?
I think last year, Matt said that we don't get to choose which autopsies get performed,
Right,
but we have to pay for it.
Yes.
yeah.
So if someone
So like,
dies here and we take them to Lafayette to the hospital, well,
they'll send us a bill.
yes. If someone is transported, injured here, we take them to the hospital.
Right.
Die at the hospital, they'll do an autopsy and charge us. We don't get to say, yeah, it was blunt force trauma or.
So don't worry.
Well, we budgeted 15 for this year, and we only spent 6,000, you know, we're on track to spend 12, we requested 20. I mean, I think you could get it back 15.
Yeah.
For the autopsies.
I don't think we need quite that much for dues and subscriptions, do we?
Doesn't appear. So you could at least take it back to. Gave him 1,500 last year and he only used $75 so far.
Well, is that because we want to change?
I wonder if he doesn't do something the second half of the year.
I'll make it 1,000.
He spent 525, 24, 923. So yeah, I'd say you can make it 1,000.
Seminars and meetings.
Has that been paid out since then? Cause didn't they have their
They
conference
just
in
went
July?
on, they just went on a big one in July,
Yeah, like 4 of them went, I think.
yeah.
I mean, it's in the state, right, in the French Lake. Have we paid for it already?
That's what
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, my computer's being slow.
If you go through all of them and figure,
So it's only $266 they've spent out so far.
Have they submitted?
I mean, if it was in July, I know we paid some Visa bills for Corner, but it was just for Jason and Devers, I believe, that went.
Matt,
Or no, Melissa Fox, sorry, not Devers.
and Matt, I know they went on one in Indy, and maybe one in French Lick. I think there's 2 of them they've been on.
I could go to French Lick for $260.
No.
When did they go?
I'm trying to think back when was that June?
When did they?
I think it was in July, cause it
The
was.
Visa
right after.
payments are every
Right
month,
after the
so-
election, when we did the caucus.
When?
Trying to figure out when they were in French
Yeah.
Lake.
So how much you say, $200 some?
$266 is what they've spent as of today.
1,500?
Yeah, that's fine.
For which one?
Seminars.
Is there a line item for elected officials for them in the back for?
No, under 1217.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it's surveyors and recorder.
Right, okay. Supplies,
Might be 1,000 off of it.
Leave it at 1,000.
leave this out, okay.
No, they haven't even spent anything on the seminars and meetings. I was looking at travel. 266 out of travel and nothing.
Maybe those were paid for, then maybe everything was paid for in that,
Yeah.
for the corner. It was the coroner's conference, I mean, it's a big conference for the year they go to.
I'll find out next year.
Right. We were wrong.
Or our September meeting, transfer of funds.
Yeah, right.
Toxicology.
That seems awfully high for no more that they've been spending.
Why would we do toxicology if we don't do the autopsy?
I don't know.
You're asking the wrong person.
I'll make it 500.
There you go.
Travel. Haven't been using much of it. 23, 24, or 25.
So is travel lumped in with seminars? Like,
Yeah, so travel, it can be used for like hotel payment or hotel stays and food. Or if they use fuel, their own like card for fuel, we can reimburse them through that line.
Taken down.
Yeah, take it down to 500.
There's a number I was thinking of.
500. Okay. All right. County assessor. Bill, you know that part-time data entry, she got 5,000 in for that. Are we using that, or we hiring people outside to do that?
So the only time she has used it is when she goes to conference, like right now there's somebody that she hired this week that is in there to cover the desk while her and Amy are at conference this week. So that's the only time that she has used it this year.
Everything else I've seen, we've contracted out,
That's
and
what I
using
thought.
contractual services, that's why I brought that up last year. On that other one, we spent, I don't know, another $7,500 or $7 for another service, that basically they do it all online and they don't have to come in here, so.
We'll make that 1,000 then?
Yeah.
Prosecuting attorney. Everything looks pretty well aligned there. Some jumps out to you guys. Okay. Registration of voters, $2,200. Okay there. County extension. That's. We've already talked about the secretary, I mean, can't go above what's been asked for. I don't know if that answers your question, we'll worry about, they can hire somebody for, that's what they're paying, so it's close. Phil, how, down there, because they have one side of that building, right?
They've got the north side,
How do you is it got a separate meters for utilities?
it's all on one.
I would say, I always thought that $5,000 a month seemed an awful lot for just,
Well, you have recycling, you have the nurses, the health clinic, you have the annex, and you have Purdue Extension, and they're all tied into one.
so do we bill them for that amount? Is that how the county does that? I mean, how do you figure out how much they owe?
We paid all,
We pay all of it, there isn't.
it's our building.
So
And
why
how
do
do
you
you,
budget them utilities if we're paying for it?
Budget what utilities?
So county extension, we have 5720 that we budget for utilities. Like, is it 1 month that comes out of this line, the next month that comes out of the nurse's line? Like, how do we use?
I mean, do they have a utilities line?
Yeah.
The nurses?
Oh, I don't know, sorry.
Yeah, we need to look between that and then look at recycling and see what theirs is.
Recycling's is 17.5. And then,
I just didn't know how we came up with that number.
Well,
If it's all in on one meter,
Right.
I mean, and the county would have the biggest part, the part in the middle, the heat and air conditioning.
Is it the county's building?
yes.
If people use it for personal use, do you charge rent?
Yes.
So you don't charge them to lease it, their portion. Could the utilities be the leasing?
We have to find some clarification, I guess I can't answer that, I'm asking that question now, but.
I'm looking. Just waiting on the computer.
Like, how can we, cause it looks like, I mean, do we make sure we use all of that, I guess is what I'm saying, like, is it?
I wanna say the utilities come out of recycling, cause wasn't that an argument at the beginning of the year?
Yeah. I guess I don't know why they have utilities budgeted in there.
Well, they spent $2,700, $2,200.
I mean, I can tell you what they spent, I'm just gonna get there.
Does somebody pay the water and somebody pay the?
3502.
So, yes, the extension pays $297.86 is what they're paying for October. claims for NIPSCO. Looks like that's what they're paying for September too. I don't see anything on here for.
So they got it averaged out, so somebody's went through and done a breakdown then for each.
And recycling, yeah, recycling pays.
Do it by square footage or something, I suppose. I just didn't know how they did that.
I mean, I can pull up the bill if you want.
Well, obviously, you guys are splitting it out somehow, percentage wise, right? When it comes in.
My guess is it's on the way the bill is sent to them. Yeah, so they split it out on a bill, they bill it separately. So like this $477.25, and then that goes to the highway, that's sent to the highway for recycling.
But at the extension office, there's only 1 meter, right?
I can't answer that.
There's only 1 meter for all of them.
Okay, good.
The whole thing.
So I don't know how
do we get that?
how NIPSCO can say, okay, this is what you own. Because there's only 1 meter for the whole building.
Yeah, and see, this is a different bill, this one's for extension.
So NIPSCO sends separate bills, one for recycling, one for.
They don't charge
It's just a
extra?
percentage based, I would guess.
It's gotta be.
I mean, there's no, that's the only thing, I mean, there's no breakdown on the claim or anything, so. If they have to break it down themselves, cause the bills are different.
Someone's come up with a formula, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, well, I asked Brian, and Brian's like, however that formula was brought up, it wasn't him that done it, so he's not sure how they, whether NIPSCO done the formula, which I'm guessing if they're billing separately, then they must have come in and done the formula.
They did some kind of
Yeah.
calculation. Page 30, Veterans Affairs. That's one we'll have to watch it, recite on raises, because she didn't ask for anything.
Who was it?
Veterans 30.
Oh, she just didn't want more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
Oh,
the
gotcha.
calculation.
She won't get more,
Right.
she'll get what she
Asked
requested.
it right. I know if you plug in percentages, it would calculate, but as long as hers doesn't go up.
No, we do it by hand,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it's not, we don't enter it in and then the
Okay.
computer does it, we go department by department.
Drainage board. Bill, as a board, what kind of supplies do you guys use?
Well, the three of us personally don't use anything. We bring our own stuff. So, I guess to be quite honest with you, that'd be a Sam question.
I'm gonna guess they send out letters for
Yeah, we
whatever
could do that.
whatever topics you guys,
Yeah, that and that and.
I mean, how much they use, I don't know, but.
Well, I don't know, I got a letter from the drainage board.
No, I know, I mean, they
No,
do
I
send.
got 5 copies of the same letter mailed to my house from the drainage board.
Well, I think they have like stipulations on, they have
Do you
to send it out
understand
like
each one of them?
45 days.
You know, I had to read, by the 5th time, I think I got it.
Tell me they put all 5 in one envelope
No,
with
they
one
didn't.
stamp.
Nope.
Dang, we're
Nope.
wasting money.
But is it like per
Parcel.
property that it's
Yeah.
pertinent to?
So yeah, Jim, I don't wanna answer that question, cause I don't know.
Looks like they're on track to be over budget currently.
Yeah. And I know the attorney's tough because you don't know if you're gonna need.
We don't know we may run into an issue on a ditch with a property owner that turns into a complete,
Any questions on drainage? Rita Boa? Where are you on that?
I'm on the,
Appeals?
thinking about plan commission.
I know.
Think about it for a second. And I said zoning board, but I'm like, I'm right before planning commission, area planning commission.
How many are on that board? Is there three?
They have 3 right now.
Three?
But don't they have, didn't they have 5 or something? And 2 of them are not happy with the hired out contractual service, and that's why they have refrained from continuing their service on the PETA award.
I hadn't heard that, but
I have,
So how often they meet, you know?
once a year, I think.
isn't it just a,
They
like,
just
we have,
met last week,
well, if someone has
appeals.
appeals for their property tax assessment?
I'm pretty sure it's usually just once a year then. But they, you'd have to ask Kelly how she figures paying them.
I don't even know who's on.
It used to be Jamie Elson, Deb Lane,
Marcy used to.
Marcy Burton,
Jamie Cackley.
and there was someone else.
Sarah.
Yes, Sarah came too.
Yeah, something about Sarah.
I mean, I guess I understand the budget amount, but be interesting to know, if you have 3 people we're splitting that with, or 5 people, or? Sounds like
Currently 3.
3.
Currently 3.
Kelly said they prefer a 5-member board if they can get one, but last conversations I had with her and with Jamie that it was gonna be pretty tough to do from here on out, so.
All right. Commissioners?
Bonus.
What's your examination of records? Like we
That is
spent-
when we get audited, and we get that money back at settlement.
Okay.
And it's high because we pay for all the towns and like when the towns or libraries or townships get audited, the state sends us the bill and we pay them. And then during settlement, we get that money back from the state, if that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Phil, on
They charge us
contractual
$45.
services, is that gonna be enough?
Is that if they don't find anything?
No, they charge us for the service, and then we get the
33,501.
money back from the towns during settlement. We take it from the money
Guess
that we
it comes
give
down to
them,
the timeline of paying some of them.
from the taxes collected.
Cause I thought that too, I was looking for it the other day, they're gonna be way over, but, well, half the time I've asked this question is cause they pay them once a year in March or something.
Contractual services, 33,501.
What would that be?
So that is,
What's on this?
contractual services is anything, like right now, it's,
There.
Brand Tech, so the monthly fee for Brand Tech is $4,500 a month, like that's their set
It's
fee.
for IT for the county.
But then anything additional with that, like if we have an issue that they need to fix, like with a server, or if there's a new computer that needs set up, those random
What comes out of
pop-in fees come out of the contractual services.
So that's the maintenance fee of that.
Basically,
Yeah.
yeah.
And we are still, just so you know, we are still doing a work through since I switched it from Silverback over to Brand. We're still finding things that were done wrong for years, that we've had to update equipment, stuff was at end of life, things were patched into things that shouldn't have been. We were basically left wide open for a hell of a security breach, so, with bringing them in, and then having Matt Hoax as our on the boots, on the ground IT guy, we're getting all that back together. I mean, we got the prosecutor's office secured now, everything in, the rest of the county buildings are secured, but there are still things that are finding each time we have an issue, so I don't wanna mess with that if we don't have to.
Pretty important to keep that in line.
Yeah.
But that's budgeted under IT services.
Well, part of that is, but
Oh, okay.
you still,
That's their monthly service that they need.
yeah,
Oh, fair enough.
Anything that pops up is fine as well.
yeah.
Try to read ahead.
All right, we have juvenile secure detention that we're budgeting for this year.
Yes, so it was budgeted, supposed to be budgeted last year. I looked back and we cut it, and then we got a bill for it So now that line's negative for this year, which it'll wash at the end, but I talked to Audrey about it because I'd never gotten a bill, and when we got the bill this year, I didn't know where it needed to be paid from, and she said that that line, we always wanna keep something budgeted because we never know when we're gonna have to send someone a child to a juvenile detention center. Sometimes, some years we don't, but there are always that times that we do, and then that money's there at least. So so you can see where the expenditure amount for 2025 is $5,880. That was the amount just for one individual that I paid out this year. So I put in 6,000 for next year.
Or couldn't that go to probation, since they pay for everything?
No, I think statute, it has to be paid out of
County General.
County General, I'm pretty sure, is what Audrey said.
That's a juvenile probation, it's got $77,000.
Yep.
Can that get moved at the end of the year? If it's got 77
No, it's that fund.
Come out of general fund.
You can't move money from fund to fund.
Okay.
Bill, the health insurance at $325, and we only got budget $415. Sure that's probably paid monthly, isn't it, or?
Well, it's every 2 weeks, I think, is when we get bills.
So how are we so far? I mean, we're looking at 700,000. If those are, take it times 2.
So that's for, this is for employees' health insurance, because the county covers 80% of our premiums.
Right, but why are we?
But we're saying through June, we already spent 325 of the 415, so that's looking more like 650 by year end, so we're gonna be off by 215,000 or so, well.
And compared to 23 and 24, I guess.
How are we how have we spent so much money already?
I'm waiting for my computer.
And about county insurance, is that?
I think it's probably a little high. I mean, we changed deductibles, probably buildings. We got the fairground building that hadn't been on for a year. Got one across the street. So I think that's probably 25,000 to 30,000 higher than it's probably gonna come out. I'm guessing it changes.
But are those premiums paid every 6 months, I
No,
assume?
Annually, so that's paid.
So it's already paid?
Yeah.
So we have an extra?
Yeah.
So we wanted to make it 34,
Put it
40?
450, the same as it was.
Well, that's gonna depend, I mean, we just had 2 meetings where they're talking about jacking our premiums another $12,000 to $16,000 a year on the courthouse and the jail, so.
Because of building coverages.
Yeah. So we might wanna.
But you lower deductibles though too.
Well, that's why we're going back and forth trying to figure out what's gonna be the best.
I think if you probably do it 450, it'd be good.
Take it to 450?
Yeah.
For county insurance.
How's that Benton Center government medical plan work? You know, that would be kind of a self-funding plan. Looks like we're doing well.
We are doing very well with it.
So at what point in time does that help keep that health insurance premium level? Or
Yeah, so Dawn with Epic works with Marathon, to keep all those costs lower, plus the buy-in you have from the school corp, the bank, and then different individuals also paying into that as well. It's a huge asset to the county. It's made a big difference.
So the health insurance is, the life insurance that the county offers, and then the 80% as far as health insurance on the side that the county pays for the employee. So yes, right now, we sit as, of today, $399,617, what we've paid out.
And has life always been lumped in with health?
It's
Those
paid out of the
numbers so
same,
far off.
it's paid out of the same account line, yeah.
So how are we so far off?
Yeah.
Cause that means we have $16,000 for the rest of the year. And if this was $325 at the end of June, and the end of August, we're at $399, that's $70,000 over 2 months. We got 4 more months this year. We're gonna be short.
I can't answer that.
To the tune of $140,000.
I don't know as far as what they based it off of last year for budgeting.
Well, I mean, even in 2024, 430,000, we're still gonna be short.
Right.
Yeah, I wonder what made us drop it. Well, that's probably the request. It looks like we just left the request the same.
I mean, it looks like. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure we're short on it every year.
Is that by design, because we can pull it from somewhere else?
It just comes out of the cash balance of the general fund. Yeah, so last year we were over 47.9. 23.
So Phil, when can we start using that $1.5 million we got in the government medical plan? How's that? I mean, is that because you need to have this for the catastrophes or?
Well,
The 4935 fund, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
We use that to pay. That is government. We use that to pay the insurance company.
yeah,
And that money that we pull from county general for payroll, for the health insurance, the life insurance, all that gets receipted into that fund. And that's what we use to pay our insurance company, or our health insurance company, employee plans.
So is this $325, is that what we pay to pay the bills then to come in, and the insurance?
That money gets put into GovMed, the 4935, to pay the bills, yes. We receive that money from county general to 4935, which is what you're asking about.
Right.
But I would have to double check, because I know they advise that we keep a certain amount in that
Yeah.
fund.
So the overage just automatically comes out of that fund then, 4935?
No, so it still comes out of county general, but the money that comes from county general when we pay out at payroll goes into 4935 to pay the health insurance. So it comes from county general, goes into 4935, goes to the health insurance company.
I'm guessing that if you got $1,000 bill and the deductible's $2,500, we're taking $1,000 and paying into that fund to reimburse the managed care person who's paying the bills.
No, so the money that's coming out of county general, out of the commissioner's budget, is being pulled from payroll. So that 80% that the county covers for all employees' health insurance, it's figured into our system. So when we run payroll, it's getting pulled from that account line. And then when we print the check, that check gets receipted into 4935. And when we get a bill, whether it be for their monthly premiums, office visits for employees, blah, 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 we pull that money from 4935 to pay that bill.
So
We
this-
don't get individual bills, we get like every 2 weeks, we get a bill for any office visits that any employees have or whatever.
Okay, so is this just a wash account? This money is coming from employees and we're just passing it on? This is the payroll
Basically,
deduction?
Yes, basically it's coming out of,
So $325,000 has been expended so far this year. That is all payroll
yes,
reductions.
correct, deductions, yes, for health insurance. And then the $50,000 accidental death and life insurance that full-time employees get for the county, that the county pays for.
Who sets the description? Is that part of the
They've-
fund and the
I
state?
can change them, they were set before I mean.
Cause I feel like life needs to be added to that to put transparency to what that line really is.
Okay.
If it's not an act of God to just add the
No,
word
it's not,
life.
it's not, it's not.
Trying to think, is it costing us money? Is it, I mean, if you're taking,
The health side's not, going into this next year with switching what Don did, where it's another 12%,
I mean, I
we're gonna
can,
see in savings.
I can pull up a bill for life insurance, I don't know off the top of my head, I think it's, what, $10.65 per employee, per month, or per pay?
I just kinda can't get my head around what this,
Cause it sounds like we're funding that fund out of county general.
right, but it's just a payroll, I mean,
Well, we have to because
Well, yeah.
the commissioners pay for it, so it's coming out of the commissioner's budget to go into that fund to pay for the commissioner's side of the insurance.
so this is the commissioner's side of the insurance, the 325. This is
Yes.
our match part.
Yes, this is, we're in the commissioners,
Okay, I thought you said it's what the employees pay.
no, it's what the commissioners pay, the 80% that the commissioners cover for the health insurance and then the life insurance
Okay.
policy that the full-time employees get.
So I guess we need to make a note, we need to increase that quite a bit next year. Because we're gonna be way short this year. It looks to me.
How does that plan have so much money in it?
That's where I was.
So,
How does 4935 have so much money in it? If it's just coming from the commissioners, and according to this, we're short. We're gonna be short for the year.
Because there hasn't been
because it's
the
not
bills.
budgeted.
The bills haven't been as high as what they anticipated they would be.
$5 million?
I mean, it's been over time, we've been self-funded for a while.
10 years maybe? It seems like it's been a while, I mean,
Which was the reasoning to go self-insured.
So, high deductible program, what they've got.
I mean, at one point, I know Brian wanted it to be to where the employee themselves didn't have to pay for coverage for themselves for insurance, like the county would cover the employee's insurance. I don't know if that's the reason behind the money, I mean, that's one thing I said I'd have to check on, I know that there's a set amount that has to stay in that fund just for, so it's there.
Keep it solvent, because we get 2 or 3 with lung cancer treatments,
Yeah.
and you're gonna go
Right.
through that.
Yes, very fast.
When do they set, when does Epic set the rates for the health insurance, do you know?
Open enrollment, October's,
So by January 1, you know what 2026 is gonna be?
we should, I mean, they haven't changed the last couple of years. As far as premiums, they've stayed the same, but I mean,
For budget purposes, I guess if we could know, you know, in July, say, hey, what do you think?
right,
Because we're gonna be taking from someplace else in your budget to cover $100,000, $120,000 shortfall.
I guess it's hard, I guess the budgeting part is gonna be more difficult because it's for the employee side, so you're gonna have Angie, say she doesn't have any kids, so you're gonna pay 80% of whatever just the employee alone, but then you have me who has 2 kids and a husband, so that's gonna be different.
But I just, okay, what is it in 2025? They say it's gonna be probably 10 or 15% increase for 2026. Just use that number. It'll never be accurate. I mean, it's always because you're gonna have people coming and going and people
Right,
staying.
exactly, yeah.
You guys,
So
Other
employees
corporations,
don't pay a penny? I guess I'm confused.
No, we
Oh,
do.
we do.
We only pay 20% though. The county pays 80% of the premium. So it's 80-20.
Okay.
but this number is the 80%.
Yeah.
And is that, I'm not asking this in a negative way, but is that budgetarily feasible as costs keep going up?
That's what I don't necessarily think costs keep going up. It's just, because our premiums haven't changed the last couple of years. It's
Okay.
just the fluctuation of employees and the coverage of the employees as far as whether it's an employee or it's an employee and spouse, or if it's an employee and child, or if it's a family. You know what I'm saying? Because it's different premiums for each set.
Yeah.
And the commissioners still pay 80%, whether it's just an employee, whether it's an employee and
Employee.
spouse, or it's your whole family, or if it's the employee and kids.
We'll just make a note to look at that next year, see what we get a little closer.
Yep.
Any other thing on page 33?
What's Maximus?
That is our, it's not Maximus anymore, it's Dosset, but they do our capital asset plan. No, that's Peterson, sorry.
I was thinking it's a software of some sort.
No, it's a company, hang on, I'll tell you, sorry, I can't think of what it's called. Cost allocation plan, that's what they do for us, and it's just a set fee of $3,500 a year.
Paid at the end of the year?
No, we just paid them, I think, in March or April.
Cause I got no outgoing payment. Nothing I expended in 2025 as of 16.
Anything else on 34?
Of the equipment maintenance, what equipment are you maintaining?
That's anything like another if anything comes up, basically. As far as if a department has a computer issue, it's just basically another contractual service line.
Just don't know which one.
Just pick one, I guess, yeah.
How come we don't just do one line?
So you have more to look through.
How it's always been, I don't know. No, we haven't paid them yet this year, sorry, it's the end of the year.
$34? Beth, do you think our retirement line 1320 is gonna be enough? You have people dropping off that collected and need as much.
I mean, I did it based off of the rate. I forget what it is, I have it in my other papers, but it's how I do it. So I just multiply what was budgeted previous and by the rate.
Wabash Valley is set. They tell us how much.
Yes, Wabash, and then there's another one,
For the jail.
the CDC one. It's on the 33, the 57,703.
Any other questions on that one?
Is the telephone, are those still like landline or are they voice over IP, like what are we?
Wi-Fi, they're these ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Is that what they're called?
3360.
Anything with the commissioners? 35 is plan commission. Questions on that? Next is election. There's much change there. Courthouse.
Are we sure on the elections it's 92, 200?
On which one?
On 36. And it totals up to 92, 200.
Did that deal with the computer figures that?
See what I got? I just seem totally.
That's what I got. For $50,000, we just go back to those hand ballots from 2000.
Right? It's a
Group
hanging
of people.
chad.
About to count. What do we pay for that out in 2024?
4907, it was, digital.
Oh, it's out of the wind. Okay, 37. Courthouse. Very good there. 38, circuit court. Is John anticipating a lot of pauper attorneys for next
He's
year?
expecting us this year.
So, yeah,
I
I
gotta
mean,
say, you
we're budget
they
watch,
kept it the same because in
you
years
watch
past,
payroll area, it's,
in years past, we've not had enough.
That's everyone who
Can't
doesn't
pro-
have, can't afford their own park.
That's what I remember you come in last year telling us it was gonna be high for.
Okay.
And some deputies probably only gonna add to that.
True. I mean, he's doing his job.
I mean, it's kinda how that.
So you're saying cut out the deputies, we can cut that out.
I just remember
win-win.
exactly how he explained why we're doing it. That's what I'm saying.
Probation, just salaries. Guess the only thing there is we approving the secretary. Probably pretty hard for an office to run without a secretary, yes. You guys are good with that position, Phil? You talked about it, or?
And I think it's always been there,
Yeah,
she's
and
just never
they-
budgeted it.
I don't think they have to, she has to go to one because it's already, it's
The
been there.
line's already there, yeah.
She cut it last year, wanting to split it between her and Brett, and we,
Well, she gave us that option.
and we opted not to do it. so
You
it's not-
just, you didn't fund it last year, and
Yes.
you funded the detention and director and assistant director or something, which
So we
went to
cut
her and
those.
Brett. You cut it to like 3,000.
Right.
But yeah,
So that's why she said when they didn't get the money.
Yeah, she was pretty,
Yes,
pretty
because
clear
she,
about what
yeah, she wanted $30,000 for a secretary or $30,000 for her and Brett to split.
to split last year. That's how it was presented. We opted not to do that.
We have to not do either.
Because, to be quite honest, this would've came back up now too. They would've got the raise, would base the new pay based on that raise, and we still would've asked for this secretary.
And theirs are statutory, I mean,
yes,
Yes.
you can.
and
Hers is.
and if we don't fund it, all she's gotta do is go to Judge Wright, and he said, yeah, you are, and we're funding it.
True.
Okay. Emergency 911, biggest thing there is a new line item for a dispatcher number 8, we put on 2 last year.
And he said the 7th position is filled currently, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just wasn't obviously at the end of June.
Correct. It's making a big difference.
It seems like we pulled number 6 and 7 out of Fund 1222 last year, didn't we?
We were going to, and then
It wasn't gonna be sustainable.
Not enough money, okay.
But that is my question. I know when I was doing these, because he wrote it on number 8, or he wrote number 8 for this, for county general, can he sustain at least one more in 1222? I just wanna make sure that they're getting paid out of the right fund.
It's got $323,000 in it. What's the rest of this budget?
That's what I'm looking at. He's budgeting for $191,370 for 2026.
Seems like it could sustain it.
I mean, I don't care either way, I just don't wanna. I want it to go in the right fund, wherever we're gonna pay it from, so.
Does that mean we can cut it out of this one? and put it in?
Yes, you can. If that's what you wanna do.
Would it help us?
Yeah,
Keep it out of general.
out of
That's
general.
what I'm saying, it would be a true $47,000 cut.
Correct.
Let's do that. We can
You're
always-
cutting general, or you cutting?
We're cutting general.
And put it in
And
the-
putting it in the 911.
So basically not.
General line.
40 is on general.
So move dispatcher 8 to 911.
Correct.
Page was dispatcher.
What'd you say?
The page was the.
81.
Wrong way.
I guess we can show 47,840, but it's whatever. Ends up raises, right, from the 4330. Might not be quite that much.
So get
True,
this right,
yeah.
you're taking 47,840 out of,
Off of page
80.
40,
page 40 and putting it on 81.
because it takes out
County general.
general, where you gotta make cuts.
Okay.
Puts it in his budget that he has money in, covered. So it kinda helps us, that's what you're at.
mean, he gets money put in there monthly, so I think it'll be okay.
We already got this Metro 5 coming out of there.
Correct.
Yeah, cause that's Rachel.
Yep.
Okay. 41, FEMA. The director's Jason, right? That's what he's coming out of.
No, so
No, we-
11300, is that what you're talking about? Oh, no, the director, sorry, yes, that's Jason,
Okay.
sorry, I was looking at the one above it.
I think we're paying someone else that much. Any questions on 41? Okay. Jail? Everybody okay with jail?
Was there something there on the shift 10?
On the left, sorry?
There's noon to midnight shift that John talked about.
I think it's 3 AM to 3 AM. 10 AM, right?
Yeah.
Midnight. Maybe Sunday, Tuesday. Is he telling me part-time family?
But that was the overtime discussion, right?
Yeah.
Where it should help.
It should help reduce the overtime.
I think that was for the deputies, wasn't it? Not the jailers.
Or was that?
Well, the jailers, it looks like it's the one we're in trouble on
The
overtime.
jailer's really in trouble. The
But
jail,
is that because we don't have enough?
no, we have
No,
touch
we-
money. We're working
They're
multiples
fully-
that shouldn't be on shift.
But that's not gonna change if we got one that's taking advantage of the overtime currently and we add another jailer, but they're not going home, they're still clocking in, that's not gonna solve our overtime at all. So, do we not add the extra position? to
In my
help motivate
opinion,
them?
in my opinion, what needs to, the one that's, where the overtime is going to, it needs to be addressed that she needs to be paid like the rest of the jailers on overtime and not paid on overtime after 80 hours. That's where it's killing him. Because all the other jailers work to 171 hours, and after 171 hours, that's when they get paid overtime.
How do we motivate that decision to be made, just not add the extra jailer position? Cause we can't fund it until we address the overtime?
Or you've already approved it, haven't we?
Only thing we approved was
They
for,
approved it based on our approval,
Oh, okay,
It's just not funded yet.
okay.
right? And like,
yeah, I remember approving the, deputy.
So you're talking about the 11th, right?
Yeah, the 11th.
The 11th was approved in years past by commissioners,
No, yeah, I was gonna say, I had nothing to do with
not
that.
this year. Because if you look, it was approved for 2025 by commissioners, but you guys didn't budget it last year. Cause it was 0, and now he's trying to budget it this year.
Okay, 'cause he said it was not a new position, it's been there, it just
Yes.
hadn't filled it.
Correct.
but it doesn't look like we filled 10th either. We budgeted it, oh, well, no, we're paying it now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
you got that one.
10th, he wanted 2 new for last year's budget, and you guys approved 1.
So we haven't technically approved the 11th.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, he got it approved by commissioners, but you guys have not approved to fund it. He is requesting it with that 45,000 for 2026. So you can cut it or approve it.
But is that gonna reduce the overtime?
It should.
What's the straight time pay that he wants $4,900 for?
That is, so the straight time pay is the 2 hours between 168 and 171. So they get salary to 168, then they get straight pay, which is their hourly regular rate for 2 hours. And when they hit 171 is when they get overtime. which is how all the jailers are paid except the jail matron.
Jail commander.
How do other
Jail
counties pay?
commander, sorry, not the matron, sorry. What did you say?
How do other counties pay?
I can't answer that. I would have to ask. I don't know.
Careful if you ask, you will receive on that one.
Fair.
So,
Looks to me like with overtime, we got a $72,000 jailer.
Correct, that's what I'm saying,
Got
so.
is it the one who's getting a big bump in her salary this year?
Who
Okay,
could it-
so we either need to. We gotta address one,
Yeah, who or,
either overtime doesn't go or
who
or
or
salary
how do we
doesn't.
get that one paid on the same hour basis as far as the 80 extra versus the one?
So it used to be that way. And in all honesty, I'm not so sure he doesn't realize that's how she's being paid.
Okay.
So I can't imagine if it was brought to his attention that he would, I don't know why he wouldn't agree.
So
Cause it's
can we
going to help him.
bring it to his attention?
I mean, I can text him and see if he can.
I mean-
I mean, I have no
I
problem
think it's an
addressing
easy way
it.
to justify to him that we're not gonna give you an 11th jailer if we're gonna continue to spend
Exactly.
40,000 extra in
Exactly.
overtime.
Yeah.
And here's a good way for you to fix that, and then it's easier for us to justify adding the 11th jailer if we know we're not gonna spend 40,000 extra in overtime.
That and giving her the additional bump in salary,
Yeah,
cause you see that, like everybody else is 47,250 and she's 57.
you said everyone else is based on overtime over 120.
Over 170.
Over 170. When they hit 171 is when they start getting paid overtime.
And this one's on over 80.
Yep.
So I will say, so on that line, the 57,000 off to the side, I put, that includes the 4,000 supplement that they've always gotten. We just, for whatever reason, he wanted to remove that line item and just include it in the salary. So at least be mindful that
She has
keep the 4,000 in there, because if not, you're gonna be cutting it, her regular pay significantly. Does that make sense?
Can we call him back up to have him explain and help address that? Do you think, before we, I mean, it's pretty hard to make the decision to cut 11 if we know he's gonna get but,
If he's gonna continue to pay her out of overtime,
right? I mean, I
Yeah,
just feel
I
like it's
mean-
the right thing to do, is like, hey, cause I don't know what his needs are,
Is the work,
but I
There.
might give it both.
yes. I mean,
like, is it blatant overtime manipulation, or is the work there?
No.
And I don't know, I'm not assuming one way or the other.
In my opinion, the work is not there.
That's,
They just went through and did assessments a month ago.
so this kind of ties back to the question earlier around the performance evaluations and the HR issues.
Absolutely.
I mean, to me, I think there's some,
We just spent 3 weeks doing workplace assessments per his request, and we haven't even heard back from him since we sent our summaries to him.
yeah, see,
But this would be news to him when we bring it up, I wouldn't think, like,
I would hope not,
Do you-
but it wouldn't surprise me if it was.
Do you have for each of the position a job description? And is there any extra duties on that?
Well, the jail matron does 3 people's job,
Okay.
But we're talking about the jail.
but we're talking about the jail commander.
Oh, I just thought they
But
were.
I'm just, if you're looking at difference in what
Honestly-
people do in the jail, your
But
jail
if you-
I don't
matron's
even
doing
know
the job of
let
3
me
people.
look, cause
with
I
the
might not
jail
have a
commanders.
job description
what-
for a jail.
if you look at the jailers though,
Because
how many
that
of them have
came
been hired
in-
within the last 2 years?
Oh,
All of
How many of
them,
them
Oh,
have
yeah.
been,
All of them
how
but
many of
one.
them been hired within the last 6 months? So I mean, this is
all
someone
of them
who's,
but one.
yes, so she has been there and she knows the ins and outs.
Okay, you don't wanna lose your knowledge.
no, we're not going with that.
yeah, so I guess my point is we could cut overtime 20, pay for half of his 11th jailer, but he's gotta get on board with the fact that he's already way,
But, I mean, and I will speak to her, I mean, she does get called when she's not there. You know, she does get called before she's there. How do I do this, what do I do?
Yeah, but
You're
is
telling
she
me.
salary or is she hourly?
She's hourly.
Okay.
Chris?
Christian's
She's not
technically
hourly,
salary.
She's salaried.
So then
Salary,
how you gotta
how is
expect
it,
those phone calls.
how
And
is
she's-
she getting overtime?
Cause they're paying basically
Based on the hours, when she gets over 80 hours or whatever, so.
Not all salaried employees are exempt, so she would be considered a non-exempt employee. And she gets paid overtime after 80 hours.
Or do we just not address it, just don't let them, and just not approve the 11th jailer?
What does he want?
If it's gonna be like taking advantage of regardless, and we don't really have control of that, and I don't know that I really want to have control over it, 'cause, I mean, I honestly
I
don't
don't
know
wanna
what's
run the
going on. No, I have no desire, so you just see that, well, we're obviously gonna spend it here.
Marcy
let's
would
just
have more.
cut the,
We're gonna spend
You're gonna spend the
30,000
money either way.
30,000 more. But part of that overtime might be a little bit here, a little bit there, I suppose. But that one person, are they, of that 36, is that one person 15 of it or 20 of it, or?
We're full of questions, aren't we?
well,
As long as you're patient with me on finding the information, I don't care. You can ask all the questions you want.
you think, well, by cutting the 11th position that's not really been in use yet, that 47,000, you still think we're gonna have to spend more?
But we're spent 36 already
Yeah,
in
that's
a
what I'm
half
saying.
a year. So,
That's what I'm saying. No, that's the numbers I came up with. So we're spending the 45,000-ish, give or take, one way or the other. But I'm saying if we're gonna spend it regardless, down here, I'm, from what it sounds like, if we don't address the overtime hour situation, we're gonna be spending down
Oh,
here
yeah,
regardless.
yeah,
There's no
exactly.
sense in approving the 11th.
exactly, we're on the same page, yeah.
Yeah, that's what's my point.
It's like one or the other needs to
One,
go.
correct. But I don't think even if we approve the 11th, it sounds like there's like,
Well, I don't.
issues we haven't controlled to get rid of. We can't control getting rid of the overtime, I guess.
So
We can control getting rid of the 11th position.
as of August 19th, that one position alone was $12,773.91 in just overtime for this year.
So that falls
So far
close
for-
in line with your 72 number that you said.
That's pretty easy to justify, and we can't afford it, as long as we're gonna be spending this in overtime, we can't afford to give you the 11th jailer. And it's that simple, and that's something we can cut and dry, control, and that other
And that's-
stuff, we can't, we're not in the day-to-day, we can't
Clean up your house HR wise on your own.
come back next year. And it sounds like we've added one extra already, so I don't know that we're.
I mean, he has currently, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is he has 2 on shift. He has enough for 2 on shift.
She does.
Okay.
So do you agree in, even though you approved it on our approval, do you agree in not having the 11th?
I didn't approve.
Yeah,
This was,
it was,
no, this
Oh,
was
this
the
is-
year
This
before.
has nothing to do with me.
Okay, so let's make sure.
Fortunately, it has everything to do with you.
So obviously you're not gonna have a problem with us, Chad.
Absolutely
Okay.
not.
But I think the bigger problem is
is keeping
It's
that
thir-
overtime.
yeah, it's 13,000, it's all the one person's contributed, but we got 23,000 spread among the other seven people.
It's 'cause there's times you have 4 of them on shift at the same time.
Or
So-
5.
So we're not really cutting the budget by getting rid of it, we're
Is
definitely
it
not adding an extra
necessary?
47,000.
I mean, so. My overtime guys like to soak it up and do nothing, so.
That's why I asked the
Yeah, I
question.
mean, is it legit overtime?
Well, you've got your jail commander, your jail matron, plus your jailers, and you have your jail matron and jail commander, which are there on their shifts that they're supposed to be. One's jail commander for training, so on and so forth, jail matron for her job duties, but she also helps with
She does a lot, and she is very
the
mindful
jailers, with the inmates.
of her overtime, and there will be times that she'll reach out to me saying, I have this, this, and this, but I'm taking today off with PTO, so I don't use overtime, and I said, I tell her, you deserve to use it, it's not your fault that it's this way.
So
If you need to get stuff done, and you're working on a Friday when you should technically be at work and you're gonna go into overtime, it's not your fault.
I guess my point is, if we eliminate the 11th jailer, it's not actually even gonna be a cut. It's just gonna be used up down here, but at least we don't we at least gotta cut it out of there knowing that we're gonna spend it. And he's gotta understand it, he's getting that money regardless, he's just spending it someplace that's not the 11th jail.
I guess what's, in my opinion, again, it doesn't really matter, but it bothers me because it's in county general. And it's not just his fund, like it's our biggest fund with a lot of other departments. So it's just kind of, I feel like the overtime either way needs to be addressed. Which I have no problem bringing it up to him, but I don't know that.
Sounds like a commissioner.
I don't know that me bringing it up is gonna do anything, basically.
I think we need to have John come up and.
I do think we need.
Let's present it to him, John, you love a jailer and reduce overtime, or you want overtime and forget the jailer. And that's what.
But I don't think it's that black and white. I
But
think
even
that overtime topic needs addressed, and I don't, I don't know enough to know
Well,
who has the HR.
I'm
maybe
okay
it's
with bringing it
us
up because we do payroll, so he knows we see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
But
have no
maybe
problem
it's
saying,
us telling
hey,
him, hey, we budgeted 30,000 last year, you're already at 36, and you still have 6 months.
And even if we cut the 47, you're gonna use it.
You're
Right.
already over budget even if we cut that.
but I'm also saying though, as far as changing the overtime for the commander, as far as she should be paid overtime the same way the rest of the jailers are paid. Once she hits 171 is when she goes into overtime, not after 80 hours.
Is it
Because she's already
per
getting
month?
that supplement
Okay.
per month, yeah. Cause she's already getting that supplemental additional from her salary
Mm-hmm.
for the jail commander side of it.
That's per month, how in the world did it get to 80 anyhow?
Well, cause hers is 80 every 2 weeks, right?
Yes. So she gets paid overtime twice a month, and the regular jailers only get it once a month, cause they're not gonna hit 171 hours in 2 weeks.
True.
So why did hers get set up differently?
I can't answer that, that's just how it was. Because, in my opinion, I don't know if it's true, but that's how Nora, our matron is, make sure I'm getting the titles right, the matron is, but she's technically office administrator, so
Right.
that makes sense to me. And I don't know where in the loop, what John was thinking with Christie, as far as, cause I mean, unfortunately, that is where most of their overtime is going. And I don't know that it's all necessarily necessary.
And this needs to be put on the table. This isn't anything personal about the person that's in that position. This is just
Right.
about the way it's specifically the way it's set
I
up.
mean, you look at the
That
reports,
needs
it's
to be
the facts.
cleared before we move any further, so,
No, I agree.
But I agree with it, she's just using it.
yeah,
Yeah.
She's using it the way it's set up.
yeah. Which in turn is hurting us
Financially.
bad.
Is there ever a situation where there's just one jailer with the inmates and not two?
Not currently with their staffing.
No, with their staffing now, no.
Okay.
It has.
In the event something like that comes up, they will call a deputy in. They'll either call town law enforcement, deputy, whatever. If they have an issue, they will call them in to help them take care of the situation. So they do have the backup of being able to bring law enforcement in to help with that as well.
Let's break for lunch, maybe we can text John, see if he can come in at 1.
Where did the morning go?
It's just so much fun!
What do you say?
44. Working on cut and dry, contractual service, and just a few items. Okay.
What do they do for us?
Okay,
Okay, all right.
pay them to.
That actually needs to change because it's marathon now, not Everside. So that's actually worded wrong.
I can change it.
I'm just saying, I'm not,
Do your job, Beth, gee.
it's not what I said. She's gonna hit me when this is over.
She's gonna start throwing stuff at you and I'm gonna get.
She does already.
As long as it's cooking. 45, recycling. A whole lot there. their utilities be so high?
I know.
The machines,
Okay.
you got your banders, you've got your, accumulators, you've got your cardboard crushers that make the bales, so balers, I mean, there's a lot of high voltage, constant use every day.
Okay, 46. Talked about that. Utilities there. Hopefully that will become a money producer maybe.
We could
47.
get into the event industry, make it an event barn.
Yeah, that's, been shown for that and discussed, and then, like I said, I don't think you were here earlier, but, Letitia has some things on the line that could, be huge for the county for out there.
Okay.
Bringing, educational wise and, way more outside of that, so. Looking forward to that. Well, we had to get a resident out there last week. We had showing scheduled with the university and she was still there, so once we got her out, now they can reschedule to get them back in.
Okay, 47, Title 4D. Probably not much to do there. 48, oil and water. Salary. Fair board we talked about.
On the fair, what's your effect on the fair board? The, building stuff, are you online with what he was saying as far as you guys controlling that? Is that?
That doesn't come out of this though.
No.
Oh, it doesn't? So do I?
So what is this, what does this pay?
Cause I know it.
So,
2024 expenditure is $5,900 and we're budgeting
Just
so
30,000.
what they do is they are in arrears with their invoicing for some reason. I don't know why. But the last several years they have been turning, so like beginning of next year, this budget will be gone probably within January, February, because they pay for the fair. So they paid for 2025 fair. They are going to invoice us for 2025's fair in January. That's where this money comes from.
But do we get itemized, because he said he doesn't even have access to an itemized, they're just now trying to put it together?
You will be getting it, because no, they've never gotten it in years past, somebody requested it, so we know.
Because Brody Fox asked me at the fair, he's like, what do we need to do? I'm like, first of all, we've never seen it. The first thing I would do is prove to us
That you need it.
that what you're spending the money on and what it costs, we have no idea. Every year it's just a dart, and you get 50 and it's gone.
I opened that can of worms up, because we keep getting asked to give them money to spend on cleaning out buildings, like I said, the Boy Scout building, we weren't gonna be able to insure it because it needed a roof. Okay, so we're not gonna tear the building down, the historic building, if we can get the roof put on it and it's used. So the Historical Society used it this year.
Yeah.
The concession stand needed them because they didn't have really any money left. So I don't know what they get budget donation wise that goes into that shaking account they have, nor do we know what's being paid out of that. So I asked for all that to be put on the table so we know where we stand, because you guys don't know, we don't know. And I'm not gonna go spending money outside of commissioners' money to sustain something just frivolously.
And that's what I
There
asked,
needs
so
to
I
be
said,
an explanation.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I said, I'm not against it. I don't know. We gotta prove what's needed. So it looked like we raised it 20,000, or the request was 20,000 higher. I'm not saying it's not needed, but without any proof of needing it, I think we should at least take it back to the 50 that we have yet to prove that's the right. I guess like I have no idea what the right number is, but
I'd like
add
to
20,
see a balance sheet and income statement.
right?
And I know they used to have that, because as president, we did it every year, we sent it to the commissioners.
Well,
We knew what we had, and
So when did it stop?
I don't know.
Some time ago.
Because that's been 20-some years ago.
That's why I brought it back up, because we don't know where we stand.
Yeah, and I never understood paying in arrears. I mean, there was always enough money to pay by the end of the year.
So take it 10 off HO and go back to last year's 50, or I don't know what the number needs to be. This is that part, but obviously I don't
I'm
think
sure
we should.
whatever we give them, we'll use.
I don't know if we need to increase it
Yeah.
$20,000.
Right, I agree.
So 30 and 20.
It always was an upkeep problem, is where all expenses were, and especially electrical, you only use it 1 year, 1 day, 1 week a year, and wires were always blown down, and they were old, and we would patch them up, and.
Mice love them.
Yeah, but now everything's new.
And there's gonna be a slight change once we do the rentals with the new building. We did get fiber in there. So the whole fairgrounds can be live with fiber for Wi-Fi now, and all that. So I mean, there will be more utilization now than I think what we've had in the past, especially with what updates have been done, so. I'm not saying that the money's not needed, but until we see,
That's where I was at, yeah.
yeah,
They tell me they need it, but I said, well, what's, yeah.
there's nothing to go off of.
It's nice to have nice things, but we're talking 5 days a year for nice things.
Right, and they've done a lot of nice things in the past, every year. We got a lot of nice things in the past year.
Yep.
Which they do, you have your hog show in the summer, that's a huge turnout. Your tractor pull that's rented for, I mean, there's other things that go on throughout the year, not just the fair, so.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to, talk about this economic development a little bit too, I think, because we got the letter here, and as Phil said, Letitia's doing a great job. So maybe we aren't paying her enough, I don't know, but she's asking for.
How many have we had in the last 5 years? You know,
Economic developers.
like 3.
Angie, Paul,
Kelly, Paul, Angie. and then
There was somebody before Kelly.
Yeah, there was, you're right.
Kelly was down at the extension office and took that person's place.
Who was after Angie? Was it Letitia?
Yeah.
Paul came back for a little bit and then Letitia, yeah.
And what's the unappropriated claims? Because this year we budgeted 465,000, and this year it's 200,000 is what she's asking for, so.
So the unappropriated is just basically anything that's not budgeted, so if something comes up.
Must have a plan for that 460.
Right, since we've only spent 6,000 so far this year.
I'm just wondering, was there like a project on the horizon that fell through, or, I mean, that seems like a pretty tight.
No, this money was set in there, this is for like what we're doing right now, for what we're trying to bring in.
Yeah.
That money is set there so that it's budgeted for it. In the event that this is all gonna go and the ink gets signed and dotted, we can go. We don't have to go find money, it's already there.
Yeah, but in 24, she used 130,000, and then last year,
We
44,
budgeted
this year we budgeted 465, and we've only used 6. So it was, and then she asked him for 200, so she's dropped her ask by 265. So I'm all for that. I just don't understand where the 465, how we're.
Yeah,
It's a
why did we budget so much this
It's a
year?
huge number that wasn't touched.
Is that part of that ready-to money?
Some of it is, I believe, yes.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, it would be, it is part of that ready-to money, cause that's where that has to go.
The cash balance is,
Yeah,
but I don't know what she's spending it on. Is it
Well, that has to
ready
come-
and match?
that has to come before us
Yeah.
as
But
far
it doesn't
as.
appear that it's a spending problem.
No,
Yeah.
it's not.
Right. So,
Just,
But with what she has in the longevity plan with the meetings she's been going to and the people she's been meeting with, that's what's forecasted to.
so we did 200, I'm fine with that. I just don't understand how we went 465 to 200.
Well, I wish she was here today too, but,
She left right before we broke for lunch, I saw her out.
Wasn't part of it going to Oxford and part going to Otterburn for that housing addition?
she's helping, yeah, some of that is, yeah, there's a lot of things that it's.
A lot of moving parts.
Yes, there is, and lining them all up, so for me to sit here and explain to you everything she's doing, I can't. What I can tell you, and where it stands as far as what she's asking for a raise, at the end of the day, it's your decision on how much. She's at meetings till 9, 10 o'clock at night with these people, I mean, she spends hours outside of her regular job to bring this in, and she's been, I hear nothing but good. And how much she's helped people, the things that she's done and what she has done up to this point. John did have a conversation with her about the assistant, and we all agreed that to take the assistant out of the equation, that she could handle it herself, so that salary is gonna be removed off there.
She should look into doing a, intern at Purdue.
And that could be a possibility.
Cause that is right up what they'd be doing.
Right. So her part-time position has already left. She moved on to a different county or different position somewhere.
Which she said she was okay with eliminating.
She is totally fine with eliminating that position completely. So we can take that out of it.
Kind of agree. I think maybe I'd put 3,000 or 4,000 in there. You get a Purdue intern or.
Yeah.
And that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
I mean, that would.
Yeah.
I think she'd learn from the intern, and the intern by far would.
Learn from her.
benefit from, yeah.
So take the 21 to 5. Yeah. As far as hers goes, we kind of just have to wait and see what the percentage works out and then adjust accordingly, right? I mean,
So, I mean, you can.
I'm not saying do a percentage, but I'm saying like, see how this shakes out and then
Yeah.
That's hers.
set her that different rate like we did the sheriff's. Or deputy
Yes.
treasurer's.
So why isn't the, prosecuting attorney and the judge in here?
Because nothing changes.
Because they can't change theirs, cause they got such a big increase, it stays.
Okay, I just
There's your
figured we were gonna get
step-by-step.
strong-armed again.
No, they just did that last year. They're giving you a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch out for next year.
This is what we call coming up for air.
Scuba Steve.
And I thought that report was pretty good, that she put it in there, kind of wrote down the closest ones. I mean, there's no way at 10,000 population, we have 8,500, but 8,700, 50,000, 570, no staff.
Yeah.
You know, 14,000, 54,000, no staff. 28,000 population, 60,000, none of them had staff there.
Yeah.
One of them had a small little token, which is probably getting interns to come.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that we're that far out of line, but based on our size of population, but I do think she definitely over exceeds what we had in the past, and she's everywhere in these small communities.
She spends hours writing grants.
I was gonna say, she's really good at bringing in money as far as grants.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, I'd like to see some type of report from her, if she could say, okay, I brought in this, I mean, the list was nice, but it doesn't say if we made any money.
I'm sure she can produce it
That,
for you.
okay, this produced 3 jobs, you know, and approximately X salary, you know. It got a piece of property that was on, not on the tax rolls, up and running and on the tax rolls. Something to come up that she could say, yeah, because of my efforts, we got 200,000 more.
And she wouldn't have a problem doing that.
$2,926,850.
Was just the ones that I
In
knew.
grants.
That I knew of, yes.
Just
Grant money.
I asked that for it, I got my book.
But I mean, that's, sometimes that's to buy signs or it's to do different things. What I'm saying is, what did it bring in dollar-wise to the county? With new jobs, new buildings, you see what I'm saying? I mean, that's great because it helps someone else, but it, you know, help put the paint on a building, okay, that's good, but how did it help us tax-wise?
Did she share the report with you guys? I haven't seen the report from last November's, that big meeting with PRF and all of that.
I don't know.
Cause that was around the whole, everything that was happening with SK Hynix and the donut counties around and that meeting was really, really good.
I have the report, the infrastructure report of what they're wanting and where they thought key locations in the county would be for living, for housing, so on and so forth. So yeah, some of it I seen, but I don't really see all.
Okay, John's here, we'll go back to his.
Sure.
Jail budget.
42, I believe. Yeah, 42.
42? So our discussion, John, is we just need clarification.
Yeah,
for you
absolutely.
and some ideas.
Yep.
11th jailer, they're 45,000.
Uh-huh.
We understand that. But year to date, we're at 36, almost 37,000 in overtime.
Yep.
How can we justify a new jailer and all the overtime too, how can one take away from the
Yeah,
other?
absolutely. So the hope is, so obviously we've had some turnover and we've had a lot of new jail staff that are going on. I've got one jail staff member that has 5 years, I think, on it, and the rest are probably 1 and 2. So a lot of them going, especially a lot less than a year. So we've been going through a lot of training and filling gaps. I've got, I was just talking to jail commander this morning, I've still got a couple of people that have some significant hours of PTO because they've been training, and so they haven't been taking time off because of the fact they're training. So the idea again is with the 10th one, what we've been able to do on one side of the house with him moving 12 to 12 is to be able to move him up and down, and that seems to be working pretty well. It's just been, you know, we had Dwayne retire, so we had Cindy come out of the jail. We had a couple that left, or I assisted them leaving, either way, because it just didn't work out. But we got a good crew in there right now, and they're picking it up real quick. So we are holding the 2 positions that we've got because I'm not gonna go over budget. We're gonna figure out, I don't wanna go over the overtime budget, so we're gonna figure that out so that I'm not coming to ask anybody for any money. So the hope is that if we can get to the end of the year, we can get all these positions approved, or get the 11th approved, and get the last 2 we're holding open right now filled, is that we'll be able to use those 2 mid-shift jail staff members to be able to move up and down like the deputies do.
Is there, so from my perspective,
Sure.
with payroll and stuff, is there any reason why the jail commander, so all the jailers at once, correct me if I'm wrong, at 171 hours, that's when they start overtime, correct?
Yep, I think so, yeah.
But the jail commander, it's every 80 hours she gets paid overtime. Should she, I mean, and that's, she has a lot of overtime that she's done thus far. And I think that's part of the problem. I don't think it would be as bad as if she was at the 171 along with the rest of the jailers.
Right.
Is there any reason why she's paid differently than the rest of them?
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, that.
I mean, I didn't know if you were aware of that or.
Well, I mean, that's been that way before I even came, right? I mean, the way the payroll was, I mean, when we came, even with Audrey, we had conversations about, you know, how the deputies were getting paid overtime when they were just like, they'd go home, but they were supposed to be ready to go, and so we fixed all of that. So if there's something we need to look at as far as that, I know Nora is 80.
She's administrative.
Yeah.
I see that point of it, but just as far as like
Right.
the jail side.
So I think the jail commander's always been that. I'm more than willing to look at that, but obviously jail commander is responsible for everything that happens in the jail. So with all the new staff and all the training going on, I mean, we even had a couple, I had one senior jail staff member training 2 at once so that we can try to get them pushed out on their shifts. So they've been through a lot of training here lately. We've had overtime for taser training. There's only a couple of them that are firearms related. We've got defensive tactics coming up in October. We're putting them through the jail school 2 at a time. 2 of them start here second weekend in September, I think. Fortunately, that is online, so they'll do that 40 hours during the week. So yeah, it's just, so to answer that answer, that'd be a historical question. Maybe it's been that way for a long time, and we need to relook at that.
If we did look at that, it looks like it would help address that overage, which would then help justify the extra.
Absolutely,
You know,
yeah.
so you're okay with basically.
Oh, man, I'm open to anything, trying to streamline it. Again, I think there was a lot of times in the jail, even when I talked to Paul about it, there was only one jail officer in the jail that would run the whole jail by themselves. If the jail commander if she wasn't there, or the previous jail commander, Patty, I think was the previous jail commander. So it really was about trying to make sure that we had 2 staff in the bubble all the time, so one's watching the cameras while the other one's out on the floor. And then the jail commander is just responsible. I mean, she's got a lot between reimbursing, keeping track of what the state owes us, to ordering, to, you know, managing the inmates back there, and she works a lot with the courthouse upstairs to be able to get all the sentencing right, put into the systems and do all that, because I don't want to get sued because I held somebody too long or something like that. So I am completely interested in that. I mean, that's been part of, I would say, the challenge with the fund of trying to figure out how to reimagine how we operate back in the jail, because we're always gonna be small. And so if that makes sense, you know, again, the problem I have is that the longer the people are here, the more PTO they get. So trying to get, the good news is I've got a really young jail staff, so there's not much PTO there. But I've got two that I just spoke to, I'm like, look, here's the deal. Which reminded me, we talked about it, and I can't remember how we ended up. They were able to carry over 80, but because they were 12-hour employees, we talked about doing 120 like the.
We did talk about it, yeah, but because it doesn't specifically say in the personnel policy for that.
Okay.
But for this year, it's figured on 8 hours, so that's why it would have to be,
Okay.
it would have to be changed.
Okay, I
Yep.
couldn't remember where it ended up, because I was trying to determine how much I was gonna have to, you know, I can't force them to take PTO.
Right.
But basically what I was gonna say was, hey, look, start taking half a day or start doing something, and I'm telling you now, so you don't come to me at the end of the year complaining to me about how much PTO you got. I'm telling you, start figuring it out. So that's what I do. So we'll go with 80 this year and then talk about.
So basically, I think, I forget what I was gonna say, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Basically, what they're saying is, if you're all right with switching the jail commander to match when she hits overtime like the rest of the jailers at 171
We can do the payroll bump and.
for the 11th jailer,
Yeah.
and then that, hopefully that'll keep you from going over
Yeah, no,
on
Cause you're
overtime.
basically gonna be over about the amount of what that salary is.
Yeah.
It appears.
nope, I'm good with that. I mean, if we can find a way, because the interesting differences between the jail commander and the jail matron is, the jail matron's job is pretty set in stone, again, by statute. The jail commander is moving her schedule all over the place to accommodate gaps in the staffing, or to do training, or if she has to come in because we had 41 people to jail last Friday, to be able to, how we're gonna work with Newton County, move some people and all that, so, so moving her to that doesn't seem to be an unreasonable thing because of the need to have flexibility in her schedule to move it around, which would then also meld well with, you know, not having to burn up the overtime, because that, if we go to the 171 like we do the jail staff, which she's in charge of that program, right? So if she matches up with that, then it makes it easier to keep track of, number one. It makes a lot of sense.
It's not, I mean, in my opinion, it's not saying she, like you, cause you said she fills in a lot, I mean, she's
Right,
there.
she does, yeah.
It's just where she's hitting overtime at, she's gotta get to that point to
Right.
hit overtime to pay it out.
Yep.
Instead of it hitting at 80, it's gonna hit at 170.
Yep, nope, I am completely open to that. That's just the way it was when I came here. Doesn't mean it needs to stay the way. We can address that stuff. Make it work. And to make it work for the budget.
So you have full 10 jailers right now?
Yes. Well, I've got 8 right now. We got 2 openings.
Okay,
So I've got 10 positions that are funded.
Right. Okay, so is that, I guess that makes a difference why we got more overtime, because I was thinking we had 10 already out
That's
there.
what I was at too, so that's not as much of an issue.
So that,
Is 11 realistic when you're looking, you think getting 3 more?
Yeah, I've got 2 good candidates that we're sitting on right now, but I'm very aware that our overtime budget is blown back there, so part of that salary money is covering that overtime, and
Yeah.
we, you know, fixing what we created along the way.
Okay. I was thinking like you, Jim, I thought they were.
Yeah,
okay, I think that answers our question.
no, those are good questions.
So I guess, so we're on the same page. If we approve the 11th, we're expecting the overtime to be
Yeah, oh yeah,
drastic.
absolutely.
So when do you think you'll have
9 and 10, Bill.
So we've got two viable candidates right now, but again, like I said, I'm not pulling the trigger on it, until we get very close to the end of the year and make sure that we don't go over our budget, right? Kind of like what, EMA, or the dispatch centers, they're holding off hiring one more till we, like into November, to be able to see what the end of the budget cycle looks like, to make sure we don't go over payroll or anything, so. And knowing that if in fact, in the end, it all gets approved for the 11th, that's to keep us from trying to get the hiring process started now, to be able to get candidates in, to be able to interview and be able to get them set up for the beginning of January.
Sounds good, thanks, John.
No, thank you.
Answered it.
No, good questions. Our bug problem is going away.
Good.
They're filling cracks right now. Perfect. They fixed the jail water problem. So now the ants are looking for moisture. So they're coming through the cracks in the blocks from the water pressure before. So now the exterminator came in and went through the cracks, and we're ticking, caulking, and filling the cracks. So I walked in this morning and there were little black ants crawling all over the ceiling wall in there. And while they are inmates, I do feel for them when they roll over and there's black ants on their blanket. So, all right. Anything else, let me know. I'm gonna run to Rural Park and drop off that gator, and then I'll be back.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
So which two jailers are we,
So
or not?
Olivia, I forgot Olivia. So he did have 9, but Olivia put in her 2 weeks.
So,
But all 10 jailers have money coming out of that payroll line.
What payroll line? Are all of the payroll lines you mean?
Yes. So which two do not have someone who's associated with that payroll line that we're using to pay? So like, your overtime is not the 36,000, your overtime is
Way more than
whatever
that.
two jailers lines we have.
Because he has been full this year. And that's one thing I don't think he realizes, because he thinks he's gonna be able to cover that deficit of overtime. But he's been paying jailers out of every line this year.
So which ones do we not have a full-time employee
So
associated?
the 8th jailer, I was just looking at that, the 8th jailer is one of them,
That's one of the highest paid ones.
and then the 5th jailer is open right now. Or has Olivia got her last check yet?
Not yet, this will be her last
She will be.
I guess I'm confused. Have we had 10 jailers during the year?
At one point, yes, we did,
Okay, so that's why there's not.
Okay.
because, yes,
There's been a lot of
he has been
turnover.
full up, yes, there has been a lot of overtime, or turnover, sorry.
Okay.
so it just sounds like there's no cuts to be had here. Cause if you cut the position, the overtime goes up, and there's no way to know if you can't, he's already got the budget for the overtime low.
If he waits,
Substantially lower than he's gonna use.
if he waits to fill the positions at the end of the year, he's still gonna be eating the shit out of it overtime.
Overtime, so you gotta keep continuing
The
going.
only thing is you got the payroll that you're not using. You got two
But
people.
he's already
He
almost
is.
over that.
He is using.
I was gonna say, he's using a lot.
Well, I mean, so which one is not, you said the
The
5th jailer?
5th and 8th jailer.
Okay, so the 5th jailer's not gonna be using any more payroll from now to the end of the year, right?
But that's as of June 30th. That is, I can,
Right.
But did he say he's using that for overtime?
I mean, I hope not.
that's what I'm saying, is that he thinks he's gonna be able to cover the deficit
Oh, I see.
of the overtime with the lines, the payroll lines that he doesn't have to.
Right.
And you
But
can't
he's,
do that.
or he can at the end of the year, but there's not gonna be enough money
There's still
in
not
there.
enough money.
Okay, got it.
Which I understand a little bit more now why overtime is so much, because we don't have 10 jailers. I thought we were
I did
completely
too.
full.
We have been full,
Yeah.
and we're not full currently, but we have been full throughout the year.
So how much, if we switched Christie or jail commander to 171?
That's gonna cut a bunch of it.
I mean, she's salary, so the only thing you're gonna be paying on is her straight time, and then
What's it take to get that switched?
nothing.
We can just do it.
We have it in the minutes now, so it'll get changed starting next year.
Cause at least if we didn't get anything else, at least we gained that, so your overtime should be addressed at least a little bit.
As long as he doesn't dip into it for something. For something.
I guess it just kinda comes down to the nuts and bolts of it, are we gonna approve the 11th?
So the change from the 80 to the 171, that's just recorded in the minutes and it's how it can be changed?
Yes, I mean, I guess you could do a motion to make it.
He agreed to it.
He agreed to it, though.
That's fine, I just wanted to make sure.
Remember, we're in a budget right now meeting, I don't know if that'd be done in a regular
I
meeting.
think it'll be done in business.
Yeah, I feel like that's not,
And
I'm too used to corporate HR crap.
And I'm not sure that comes under us, it'd come under the commissioners, because that's changing procedure.
Yeah.
I mean, we can.
We fund it, or don't fund it, but we don't change policies.
We can do it Wednesday.
So, there you go, you got something for next,
Yeah, cause I don't have
I mean,
enough.
I don't
there
even
you
know
go,
that.
make Tuesdays exciting.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't even know that it's necessarily policy, because when we were talking about job descriptions earlier, I don't even have one for a jail commander, it's just all jailers.
Yeah, but I think he said it was by state statute. I bet you the state has what?
The state statute has the jail matron,
Oh,
not the jail.
Yes,
okay.
yes, the jail matron salary is based off of, it has to.
No, but I meant like a job description. I think the state probably has job description.
Oh, I'm sure, but does he go off that? Cause that's not what's turned into us.
Oh.
We have our own set job descriptions. I don't know, I mean, we can, if Phil wants to do it in their meeting, that's fine.
I guess turnover is a constant issue, is it realistic to think that we need to
So we're gonna have a
budget for 11th
Yeah.
jailer, knowing that we're having a hard time keeping 10 seats full? Cause I feel like if you budget for that, it's just going to be absorbed as extra funding for.
What's the matter?
Overtime,
What's the
yeah.
matter now if you don't budget for it, then you don't have money for overtime? Because if it goes the same, if next year, same thing, he's gonna be $40-some thousand over.
Yeah.
Where's that money gonna come from?
So you're saying we almost gotta budget it and just, at least we have it there.
I think, because I don't know what line item he's gonna take it from.
Yeah, no, I said, there's no way to really cut, yeah.
So if they're on salary, do they have to have an overtime budget if they're salaried? Maybe it's time to like restructure all this.
See, that's, I guess, a gray area for me, and I know Cassie and I have talked about it before, it's the difference between exempt and non-exempt, as far as salaried employees. How do you decide who gets paid overtime as a salaried employee? Because like the way we look at it is, if we're salary, like,
There's no overtime.
we're expected to work at least this amount of hours, but expected to, if we need to on a certain day, work more than that, you know what I'm saying?
Right, it's give and take.
Yes. So that's where we kind of get frustrated, because we're like, this doesn't make sense.
Cause you have 8-hour days during harvest, right?
Yeah.
I think we went through this whole discussion with John last year with his two helpers about the overtime and what he's having to pay. And there was supposed to be some legislation that put that in place, but I think it fell through, the way I understand it. But yeah, the only problem I see with the jail is, okay, I worked my 80 hours, I'm not coming back. Well, who's gonna be here? Because we don't have anyone else here, because we only got 8 jailers now. So someone's gonna have to be paid something to be in there. But like Brent, I don't want to budget for the 11th, but I don't know where we're gonna be if he doesn't get 10 hired, he's still gotta get 3 hired. Now, the overtime's gonna continue to escalate.
This has been the same conversation since the beginning we started. No, it's, one more and my overtime will be reduced. Another one will be reduced.
That was 14 employees ago.
But at the same time, he's
I know.
been full. I mean,
So I guess just leave it alone. We can't really, you're right, it's gonna get used one way or another.
I guess it'd be a different discussion if we had 11 jailers full and we're still got high overtime. Then we do have a problem with management of time.
gained out of this was you got your overtime hours switched, in theory.
Which will help.
Right?
Yeah, that might help.
So,
I think it will help somewhat, I mean, I've looked through each employees to see how much like to that date, whatever date that was, that I sent it to them, because they were frustrated with how much overtime he had went over. So I looked through each employee, and I mean, aside from a previous jailer, she was the highest, and then the second person no longer works at the jail was the second highest, and the other ones were just average. I mean, like $1,000 in overtime from January to now, that, I don't think that's bad.
yeah.
But 12,000, that's a lot.
So normally, we kind of budget for each of our guys about 4,000 to 5,000. Usually around 4,000 of overtime hours for a year. Now we divide that by, how many do they have? 7, maybe they're right in line. It's 5.
This is only half a year.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, I'll leave it the way it is. Hopefully it's better next time.
Hope it's not a stretch.
I think we're on hireability just finished.
We were on economic development.
I need that
Yeah, another 50. Any more discussion on economic development? Is King Bridge. What we didn't do there. Next page is King Cap.
What's the breakdown is the next page.
So what's the new ambulance
That's the one from, the one that they're talking about, that you guys
24.
approved. You guys approved for
24.
24. We
program?
haven't gotten it yet.
Where's it gonna be at?
Where?
Located?
2-year built date. So where's the new ambulance building gonna be built?
No.
Oh, it's
No, no.
a- That's an
That's the
ambulance.
It's an ambulance.
Oh, okay.
We're,
I was,
However, you
surely
still-
got enough building.
You said you're $200,000 short.
yeah,
But you got that.
because we changed,
But you got that figured.
we've
somewhere.
got that figured out.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna turn the invoice into you guys.
Fine.
Yeah. It's a joke, I'm like witty sarcasm, that's how it works.
Yeah.
But no, honestly, we did, because the original one that you guys agreed on was gonna be a demo unit. Well, then that got strung out, and then things just evolved, and by doing research and going with this other manufacturer being able to move these bodies, we decided to go that route.
Seems like the chassis things always wears out on those as motors.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, they get a lot of miles on them, a lot. What do you figure, what, 1,000, what do you say, 11, some runs, so.
And then a new sheriff vehicle, looks like.
Yeah, we're trying to basically get out of the Dodge fleet. We had to put a motor in one this winter, last winter. We got, the Durango's been down more than it's been up. The Chevys we've had good luck with, so.
You gonna go with pickups or you gonna go with the?
Tahoe on this one, yeah.
And our last Tahoe we bought, we got it out of Fort Wayne, it was 48,000.
Yeah.
And then we had to equip it, but
Yeah, state police plan.
through the state bid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 64, Cuba Jail. Nothing to do there. 65. We're starting to get grant money now, aren't we? $65. Drug-free community.
Yeah, so that's where they pay out for like after prom and stuff.
Okay, page 66, emergency management. Is this overtime? Guess it's right, 215,000.
Mike in the budget 90 this year.
Looks like it's on track to spend about 160. Maybe that's way up to 215.
We added, didn't we add another one, so it would have reduced the overtime budget last year? Thought we added somebody.
Did we move it to another one?
And that way we don't, it's all, his EMT payroll is all in one lump sum.
I know. So he has he said a staff of 15, so I don't know if that, the lump is
Did we
there.
move it to one of the state funds because they got reimbursed?
What?
Did we move it to
EMT?
one, yeah, like
No,
the
that-
the EMT overtime payroll?
No, cause all the EMTs are paid out of 1151 and then paramedics are paid out of 1170.
I'm just trying to figure out why there was such a cut in OT budget last year.
I mean, I can look, I have the,
So there's a total right of 21 people, 15 full-time EMTs and 6 paramedics. That's why I wrote down.
Does your EMT fall under their advanced EMTs too, or are they in the same budget line? Okay.
I think the paramedics come out of a different fund.
1170.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we had 6 paramedics
Yeah.
and then 9 EMTs.
So
No, I had
1, 2,
15.
3, 4.
15
I'm telling you.
EMTs. And then 6
6.
paramedics.
We have 9 full-time EMTs.
9.
Yeah,
That's, I have the number as a total of 15.
Yeah.
You have a
That's
total
what I
of
took
15.
it.
And 7 part-time, yes.
Okay,
7 part-time EMTs.
Yes,
So,
okay.
so do the 7 part-times come out of?
yes.
Okay.
So. Getting there, sorry.
So is the overtime, cause we're short, I'm really confused on all this overtime.
Overtime's built into each employee for the way their shifts work, the way he explained it this morning.
Okay.
They
You
get,
12 hours of overtime every month or every payroll year?
Every payroll.
every payroll
So
shift.
he, so from looking at last year's, he only requested 90,000. But for 2024, at that time, he was already at 71,740.
Makes sense, we spent 151.
Right. And then
Did
for
we increase a number for him?
for overtime,
No, for an extra person.
honestly, I wouldn't think so. I don't know
don't think
what
so
his
because
numbers. I don't even
we
know
don't-
what his numbers are.
Cause we don't budget for each specific,
Correct.
we just give him a lump sum of.
He's one that breaks it down for, you guys do the percentage and then, he gives each individual employee their own percentage. He does across the board raises, but he has the option to give Phil a 2% raise or Lori a 5% raise, you know what I mean?
Same as the county highway.
Yes, correct.
So if we budgeted 90, what's in the 79 was as of June 30th
71, 740, yeah. So he just hasn't been budgeting enough, I think, is what it is, what it comes down to.
So is that number all the shift overtime, or is there a true overtime, like?
Yes, so I think, it's like dispatch, each shift will have automatic overtime because the way their schedule is. Cause I think it's the first week you work how many, is it 40? So the first shift you work 4 12s, and then the first week, and then the second week you work
3 12s.
3 12s. So you're automatically getting overtime within that if you work your normal shifts. But then if you take on anything additional to that, or if there's, they need staffing, like if you're off duty that day, but they need Med 3 staffed or Med 4, I mean, that's gonna be considered overtime, anything extra.
So the first week they'd get 16 hours of overtime. The second
Essentially,
week
yes.
they'd get 12 hours, so a total of
28.
Yeah, of overtime.
Well, looks like they're taking they're getting overtime over overtime. 'Cause if you take 171 times 2, that's 341, 343, and we got budget 482.
And
so we're getting there's less people he's paying, but the people that he's paying are doubling up on the overtime.
I think, which I'm looking right now, but I'm pretty sure also holidays paid out of there, and then holiday overtime worked, which is more than overtime.
It's double.
Correct. I'm looking right now,
Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure it's paid out of that line too.
It's not like we have a bunch of holidays with everybody
No.
working.
No, and they have their own set.
And
holiday
they
list,
only
correct?
get it if they work it too, so.
So going from 90 to 215, I don't
If we look at what was
understand.
spent in 20.
I think he just hasn't been calculating it right from years previous, that's why it's such a, I think,
Cause 2023, we spent 163, 2024, we spent 151. So I think he was smoking crack when he said 90 for 2023.
Yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Oh, just kidding. His holiday pay and stuff is paid out of his regular line. Not overtime.
So they get paid an 80-hour time period and 4 hours overtime. If they work 4 12-hour days, there's 48.
Mm-hmm.
3 12 hours next time, that's 36, that's 84 hours. So they only get 4 hours overtime?
No, they get 28.
Yeah.
They're getting 28 hours.
Cause they're
Cause they work
24-hour shifts.
Oh, okay, that's right.
So yeah, that is just strictly the overtime line.
So it looks like he's on track to spend 160,000 this year.
So why up to 215?
Yeah.
If he's fully staffed.
Do you want me to, I can ask him, cause I don't know the answer to that.
And I'm not drilling
No, I
from
just
a
can't answer it.
nitpicking, and if I call 911, I want them to save my
Correct.
life.
No, I get it.
Right.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
right.
Lori Sear. I think I got lost going to her house.
Councilwoman Sears.
It's
Same
called,
one, right?
it's called reprogramming.
Yeah.
Reprogramming.
But
Yeah, fine.
I think the hard part is there's a lot of things lumped together, and I know you can't make a line for everything budgeting, I get that, but a little more transparency in what is really lumped into that line.
You know, if you just look at the numbers, like say if you take the 171 times 2, that's 342. Well, we budgeted for 82, which was what his salary was with increases. I'm wondering if the current staff say don't hire any modern people, we want that extra overtime.
Yeah.
So, you know, we don't need another person, we don't need no 2 people, just keep giving us, this number is going up about what the number salary is below.
But that's what it was last year. It kept going up, it was like.
Yeah.
EMT is completely fully staffed. They have right now.
They're completely, so Well, you have built in
Yeah,
overtime,
built
but
in.
nothing to amount to 80,000, I wouldn't think, but maybe.
So is the built-in overtime part of the payroll line or the overtime line?
No, it's overtime.
Okay, that's what I thought, I just wanna make sure I was thinking.
I think I wonder, Angie, then why is our payroll so much less?
What was the question?
Our payroll expend is way under what we budgeted, but our overtime is way over what we budgeted.
Mention that because we don't wanna make, if we give raises, we don't wanna make it off the 2025 budget because it's overstated already. This doesn't affect our general fund budget anyway, does it?
Well, it's part of, I think, isn't that what,
The cuts coming out.
yeah, EMS.
Our fund control people this.
So. Alright, EMT payroll. So currently, like the EMT payroll line as of today, oh. Sorry, just kidding, I forgot I changed my date. As of today, it's at 214,184. And the overtime is $97,216.04.
So as of today, which is in theory the end of August, you're less than half of your budgeted.
I honestly, I would have to ask him how he figures it,
I asked
because
him.
that, with the EMT payroll, that includes holiday pay and then the overtime for holiday pay too, so. He must be figuring all that in too as well.
At that rate, you're gonna have about a little under 150,000 in overtime.
This is
While you're in.
1151, right?
Yeah.
I think we're doing a lot of guesstimations. Can you give him a call and see? if
He's at his desk.
Oh, you're talking, I texted him.
See if he can come down and explain this with that. Any other questions on EMT before he gets here? Let's go, move on then. Fund 1159, county health.
Which one's the county health department? Is that at the,
There's part here and part down at the
Yeah,
annex.
it's split.
okay.
I think this is the one downstairs.
Okay.
This would be Kathy and Dr. Moody.
So what does downstairs do as opposed to out there?
Downstairs they do the permits.
Out there, they work on people.
Okay. Just get it straight.
Permits and home inspection.
No, thank you.
No, I tell Kathy every time she comes to my office, I can do your job.
What story?
You just coming in here, it makes me itch.
Someday.
Yeah, I see the pictures.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Not fun.
Any question on that
You can smell
one?
them almost, can't you?
Next one's the public health. This is,
That, the
This
grant
is
one.
Marine.
this is one
Okay.
out there, yeah.
She does a lot of grant funding, a lot of state programs she's funded with,
Not anymore.
well, was.
They got cut?
She gave, or Kathy put a big dialogue in the back, I think, of all the
They went from
cuts.
like 250 down to like 70.
Aye, aye, aye.
Wow.
Any questions on public safety, public health? Okay, road and streets, is sort of ground and stone. Public safety co-share, this is where the paramedics are paid out of.
Okay.
This is funded for money that we get from the state, is that correct? Any other questions? Next one is motor vehicle highway. Questions on that? This is highway department. That's basically the staff and Mike's salary.
The postage just shot up. Keeps going up.
Motor vehicle highway. For the payroll for the drivers, primarily is the biggest expense there. The only one we don't talk about overtime. Did pretty well there.
Rarely ever get it.
Doesn't snow around here.
No,
Yeah. Thank goodness.
We can't afford it. It's supposed to snow this year, didn't they?
Next page is just a continuation of the highway department. Plat book.
What is that?
It's for our office.
Do you used to make those?
You know,
We don't make them, but they use them.
but you can go online and do them. Find anything you need.
Excuse me.
You can stop it for me, Katrina.
Cause you know Warren County doesn't use them, and I hate going there.
There's so
It's on the
many,
computer.
there's so many websites you can go on and find this stuff.
And it's not accurate
No,
at all.
it's close, but it isn't accurate.
I'm trying to save $5,000.
Somebody.
I told them when I retire, I don't give a crap what they do, but as long as I'm still here, they're gonna be using those plat books.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
the
resident
money,
says, I
there's
want on
stipulations
Beacon.
on how it's spent, so it's not anything that's
That comes in from some kind of fees of some sort.
for a recording fees, yeah, for our office.
That doesn't cost, it's self-supporting. Right?
He said, my lot's this size. Your lot ain't that size, I guarantee you.
Don't look on GIS cause it's
Yeah,
wrong.
that's wrong.
But they think it is not
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
Next is the recorded perpetuation, that's where we pay out of It records all their bills except for payroll, funded by their perpetuation account. 79. The training, doesn't seem like too many people take advantage of that.
No, I mean, our office I know does, the clerk and the treasurer in their quarter maybe. But, I mean, how it's budgeted each year, we just take the cash balance and divide it up between how many offices use it, and then that's what's budgeted, so.
Statewide 911. Remember, we decided we're gonna add the 8th dispatcher into this category.
Yeah.
There again, it looks like overtime is gonna get blown through. Just remind me, yes, he handles dispatchers too, doesn't he?
Yes.
So,
Which he said when he came in this morning that previous years it wasn't figured correctly, so that's why there's such a.
It wasn't figured at all, was it?
Last year. I mean, it was budgeted, but it wasn't based off of true overtime that was worked, because dispatchers, I think, get 8 hours overtime automatically, like when they work, because of how their shifts are. So, it wasn't figured correctly, basically, from the years previous.
Thank you.
so by adding an 8th dispatcher, is that gonna increase the overtime based on that? Because they got billed it over.
So the 8th dispatcher is so they can, or was that?
So you run dual.
2, yes, 2 at one time.
So it would increase the overtime if they're
Yes,
the
it
same.
will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like he increased his
Substantial.
request quite a bit.
But if
But
Is
it
this
wasn't,
his first dispatch budget that he did?
yes.
And
He
last year, it,
was Kylie, yes.
Yes.
He wasn't director last year.
or he was at the meeting, he was not when they turned in budgets.
Correct, yes, you're right. And he pointed out last year that
It was
overtime wasn't correct.
So where have we been putting it in the past? If they only spent 25,000 or 4 and 23 years.
I think there were points from the dispatchers they didn't have, wasn't it?
Pretty short.
I think you're right.
I didn't hear what you said, which
They were
is.
pulling it from dispatchers that,
Yes,
payroll
to cover
lines,
the
to cover
deficit, yes, because they weren't fully staffed then.
Alright. Page 82. The appraisal contracts, is that just, we haven't spent much, is that because they pay it one time at the end of the year, or third or fourth quarter?
I can't answer that. I would have to look.
She's got in what it's gonna cost.
Hi.
Almost there.
Almost there.
Yeah.
I shred all this stuff once we're done, so I'll so.
Alright, so we're looking at page 66. So it's just to help us clarity.
Sure.
Jason, line item. Payroll 11112, EMT payroll. So we had a budget of 482, we've only spent 171.
Right.
Take that times 2, because these are as of June, that's 342.
Right.
So we're down about 130,000.
So, yeah, I think, and we'd have to look back, the last 2 years, our budget, the overtime side was always budgeted low. I don't know if it was a State Board of Accounts thing or DLGF thing. And so one of the biggest drivers of overtime in the past, before we added the staffing that we got, was if somebody was off, somebody had to work. So anytime there was vacation, somebody had to work, so you had a lot of overtime that was not planned. When we went to the normal staffing, so we have a staff of 5, if somebody calls off, it's not too often that somebody gets stuck working, unless somebody's already off and somebody calls in sick. So that really dropped our overtime. Last year, I think, and I don't know if it was a entry error on my part or where, but that initial overtime number wasn't what it should have been. And so I quickly ran everything on our payroll voucher. So for 9 employees, they average, on the EMT side, they average an average of 832 hours of overtime. And we're right at 2,900 hours of overtime, or of hours. And so that number comes out to 21,790 in overtime times 9 full-time EMTs, which puts me at 196,110. And so on the other side of the salary, the regular salary side, we've just not dug into it like we had in the past, because I think we had to do usually 1 or 2 overtime transfers a year before. And so I think that's one of the reasons why you see the differences of where they're at. So I tried to pull up the year previous budget request form, but I couldn't find them fast enough. So. Did you find them? Okay. And so that's the driver for the overtime. I didn't run it on the voucher. I just ran the regular time. Look up their hourly rate. To give you an idea of what our average. I ran it, but I didn't write it down because.
So what you requested last year for overtime was 90,000.
Yeah, no, that's odd. I don't know why.
I wonder if it was a keystroke error, like supposed to be 190.
Yeah, that's what I don't.
His handwriting.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was, he wrote it in. Like I went back to what he actually
Sorry,
did.
I was trying to help you, Jason.
Is there whiteout? No, is there whiteout on this?
No, I didn't change it, thank you.
It may have, it may have been the year before, I don't, they kind of all run together. The year before we had, and I don't know what the difference was, but we caught where, and it may have been because of cuts or something, we knew on the regular salary side, we would have the funding there at that point, but that was before we added the fifth person, so.
Well, and I mean, I'm not trying to help him by any means, but I can see where, like, running through it quickly, getting confused, because the next column over is what you've expended for the current year, which was 71,740. So if he was thinking that was what was budgeted for the year prior, and then that's why he put 90, I don't know.
I don't know what the, I could have meant to put a 1 there, it didn't, so.
So that explains the overtime, but how do we explain the salaries being 140,000 less, looks like you're gonna run this year? Because if we look at raises, then we're gonna base it upon what the budget was, and that number's skewed.
I don't know, we had a couple months, I would say, where we didn't have a full-time person.
We picked up more in overtime then? Those people that
No, because of our staffing model, we didn't really have to all the time. We've had a couple instances here lately. So EMS staff before overtime, this is depressing, but for 2,080 hours, they make $36,000 before any overtime. Their rate 1,746 times 2,080, and that times 9 is 326,851. As a standard for 9, for the 9 positions. So I mean, that would be almost right, 130 for close.
Right,
yeah.
right.
So the big factors I don't
I mean, the only
know,
thing.
unless
like I told
Unless there's a voucher error that I didn't catch or something, I
I
don't know,
hope
so.
not.
But it's not showing anywhere else crazy.
Your team would let you know if they didn't get a check.
Right,
Correct,
and
yeah.
it would be dropping somewhere else to that amount too, I would think, so. Those are only two things that I could think of, that would be oddities, I guess, that would cause that, so,
So using the number you had there, give me that number again, if you take your current, you're full now, right?
yeah, so for, let me make sure
So like,
do this a couple times, make sure I'm not, so 1746 is our hourly rate. For basic EMTs times 2,080, that's before their overtime hours.
Right.
Is 36,316.80 times 9 employees is 326,851.2.
So say 330,000.
Yeah.
I mean, on average, what we've paid out since January, each pay period just for EMTs is roughly 15,000 for all of them together, and that's just strictly their regular rate.
And it's
15,000, and that's
Give or take, yeah,
26 weeks.
26 days, yeah.
And I guess before I came up, I ran the whole salary with their 800 or roughly 2,900 hours, 800 of those being overtime. For 9 employees, my total would have been closed, it would have been 522,961 for overtime and for salary. I know you guys are trying to break it down into the two categories, so. I don't know, I'm not sure on the 100 why it's so
Well,
much
just-
different, so.
Just in to figure in the holidays too, cause that's
Right.
holiday
They have
pay
holiday heavy
and
list
overtime,
year.
which there's not a lot of holidays, but that is figured into that amount too
Right.
as well.
So then if we're 150 short on the 25, and then the 26 request went up to 575. So where's the additional 90,000, like where does that additional money factor in, or how did you come up with your 575?
My total of, for the budget year?
Yeah.
42,744 times the percentage.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so my first, and I don't know, you're the only person that's here, but when I first took this job, I never did a budget before. And so I asked like, how do I figure a budget when we have minimum staffing? And like, do you like figure in benefits? Do I figure in, like I've got people that can take up to 440 hours of time off, but my budget doesn't support me paying all of that. Luckily, they don't all the time. They give a lot of time back, and so my first budget was pretty crazy because I figured in the amount of time people had, that we had to cover. And unfortunately, I think Jim said that the DLGF won't let us budget for that. So I mean, that's, the last couple of years, I know, before we did the staffing model we have now, 5, we did have a lot of crazy overtime that we always had to cover the ambulances, and so, but it was either staffing problems, not having enough paramedics, or and so adding 5 definitely increased our budget, but I don't know, I'm not sure what the big differences of this year would be, I guess.
So, like, this is as of June 30th, but as of today, it's at 214,184.97. So that's close to about half, but that helps.
And
payroll.
I think the last couple of years, I think we did some things with paying positions out of other funds. I'm trying to think of a good example. I think we had the permission to overhire one because we did have the funding, but we needed the position. We had an opening as a medic, but we hired an EMT to fill it, and so we just had to swap locations where they were being paid from. That's not really the case for this year, though, so.
Well, and it's not just based off of the 9 either, because part-time is paid out of that same line.
And so I know the last 2 years we've had to definitely transfer funds to fulfill, so.
I think the 215,000 is probably right for overtime. It's a matter of figuring out what the salary needs to be. So if you see a big differential there, it's probably because we're gonna be using 400,000 times.
Right, I mean, and I know that the DLGF says differently, but to me it'd be better if it was just all up in one line item. but I know it doesn't help with tracking either. So, every county does it differently, so. But
Any other questions? Does that answer it?
I think my biggest thing is, that doesn't include holiday pay, I guess, that's probably everybody just looked at it and see. So.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate it.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming back.
I won't charge.
Yeah, don't shred that one.
I'll keep it, just in case. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Beth, the 15,000 you're paying it every 2 weeks, does that include holiday pay?
It would just depend on the pay period, if there was a holiday with that pay period.
So, okay.
But yes, any holidays from this year is included in that, yes.
So that's 390,000. To me, we ought to look at the start of what the budget was for this year, 400,000, and not 482. Because 482, if we approved 575, and those guys are gonna 25%. Because what they really paid. I think we should use a more realistic number, and that's what he asked for his pay, because that's what he's paying anyway. I'm not sure how he came up with 482. Say we're only 342. No,
214.
But 480.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry.
Right, I mean, if going 15,000 every 2 weeks, that's 390,000. I believe, let me check my numbers on that.
You did it for 26 days? 390?
What should we plug in there as our starting point?
Where the 572 is going?
Where the 482 is.
Oh, the 482, yes.
Is that,
570?
well, that's what he's wanting.
Correct.
But
Yeah.
that's with what he asked for raises. I
Oh,
don't know what
gotcha,
we're gonna
gotcha.
do yet.
So would you come up with, would you, 390?
Yeah.
15,000 every 2 weeks. Is what
For
they're making
26
now.
pays.
For 26 pays.
I mean, so if you buffered yourself by 10,000 and just put 400, I think you'd be fine.
Then you're gonna put a raise on top of that.
Right. So that's where you start with on this one.
Yeah. Sound good? All right. Where we stop before? 82 is it?
82.
Yeah, it's good.
Any questions on that?
The X-Soft is paid out in November, and then we do a monthly payment to TAPCO of like $2,007.
Question on that one? Okay, next one is adult probation. I think this is what we're paying out of their funds, aren't we?
Yes, this is their funds,
So
yes.
it's self-supporting.
Mm-hmm.
Juvenile probation, same
Same
thing.
way.
They have their own funds, they pay that.
Something like 2,500.
And this
What is
unit-
juvenile probation paying Angela for?
They're not. It's just the number that goes with the title. It shouldn't even be on there. I'm not sure why.
User fees, again, just paid on funds collected. Same thing for 86. Same for 87. 87A. Phil, are you planning, Are these just miscellaneous attorney fees that come out of it?
Mhm.
Do you have capital projects in the works or for engineering?
On the forefront, we just haven't got down to exactly everything yet. If that answers your question, I mean,
I think some of them are, I'm looking, but I'm pretty sure some of the attorney fees are for drainage board too. They use that fund to pay him.
The drainage fund is flush, why wouldn't they pay that out of the?
It might not be drainage board, I'm looking. I know there's something that. Plan commission, sorry, not drainage board. Plan commission, attorney fees are paid out of.
In tourism. Pattern Amazon. Bill, do you know what you'd be using that money for? Any idea?
no, I'll have to ask Brian, honestly. I know there was a lot of that.
I think they usually just set out an amount for unappropriated things.
Right.
For anything that comes up.
Jordan Creek. Main Street Fiber. What's the contractual services for that one?
That's with the company as far as the, see, as part of that go to Audrey's, and then, no, there's that same line.
Audrey's the clerical line,
Clerical.
and then the contractual services, I think, is anything with the tower.
Yeah,
'Cause they-
tower for maintenance on it, and then doing, putting the equipment on, taking it off, so on and so forth, keeping it.
Who's the IT assistant?
That's Matt.
Will that Main Street Fiber bring money into us at some point in time with the
Yes.
subscriptions that they sell, or?
Yes, then there's already a fee that where it is bringing some in now, it'll be more as the future, as it goes on.
That's what it's. I can tell you how much it is.
Community Investment Fund. How did that, we had $150 budget, we spent $250. How's that work?
It's just spending off the cash balance. That's what that line, the 50100 is.
Right, okay. So it doesn't matter what our budget is? You just spend what?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
What she's saying is change it if you feel like it, but it doesn't
doesn't matter,
matter.
yeah.
Okay. Fairness, that's a grant, isn't it? Is that correct?
Yes.
Immunizations. It's like a fund that's going away, isn't it?
I think so, yeah, it's one of them. I think it's a grant fund too.
Wasn't it one that they moved it into 1106?
1161.
Okay, it was 11s and 6s.
You were close.
So there's a lot of paperwork here that it seemed that Justin was releasing about half the money for these grants. Is that, where everybody read that, or? So my question, how will these things be funded, or we just won't have those services going forward?
They're looking for other outlets for it, but, it was kind of one of the last things that Governor Holcomb did, was to say that he was putting, billions of dollars into the county health departments. That's one of the first things Governor Braun cut.
Okay. Because the biggest thing is the public health nurse. I mean, so we'll still have funds to fund her, or is that gonna have to come back to county general?
To county general, I believe. I think previously she was half funded by the commissioners and half by one of the wind funds, wasn't she?
Yes, she was in, I think she was in Wind Fund, and I can't remember where the other one was.
Yeah, I think
it was one of the health funds.
When they wrote to get the grant from Governor Holcomb, they put everything into that grant, because, you know, $4 million, we can write for the moon. And then when they got it, they kind of planned on doing.
Well, it looks like for 2026, we're okay, but going forward, we have to come up with. Yeah, I guess, yeah. So I guess the discussion now needs to be, obviously payroll.
I think right first.
We can.
Keep track of the cuts we made along the way, so.
I did.
Yes, I did.
Oh, I wrote it down just per page.
So far, do you wanna know the total?
Yeah.
So far for the fund that count, it's $194,390. And altogether it's $210,502.
But the ones out of county general, 194,390.
Yes.
Yeah, it's using payroll, so that bit.
That's not including payroll.
That was previous to payroll, just ones we went through and took like 20,000 from the prior ground and like 50 from.
Like the overtime, the supply lines, and the gas line, gas and all that.
Did you go get a magic wand anywhere?
This is easy, Ron. I remember years when we were trying to cut 700,000 or 800,000.
Oh, okay.
That was my first year sitting in on here.
Wow, that one, being very interesting.
Yeah.
And that's where it was.
It's addressed to my parents.
It's gonna cost us.
Say that again?
Each 1% we decide to give is gonna cost us.
1% on the
Payroll, sorry.
You're right. I didn't say that, what it was. But on the council workbook, that first section in the binder, on the last page, where it says percentage increases.
It's at 41,201.
Yes, for 1%.
We're on one, here.
Very last one.
Yeah, before the blue check.
How far off are we
From what?
in budget?
So we need to, for cutting wise, we are 194,390, and we only, what the cut sheet was, it was only 149.
Okay, well, thing, with the cuts we've made, we've got below the maximum levy, correct, Beth? That's with all the proposed increases in pay. Say most of them look like we're 10 to 12% of what they were asking. So now the question is, what do we want to set the raises at? And as Beth pointed out, last page for the Form 1,
Page 29 of the council book.
1% raises 41,000, 2% 82,000, and so on.
But we have those one-offs too, economic developer, the deputies.
Yeah, you got, figure out those, all the others, and then talk about the sheriff's and his matrix, economic development, and EMT, we adjust that one. I guess, the EMTs, I wanna make sure we're looking at it the right way, but it looks like it's
So
right now.
if you give the EMTs the same pay increase that you do across the board for the rest of the departments, but go based off of,
Correct. 400 payroll.
yes, can you do that?
That's what I don't know.
I wanna make sure we don't come up, gosh, we messed it up.
I don't think you can though, I think you have to go back based off what it was budgeted previously, so it'd have to be up to 482.
Okay, well, we can then take.
Yeah, we.
We can
So
make
it would
his
have to be a
adjustment.
different
Yeah.
percentage, yeah.
So if we give him 0, he's still getting 20%. Right?
Well, we're gonna adjust that 500 or so that.
She just said she didn't think we could.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the we can't adjust what he what was approved for
25.
this year, the 482, 744.
We can adjust it to base off of, so in our heads, if we adjust to 400, and we can't go below 42, he's getting a 20% increase regardless.
Yeah.
Well played.
I'm not that
I guess
smart,
we should be
sorry.
nice that he didn't use it this year though, cause he technically had it.
Give him time, year's not over.
Am I thinking right though?
I would like to remind everybody the camera's on.
I'm sure he's sitting in his office watching us right now.
There's gotta be a way to fix it though when you make a mistake. I mean,
I think, so, if you base the percentage off that 482, doing an individual percentage, won't that help it? Or in the long run, help it?
But even if we give no raise whatsoever to that, it's still a 20% increase over what he's paying.
Should be using.
What he should be using this year.
Yeah, cause we based it off 390, right?
Or even we bumped it to 400, but 480 is 20.
I get what you're saying now, sorry, I'm slow. It's been a long day.
the only way that would work is if you, whatever raise we give, say, Jason, you got to take that times the hourly rate that you're paying these guys and ladies, and that's what their pay is, he's gonna be over budgeted. In the budget, he's gonna still have way too much. At least he wouldn't be using it.
He can get into that for his overtime line.
Right,
Well,
he's gonna have to this year.
this year for sure, but looks like we got, because he's over on salary,
Yeah,
we can
lucky.
move that. But, yeah, if you look at that and divide it,
I swear, didn't he say when he came up here the second time that he was over budget last year for his regular pay line?
Yeah.
I don't have the budget here, it's got
I'm
what they
looking.
spent.
Give me a second, my computer's a little slow too.
It'd be nice if they came in, like with it's all lumped, as how exactly he justifies this number.
But he wasn't over, he still
That's
had
what I asked, is
24,000.
where, I think there's not
Yeah.
a paper trail to document the justification.
$3,903.
That's all.
That's what you have left, yeah.
How much overtime did he have left?
Zero. I'm gonna assume there was money moved. Yeah, there was. There was 81,872 moved to.
I see, we probably had 100-some-thousand of, because we probably moved it out of payroll. So it was
I'd have to look, but yeah, that would.
Makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Right here. It was taken out of payroll.
So do you think that 42 is right then?
No, I think it's, I mean, he's. would
For
use it-
actual payroll, straight across the board, no.
Yes.
But was it there, did he use it to cushion OT? Yes.
But does he need to this year since he?
Since he fixed the overtime line, do we need to account for it in the payroll line?
Correct.
No. I don't think so.
So if we can't adjust it, then the most we can just take it back to 482.
Right.
And like you said,
So the raises get based against that 482.
Or we don't
But,
put a raise
well,
on that line since it's
you
already
do-
been
Right,
overaged.
it's already.
It'd still be based off the percentage you give though, out of that 482.
But we don't have to give percentages across the board to every department the same, right? We haven't in the
No.
past, so we can just treat that one as a 0 increase, even though it's an increase.
Yeah.
He would, well, it would,
We just can't go below 482.
it'd be, yeah, so like if you wanted to keep this pay increase the same as last year, that's what it would be.
482 would be what it was.
Right, but you would have to do it as a percentage though, right?
yeah,
Cause he's not using all of it.
right, it's gonna be 0.
It's gonna be 0 if we can go below that, because they're already getting about a 20%-ish.
So how do you get it back in line?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand how
I'm-
you get the 575.
He's not using all of the 482 though, for his payroll, that's why I'm confused. So like, if you don't give him a pay increase, then you'll just do, I can't remember what pay increase we did last year, but If you kept it that same,
Then
then
you have to give a percentage and it doesn't necessarily, it won't necessarily hit the 570 or whatever.
He could give a pay increase.
Right.
We showed him a budget of 482, 744, he could give him 4%. And that, the way it's finally gonna creep up over time to where, so if he gave a 3% rate, 3% pay increase, that's 412,000. So he's still 70-some thousand over. So, I mean, it's gonna take time.
But we can cut that 575 to 480 pretty easily.
Yeah.
He's still gonna overkill.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, we would put in as a budget of 482, 714, he could still get raises.
and have money left
And
over.
have money left over.
Yeah.
What he can't do, or he get a 20% raise, you know, when everybody else is getting whatever, then there's gonna, then his, really gonna be out of proportion years to come.
Yeah.
He just can't, he can't give raises over what you guys said.
So that's gonna have to be on him.
And I'm fine with that. I was just afraid that it was gonna be based on, that increase would be based on the base of 482 and then he'd have all this extra.
No, it's based off what you guys said it as.
Okay.
He still has
But we can
7,000
still,
extra.
we can still drop that budget 575 to 480 if he's got even more enough.
Right.
So there's an easy $95,000 cut. Give or take.
That helps against your,
So if we adjust that one accordingly, because we can't adjust any more than that. So we don't get hit, we got kind of his figured out, so the next thing is
Wait,
sheriff's.
his timeline still need to come down a little.
I think you gotta use all that.
It sounded
Yeah, I
like-
think 215.
He's gonna use 196,000 this year.
Yeah, it sounded like when he came in, he explained the 215, like that was calculated correctly. It was last year's 90, that was way off.
yes.
It's not too far off from 24 and 23.
Yeah.
Was you 79 first, or 80,000 the first
6 months.
first half, and so the double it, that's 160,000 that he would use for the year. And I mean, so you're still
But did he say
45,000 over.
But he's missing an employee right now, or
So
something?
I thought you said he's fully staffed.
Just got that, but he said there's a couple gaps in the year, right?
That was early on.
Yeah, he's fully staffed. So even if you gave him a cushion,
It's at 97 today, I wrote down what you looked up.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Right.
So today it's at 97.
And yeah, he's over $7,200.
but
the-
at
72.
26 weeks, he was at 80,000, so just double it. That gives him to 160. I mean, you still have 45,000 difference between the two and the 215 and the 160.
I thought he just described, when he was in here though, he did the math and it came out, it worked itself out, because he said he needed 196.
196, 110.
So take it to 200, that saves us 15.
Yeah.
It gives him a little cushion.
Yeah, let's do that, take the 15.
What did we come up with on the payroll side of it, or did we yet?
Take it
482,
482, last year's number.
If we go over overtime, we got a cushion, we know where that's at.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the sheriff. What's that? Page 7. So right now, if you wanna put in that chart, he gave us a bunch of papers. The last page is kind of the I think I got these guys right, but, the first one, the 62,500, that should be Austin Rennick. And then this, all the rest are 60s. That's kind of a start, so he's already plugged in. You know, to me, he's making that matrix take it towards about a 10% increase. Some are a little bit less, but 10 to 5 to 3 to 5. Because this budgeted item here that we show that is 68.7, okay, yeah. Okay, they include the 7,500 and the 2026 matrix are in those numbers.
Yeah, the base salary, he's banking on a 2% over what they have now.
So yes, I took the whole, they have matrix here, so.
But yeah, what he's using as the base is 2% of his salary, or 2%.
Yeah.
Raise on what they have now.
So key is, do we want to do a matrix? Or just keep the longevity that we've had in place, use it? And if we take out the matrix, then we need to figure out, okay, what are we gonna do for raises then? What we do for that? To me, the longevity we have in place is the same thing as the matrix he's got. It just may be bolstered a little bit.
But the longevity is only $2,000 total, right?
You can max out, which you max out, basically, you're getting, after 3 years, you're getting 2,500, ours is 10 years. I think you probably,
After 16 plus years is 1,000, you max out at 1,000.
after 60.
16 plus years.
So he's got budgeted $2,000, so he must only have two that are in there long enough to get longevity. And his matrix, he's asking for,
5,000.
well, 7,500 for Derek, 2,500 for Spike.
Yeah,
For the 22,500 total.
Yeah, I was going by per year after.
I think, yeah, he's taking a 3-year matrix and giving them all that money up front. For those that are 9 years, you get 3 times that. I don't know if I have a problem with the matrix, the dollar amount. It's just I'm not sure the base is right and adding a matrix to it right up from the start.
But if you do, and I agree, I thought the same thing, take the base at 0, and then you could even cut the matrix to a different threshold, so 2,500, that's what we're saying, but it could be 2,000 or whatever. But what do you do with W Largent that has no matrix bake?
2027.
He just has to hold out.
Do you know when he got hired?
He has to hold out for 2 more years before he gets any rating. I don't know that he
Well,
does.
he's gonna get the normal, I mean, what John was saying down at the bottom then, that includes a matrix, and he's just saying, okay, we're gonna give it 2%. But if we give a 5, they're gonna get 5 plus the matrix.
Yeah. But he's scheduled another, what, he give us 2%?
Yeah, he based it on, he just said 2%. He said, I don't know what you guys are gonna do, whatever you do, that's what they're gonna get too, or we approved it.
Yeah.
You know, but,
There's getting a hit to start with, plus the raise.
They're getting the raise plus the 7,500, 5,000,
Yes,
5,000.
yep.
So if you did 2,000. Well, if you do the matrix, I don't know that you need a base, cause that's substantially higher than the percentage of base, so. Take away the 2%, which only saving $1,200.
That's what I'm saying, that some of our guys are getting 10% or more.
Well, we did that last year.
The first year we did 10%, didn't we do last year, is it 3 or 5?
8.
It was 8, it was, yeah, I mean, that's
And I'm not
unheard of, you guys.
We're up about 40 to 50% on some of these guys from 3 years ago.
I know.
So I mean, we really, and they were underpaid probably.
It was a long time where they weren't being paid what they should
Yeah,
have.
35,000.
Yeah.
And they were all paid the same, which we talked about.
Yeah.
20-year guy was getting paid the same as a brand new guy. So I like, you know, he did what we asked him to do. You need to differentiate somehow. That the guy that's been here 10 years needs to be paid more than the guy that's coming in new. Of course, then you run into that same problem. Can't get anybody, you know, at that lower level because they're coming off it. To me, it's a matter of, do you include the matrix up front now, or just let the matrix start when he has it charted out, and just give whatever raises we give?
Yeah, not backloaded.
Well, if we don't backload it, then we're just what we said, you know, the guys who have been here 10 years. You're gonna make the same thing as the guy who just got hired last week, right?
Yeah, that's the front loading's how he's getting that differentiation, so we almost have to do that, or else they'll all just be getting the same amount.
Again, they'll just, you know, Derek's gonna get the same as Mark. It's gonna, what's the reason, what's the draw for staying?
So then are you saying we need to go through each line on them and tell them exactly what their raise is? Like 10, 8, 7, 5?
I mean, I don't think that's,
I'm fine with how he did it, I guess, I
Yeah.
just don't know that the numbers are, I feel like the matrix side of the equations may be high.
Yeah.
Especially if we're front loading it.
Can you front load it and then start the matrix next year?
If you take the 2,500 or 1,500 or 2,000, and then you can keep this 2%.
or what if we do the front loading or don't?
And don't do
5%.
Don't do that, yeah.
Do the
I mean,
front,
because they're all getting something. Except Mark. W. Large would be the one, because he doesn't get a front load because he's not been here.
But he needs a cost of living raise.
Right.
Does the matrix do that?
No, well, he
Well,
didn't
he
get
didn't get
anything on
any
this.
matrix.
Yeah, he didn't get anything on the
He won't
matrix.
get anything for 2 years, that's what I'm afraid of, like, it's gonna leave one out completely.
Which you can't do.
And
So,
he'd be more apt to leave and go to Lafayette or
absolutely.
Purdue.
Because that's where he came from.
he came from.
So I
He
guess
came from Purdue.
you take it
So-
down to like, bump the base from 2 to 3, and then take the matrix from 2,500 to 1,500. That would take Derek to what? 4,500, and then that, it's not gonna get the big spread, but over time the spread will continue to grow, right?
And you still keep the
So-
longevity?
No,
No, that throws it out.
Okay.
And then that gets that overall raise in the 5 to 6% range, right? Numbers like Derek's will be higher because it's.
Yeah, because he's getting more from the front load.
And they drive their cars all the time everywhere, like there's no,
They take them home.
okay, so there's no, in theory, that's a perk
Yeah.
of the job.
Right.
Is the fuel and mileage that you can.
But previously it was stated that, you know, even if they're off duty, if they encounter a, you know, stranded motorist or whatever, they still, if you're in your vehicle and you can deter traffic from hitting the guy, you know, trying to change his tire.
And they do.
Yeah.
They're actually pretty, you can watch them, they're really self-conscious about the driving of the vehicles, so.
And I'm not asking in a negative way, more a positive way that they're,
Right, but yeah, it is.
every job has its random perks, and I think that's a perk is when you have a vehicle.
Well, it's like my company truck, I figure in between $10,000 to $12,000 a year, that saves me.
Mhm.
Fuel, tires, brakes, all that, so.
So I run numbers, but I guess my suggestion would be take that 2%, bump it up to 3%, that keeps your cost of living, I mean, it's not exact by any means with today's world, but it's at least something. And then take his matrix pay from 2,500 over 3 to 1,500, that's 500 a year. And that would take.
2026, and then keep
Correct.
his
You could even
$2,500
back,
matrix after
you
that.
could do is, that would take, Derek's to 61.8 base, and then he would be getting 4,500 for matrix, and his total would be 66.3, it says 68.2. And the other ones aren't gonna be near as high, cause they haven't been there as long, cause you're dropping that down to $3,000 and $3,000. Does that make sense, what I'm, and that would get your overall, like, rough averages in that 5 to 6% range versus.
Because take deputy fewer there. So his base right now is 60,000.
Correct, and that 3%, that's 61.8. It says 61.2, gives you an extra $600 on that side. And then take that 2,500 and make it, instead of, make it 500 a year for his 3 years, so 1,500 every 3 years. That puts his deal at 4,500, so his total for 2026 instead of 68.2 would be 66.3, which would put him in that 10% plus range, but he's got the longest longevity. The next one down is gonna be closer to 7 and 7 and then 3,
And then starting 2027 on, the 2,500
needs to be 1,500
needs to be 1,500.
or 500 a year, which is the same difference. So it gets him to get what he's after, but it scales it back to where it's not such a huge jump on year one and gets there. I'm afraid what he's doing here, the gap's getting so big right out the gate, and the gap's gonna continue to go back away from the matrix system. That gap's only gonna continue.
She's dispatched first.
23.
But is he taking her matrix, is he taking her dispatch time?
He had to, cause I
He
thought the
had
same
to.
thing, cause that's the only way she would got there,
Yeah,
When was she a dispatcher though?
apparently.
Since 2020,
yeah.
Yeah.
she started as a dispatcher.
Right, but I didn't think she was a dispatcher that long before she joined.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So you said 500 a year?
Eli with Ely or whatever, was like 61.8.
Each of those 2,500 become 1,500.
What about the 5,000?
1,500 or 500.
500 a year, so it's either,
That took him to 64.8. Gives him 8%, so we're still getting out there 8 to 10%,
Yeah.
even on my numbers.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what I
back
came
up,
up with, yeah. Cause that matrix really bumps the percentage up.
yeah, that's why I was trying to get that matrix lower, so it wouldn't make it so jump, so maybe we leave it 2% and then do that, but it's still gonna give him quite a bit. I was just thinking 1,500 makes more sense on a, it's just easy figuring 500 a year from here forward.
So how the first line, fewer there, he's getting 2,500 in 2008, wouldn't that be 2 years? I thought he was supposed to go on 3-year cycles.
Must have been based on his hire date. I don't know.
I thought the higher day is how he's figuring that 2026 matrix.
I think it's his way of bumping him a
3
little
years.
faster the first couple.
28.
well, that would make him 12 years.
That'd make
So that
12
would-
years, cause he started at
He
16.
started at 16, so in 12 years he'd be at 2,500,
It's going every 3 years.
18, 27 would be 9.
Okay.
So he did 1%, that's 60.
You gotta count to 2026, I guess.
Jennifer's elections. Waving at me.
So you think it's nice. We just took it to 1% on the base, and then did a 1500 matrix. It's still gonna give Derek a 9, those other two a 7. Marsh like a 5. And Larkin's like a 1%.
So do we have to vote, like have an official vote on discontinuing the longevity program and adopting this program?
No, I don't think so. It can be, I mean, in budget meetings, you can just
Okay.
say.
Okay, I just didn't know if you can just switch programs without.
I mean, I don't know how you're gonna give him a 1% raise.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you just can't, that's a slap in the face.
But he's getting paid.
Yeah,
We forget the 7,500 is a raise too. I mean, you really gotta look at the 7,500 plus.
Well, I was looking
But if
at-
you're looking at the guy who's not getting any.
Right,
You know?
that one we have to adjust on that.
I mean, so you, I mean, and you can't give him a 3% and Derek a 1% and say, oh, but you're getting 7,500.
That's why I was just trying to meet the middle, do 2% across the board, so he's getting something, and then you give those other guys longevity, or not longevity, the matrix. I mean, no, I guess the theory of the matrix, I think the matrix at 2,500 every 3 years is high, because going forward, it's gonna be hard to keep up with.
Yeah.
I think we need to scale it back to at least 1,500, plus that's just easy math, 500 a year.
Yeah.
They're still gonna be getting a substantial, not, between, Deputy Larger will be getting 2 to 3%, and the rest are gonna get somewhere between 7 and 9, so.
Okay, so let's get what the base is for these guys. So that Beth knows how she's gonna present it to John.
Nice.
So.
Roll over on that one.
What's the base gonna be for the first one?
I'd say the 2% that they's got labeled there. Just go right down
The 61,200?
yeah, unless you guys think that's wrong. That's 2%. What do you
Well,
guys
I don't
think?
know.
What do you think it needs?
I think we need to decide what we're gonna do for the other staff, cause we can't give them a 2% raise and then give the rest of the courthouse 5% raise, even if they're getting this, cause.
You think? Cause that's a huge rate, they're getting
They-
that matrix
Well-
paid.
They did that matrix too.
That's gonna be.
They got more than everybody else did last year though too.
It's gonna skyrocket.
Unless that matrix thing's gonna make it closer, so I think you almost have to keep it to almost like, I mean, if it wasn't for Deputy Larger, I don't even know if you'd do a percent base. You just say you're switching to the matrix.
Yeah.
But
You're not wrong, bro.
with Deputy Larger being there, you're like, oh shit, kinda gotta do something for him or else you lose him.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, I don't know that you wanna bump 2% money behind, but for him, you gotta do something. But the matrix is what they're wanting to go to, and that's a lot bigger pay bump than the percentage.
But it's not every year though.
Every 3 years they keep them here, but.
Right.
But in
But I
theory-
mean, this year it'll be,
in theory,
this year it'll be great.
In theory, it's $500 a year though.
Yeah.
Like,
But the thing is, though, that matrix gonna be added to their base. And so they get a raise in the future, it's gonna be based on a higher base.
right?
Yeah.
So it's compound interest, it's best he's getting.
And it's gonna get them spread out where the new ones, higher ends, start here and
Derek's up.
Question at this rate, when he gets it up, but what's the state statute? They can't get paid more than the sheriff, I hope. 15 years
Yeah,
down
we
the
don't
road,
decide that.
this could get out of hand.
We don't decide his, so.
We're gonna say, what did that board do?
Right? I could,
John won't be around.
no. If he gets that away, I won't either.
So how do you deal with somebody won't hire in, like, because salaries escalate? So I had 2 new coworkers hired this year, and I don't know, but I know.
Yep.
Like, I don't know, but I know, and I have almost 6 years in, and they hired in April. And it's because they couldn't get them hired, and that's not just,
That's everywhere.
it's everywhere. So I get the incentive, but you're also gonna get yourself where you can't hire at that lower level because the job has escalated beyond the salary that's set.
So then it comes back to selling the small town atmosphere. It's not as hectic as Purdue and all the headaches. We don't have as many problems.
Go to Lafayette where they're shooting at you.
Well,
Here too.
I still believe in earning what you work for and years of employment to build those steps. I don't believe anybody should be able to come in and start at the same wage that you've been working there for 15 years.
I don't disagree with
Yeah,
you.
but
The
you
problem
just
is
don't
those
get
people,
hired.
you just don't get to hire. That's the
We
problem.
were hiring them at $33,000 a year and we're way above that, so. I mean, in theory, if you look at it and look what the matrix is gonna do, it's still gonna be, it puts us more than competitive with these other counties now to where we're not. We're enticing for, as a deputy, you look at a county of 8,700 versus going to a county of 35,000.
Yeah.
They're gonna come to a county, if the pay's close and the benefits are close,
Yeah.
they're gonna jump, unless they just like to shoot or take bullets,
The other thing is just do away with the matrix.
I thought that's.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the easiest for us to do, just do away with the matrix and they get the same percentage or percentage, whatever we decide on. That way, and the way he's got it broken out now, I don't know how you compensate some that have been there longer. That or just to say, John, we're just gonna take your 2026 base pay, cause he kind of incentivized those people to, well, no, he hasn't, they're all being paid the same.
Yeah, it's the same base pay.
And largely comes in more than the guys that have been there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was figuring for,
Yeah, that, is that pronounced foyer?
Fewer.
Fewer?
But Rennick is hired because he's getting an extra pay because of
2,500
extra duties, so you kinda gotta push that down there.
The problem is if you do it, yeah. So if we don't do the matrix and we do what we're saying, then Largent's hasn't been there near as long as Fewer and he's getting a bigger pay raise.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah, I don't know.
What if you did the matrix and moved the years out farther before it kicked in?
I mean, I would think the every 3-year cycle would be, just gotta be, something you can see coming, I guess. But get the amount cut down to realistic. And you probably can't give like 2% to everybody and then give 5% to large end, can you? He says he's not getting
You could, but
matrix.
it probably wouldn't be good.
It wouldn't end well, yeah, right, I mean.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
And John proposed to treat him the same, cause he obviously got hired in at a higher base pay. Or for some reason he's getting higher base, I don't know, or maybe he just bumped him
I
1%.
don't think he is, I think he just made
Him 2%,
this.
3%?
Yeah, he just made the 2026 base higher because he wasn't getting matrix. Cause according to 2025 budgets, he still budgeted the same
You're right.
60,000 that
He gave
everybody
him-
else's.
That's exactly what he did, he gave him 4% and gave everybody else 2%.
Yeah.
So there you go, John did it. So we can't. Where'd you come up with this? Well, your boss.
You know, the easy thing to do would be just give percentages, but the problem is, we're not differentiating between people with longevity.
Yeah, so I mean, what if we just do the 2026 matrix? You know?
In theory, a one-time adjustment.
And then
to
to
get
look
you-
at it every 5 years, come back and look at it and see where the new hires are coming in and who's still there. We don't have to do it every 3 years that he's doing at 2,500, but we could go out a little farther. That would give them the incentive to stay.
Even if you drop that matrix from 25 to 15, you're still getting 8%.
Yeah.
Without a base pay increase. So I don't.
And that's a
I think
big
that matrix-
incentive.
I think that 2,500 is high. I mean,
It-
maybe not high right away, but honest. We'll be sustain that for very long.
So overtime, we've got 20,000. We can take that 20,000 and put it to make the 2026 matrix numbers work, cause it's only 15,000 there. To do the front load.
So take that where it says 2026, 68.2, 66.2, 68.7.
Well, I was just looking at the, if we give 4,500 to, Deputy Fewer, 3,000 to Ely, Rennick and Marsh, 1,500 to Clements, that's $15,000. We're cutting overtime by 20,000, based on what he asked.
Because of the 7th deputy, correct?
So right there's the money that we can use for the front loading.
I remember the first year of the new deputy, you got 20 grand in over top of your salary, so.
Where's that figured in at?
Well, that's just what he said it takes to
Yeah, but now
suit,
where's that
yeah.
budget at?
It's in training, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in training and your uniforms and all that, it's in there, it's in the budget.
Well,
For
the training is for sending them to the academy, and then the uniforms, there's a 10,000.
But didn't he get a grant? Didn't he say he got a grant?
He
last
did.
year? Yeah.
He did, for all new uniforms for the deputies.
Okay, so using what you suggested, Angie, what's that come up with for Fewer using 61.2 and adding?
I was just looking at what, I wasn't doing any kind of base adjustment, I was just using the 60,000 and then going with the,
65.7
yeah,
for Fewer.
the matrix.
So what's that come up to then? He was at 62.
No, he's at 60.
He's at 60.
He's at 64.5 with that matrix.
Like 9-ish.
9%, 65.4. And what did you say the number was?
65.7, right?
I mean, he's gonna benefit because of longevity.
Which he should.
65.7 is what it comes up to total.
Okay, so I'm 300 off at 9%, a little over 9%.
And then the rest of the guys back on from there. And then I guess he's got an extra percent or 2% goes in the large end, so I guess he's fine with treating it a little different. So those other guys probably be fine since they're getting matrix bumps. So So that gets 65.7, and then you'd be.
Say 65.7 for yours, 65.7. What's the
64.2.
Okay. Rennick.
You did longevity here, and I'm trying to figure out which one is which over here.
66.7.
Rennick's number one.
Yeah, 66.7.
Okay. Clemens.
This would be.
You basing that off the 2,500 off the top, or with that 2,500 on there?
I took that 2,500, made it 1,500.
No, I'm saying.
He's got that for that.
For the child, for the sex offender.
That's included in that.
I included it, cause it was in his base. Can we take it off?
Well,
I think we should, cause.
I mean, to figure it correctly, I mean,
Right.
if he's not always that, you know, if it changes, he moves positions or whatever, and then that goes to somebody else, is that gonna mess your scale?
We'd have to have a line item for it for 2,500.
Did we take it off? Did he take it off last year?
That would probably be the fairest way to do it though, that way, like
He
you said,
added
it
that
does switch between
when
officers, they just
Austin
get that
originally
line item
started
for
doing
the
it.
$2,500 bonus.
Yeah.
I think it was just something he added.
Let's see, I thought there was a line item for it, and he
I don't think
combined
so.
them.
Not that I remember.
What did you say Clemens was?
I just messed up. 62.7.
Okay, Marsh.
Hers should be the same.
Oh yeah, she's got that.
She was
That person's
23.
$64.2.
64 too?
For Jacob?
No, for
for
Marsh.
She's got 5 years.
She was a deputy in 23 though. She was dispatched before.
Oh, he just wrote down 5 years.
He rolled them in together, he rolled her service in from time to start.
Clemens was 3. Okay, then, Jacob.
I just left 62,250, which is 2% extra.
What they say for Darlene?
I'm not stretched it out. 16.2.
That gets them differentiated. You don't want an outline of running, but he's got that extra $2,200 and $2,500.
So we can make him the same as that at 64.3.
So it would be 64.2 plus $2,500.
64.2.
And then they got $2,500 on top of that, which would be 66.7. So do we want him the same as? I mean, there's not a justification for him.
Derek's deputy too, right?
I just see he's still getting a raise. That's just not as big a one. Because we're taking 2,500 away.
Oh, that was awesome.
I think he's on the right track, I just don't think we have it set up correctly.
Yes, Derek.
Are there the calls, the caseload, I don't know the right way to ask it, progressively getting worse, more in-depth, more, there's just more everything today than there was yesterday.
There's a lot of things going on that, well, and that goes back to Kathy in the health department. She is overloaded in the caseload between what she's dealing with and what the deputies are bringing in and to the prosecutor's office on a weekly basis is,
But
it's an increase.
kind of what I said, that
Yeah.
just overall everything is on
Yes,
the up
it is.
trend. Not that that's neither here nor there from the money, I just wanted to
Yeah.
understand.
Well, and again, that was our
From-
intentions with, we'd rather go for a 7th position for a deputy with the things that have been progressing so that you have that one more body.
So bring Austin back to the other level, because John has a Is there anywhere to add that 2,500 in that he can then disperse? I mean, could you put it in the longevity line? There's $2,000 in longevity. Could we earmark that for his sexual offender registration job? Does that make sense? So that he can still pay him that extra 2 or 25, whatever it is, but if for some reason it changes between deputies, it doesn't throw his base percentage off.
You think, would he give that up, or would it be he would leave the department? If he left the department, it
He
makes
was
it
already
easy.
gonna leave.
Pardon?
Yeah,
He was already gonna leave. He turned in his resignation and John convinced him to stay.
Well, he didn't mass produce stuff, right?
I don't know that part, I just.
I think he didn't finish, yeah, I know,
Yeah.
I think part of it
Finished.
finished.
Yes, it goes, we want to micromanage John's department.
I don't.
No.
No.
Absolutely.
You know, if he says that needs drug for A to B, then we just gotta figure out.
But I do like
Well, I was
what
just
he's
trying to get
saying,
it so
we
the
need to make
percentages
it
don't throw
a
off. Like,
job.
I'm still fine with him getting it, but just break it out. I'm fine with whoever getting it, that's doing it, but, well, that way if two people decide to split it, he's
Yeah.
got the money set aside, and he can pay two of them $1,250.
I don't know how you get it in a line item now.
I was just thinking, we had longevity that we're gonna, it says right here, we can zero it out, we choose to go with the matrix, so there's more than $500 if we use that line somehow to pay that.
Can you do that? Can you change the description on the line?
On what line?
Longevity.
I was trying to get Austin's base pay back down in line with everyone else, and then use the longevity pay line to pay the, so his percentage are off, right? Cause he's getting paid, almost pay increase. so
Right,
it's based
I'd
on-
have to make a new line, because that account number, the 15,000 is for all longevities for all the funds, so it'll change everybody else's too.
Fair enough. So
But you can add a line item now from 2,500.
Yeah, I can.
I feel like that would be the easiest way to be transparent on the pay side, cause in 5 years, I'm not gonna remember why he was $2,500 higher.
That's fine. I can write that in and tell John. I don't think he'll have an issue with it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
What's it gonna be called?
I would
Sex offender
yeah.
registry.
definitely label that line that, so whoever gets it next.
Or if it's what's it, 22 or whatever,
How much is it, 2,500?
it's what it was on his base.
Brent, do you see, I don't, if you look at his matrix that he has proposed here, and you go back and you look at Warren County, they go about 20 years, that 20 years there's a cap and it drops to 1,000 from 2,000, but they cap it out. I don't see a cap on here. You guys are worried about getting 15, 20 years out, and pretty soon they're making more than the sheriff does. Well, that's the way that's gonna happen,
Yeah,
if you don't put a cap on it.
But that kind of goes back to the question I asked, if we have to vote on this as an accepted policy. If you're not voting on it and it's not an official policy, why can't it change every year?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, I understand what you're saying, Phil, and I agree, but there's nothing to set it in stone if you didn't vote on it as a policy.
well, my thing is who's gonna keep track of it, cause I'm not gonna remember who's
Yeah.
up for 3 years, who's up for 3 years. So,
Once we pull all of this out.
well, we'll never keep track of it.
I mean, I would think John would, I mean,
What are we gonna do in 6 years when John? You know?
At least we have deputies
I'm
pay
not saying on record it's gonna
differentiated
be.
by then, yeah, if we're back to a percentage, you go back to a line.
I like that idea of putting a cap in, because, and they know what it is, and each year changing it, cause this is something they can look, okay, this is what I'm gonna get every 3 years. And at the end, it's gonna be capped here at $1,000.
Well, Warren's got theirs figured, I mean, you figure most deputies 20, 25 years, usually they're,
Done anyway, or
their pension's locked in, they can move on and go do something else, so.
how often you keep one for 20 years in the county?
Not unless they run for sheriff.
Yeah.
They've been a deputy for 15, 20 years and they run for sheriff.
Right, they take him out of this anyway.
Yeah, so that's gonna walk out of that, but it just, the only reason I brought this up is I'm looking at Warren counties where he gets to year 20, drops it $1,000, caps it out. And then that's it, where you look at this one,
Yeah, it's come gratuity.
it's still to the floor, all the way out.
Makes sense. So what's Renix recalculating then?
64.2.
64.2.
So is it Rennick was 64.2?
I got, he has been here 7 years, and Clemens has been here 3 years ahead. Clemens was 60. Oh, Marsh,
Yes.
Marsh 5 years, okay.
It's given like one of them a 9%, 3 of them a 7%, one of them, what, 5, one a 4.
It takes almost 8,000 off what you requested.
But he still gets his, Rennick still gets 25?
It would just be on separate.
Yeah, it'll be outside of that.
Okay.
So does the numbers you gave, right, does that include it? 1,500 a matrix and drop it down to 15?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Okay, so
So
what's?
everybody 15?
So
It just changes your 2,500 to 1,500 per whatever, per
So,
3 years.
Instead
it
of
takes-
25, 50, and 7,500, it's
40.
1,500, 3,000, and 45.
Yeah, 4,500, 3
Okay,
years.
so the 2,500 is 1,500. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And 5,000 is 4,500.
No.
5,000.
3,000.
Yeah.
And the 75 is 45.
Yep, and the 25 is 50.
Yes, I have that. And it's percentage for, did you do 2%?
I left the base the same when I gave you those numbers, cause I didn't know how.
Oh, okay, I see now.
So he used 2% on everybody but Larja, he used 4% on Larja, so Larja's still gonna be within 1% of the next guy.
Right.
For this year,
Okay.
so he shouldn't be.
You got all that?
Yes.
Kinda makes sense. Give them more than.
Clear as mud.
I think that makes sense.
I mean, we're not
It
giving
does.
them what they're asking, but we're not, I don't feel like we're being
Stingy.
very
Right.
stingy.
He presented what you guys asked for, he made it tougher on you to make the decision. But it's well worth the time to go through it.
Okay, the next one let's talk about is economic development.
It is page 50.
Everybody figure out some stuff for the next one.
50. Uh, 54,724, you see what 2025 was, the request is 75,000.
That's salary as well, right, Beth?
Yes.
If we bumped it to, said it all, give you like 65,000, that'd be 18%. I know it's 10 off what she's asking, but that's still way more than. What's your guys?
You're-
That might be too much, I'm not throwing it out there for them.
No,
What's your thoughts?
you're taking $20,000 out of assistant too. I mean, I know we're gonna leave 3,000 whatever for an intern. But I'm gonna go back to, you're talking about a salaried employee that spends way many more hours to working on grants, going to these meetings that are a considerable distance away, you know, getting home late night. This is consistent every week that what she's doing and working on, so
Do you feel like that's being too harsh then?
I think you need to take all that into,
But I mean, giving her the 11,000 increase, taking it from 54 to 65 instead of 75, is that enough?
not if you look at what, for the amount of grants that she writes and what an actual grant writer makes.
Okay.
You're in you're at 6-digit figures. And she's doing it for the county at a way less rate.
What is it, the difference of the 5,000?
So we take the 21 she was paying, we made it 5, so we got 16,000 to play with there, and you take 16 on top of 54, that makes it 70. Does that sound fair, more fair?
It's a lot closer.
Go with it. I mean, she's everywhere.
She is.
And I'm not saying you can't do 75.
No, I think 70's fine.
If we give her 75, extra shots.
Well, but you know what, come next year, if everything comes through, what we're working on,
She'll be worth it.
it'll be an argument, so, or a discussion.
Everybody good with that?
Thank you.
So that just comes back to what we're gonna do raises for the rest of what we haven't talked about. Depends upon who you listen to, the 3 to 4% is what inflation is. Warren County gave 4%, my understanding. I think Union County was somewhere close to that. Been pretty generous the last couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
But I think we're trying to catch up a little bit.
Was it 8 across the board last year? So,
For the year before, 10.
There were a couple.
The year before was 10.
okay. I was thinking last year when I was here, I thought it was 8 across, uniform across the board was 8.
And that's unheard of. I mean, corporate world, it's 2.5 to 3.
Right. I know, if you look at it, population base of the county, but if you look at what county employees outside of here make, outside of our counties, even the town's clerks, it way exceeds what they make for the salary in this county. Like, their salaries way exceed for the same jobs that they're doing as what we're doing, so. Some of it's population based, I get, but there's also counties that are similar to ours that are still,
We have industry, more industry in the county.
some do, some don't.
And we're a 32-hour work week, is everybody else a 32-hour work week?
Most of them are on the same.
30, okay. That's what I'll make sure we're apples to
Yep.
apples on that.
Yep.
So what's 4% look like?
164,800.
Yeah.
Right there, thank
What's
it look like?
Oh, I
I
just
did
pulled that out of my
not
head.
the cut.
You remembered the page.
Andrew's got it. I got it, I flipped to the right page.
Yeah, he's sitting here looking at it, he just didn't look at it.
But that's the,
Those are small numbers though.
Yeah.
that's the increase over last year, that's the cut off of the proposed.
No, that's the increase. Each 1% is gonna cost us $41,000.
Over that, but it's still gonna be a fairly substantial, I'm guessing, pretty decent
Cut.
cut from that proposed.
Right now, you're sitting at 310,224, what you've cut. That matters,
So
and then,
50%, well, in that case, I guess, a person, if you go to 5, then you're talking another $40,000.
I'm thinking 3 to 4.
3 to 4.
We've been pretty generous.
Yeah.
We played some catch up too. We went years
Yeah.
early on with 0.
I thought I was catching up for saying 4, that's why I was like, well, I guess it's
Yeah,
40.
yeah.
Well, I guess we'll go
What was the cut? With the,
310,224.
and that would be using the 4%. Or
No,
that's-
that's just what you cut so far off
And
of,
then-
for the levy.
And then it's gonna be another substantial cut when you go to 4 as
Yes.
proposed. Okay.
I can get that figure to you at a later date.
And is that 300 a net, like that 47, that one salary that got moved, so you minused it
That's-
from one place but plussed it in?
No,
Is that-
so that's cutting it off of what needs to be cut out of the
Okay.
county
We
general.
plus, the good thing about that one, that you're talking about, we plussed it in a way that that's not ours to cut from.
Oh, well, perfect.
Yeah.
It's funded somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right, but we just basically put it on the computer and take off.
Correct. What he said.
Well, I said 4%.
Show him that pen, I'm gonna take it here.
Excited.
At least he's throwing at you now. I know, right?
Everybody good with 4?
Yes.
And the person makes breakfast every time we come, this one.
Pat on the back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Treat yourself to 4.
You put it in first.
Yeah. On top of mine?
So I don't
She
think
said
we,
I can have your 4 on top of my 4.
That won't get you much better.
JK.
We haven't got to council side yet.
Yeah, where's that at? I missed that line.
The commissioners, the one you were penciling through. You missed it.
I did like that you guys didn't put in some like big raise. Oh, last couple of years, the committee, we'd always slide one past this, it was fairly substantial, right? Request.
I figured you'd throw it out anyway, so I didn't waste my time.
We did.
Yeah. But it was a good laugh the last couple of years, I mean.
Wait a second, what's this? They just requested $50,000 salary.
Well, if you don't try, I mean,
What's the worst they're gonna do?
yeah.
Okay, so we got 4%, got economic development settled, we got EMT worked out, and we think we got the sheriff matrix figured out.
So, I have one question on the sheriff's matrix. So after this year, with what you have figured for each deputy, it's gonna be 2,500 moving forward, right?
15.
So it's always 15 moving forward.
I think
Cap it, the cap it,
A cap at what?
20 years, going to 1,000 after that. If you ask, look at Warren County that you gave us.
Yeah, it's their fault.
I just think that's a safe,
Probably won't ever happen, but
Yeah, I'm sure you're only have one or two guys over the course of our life.
most of them are under sheriff and out of the.
right?
I think Brent did a matrix for the council.
Yeah.
Well, most of my matrices come in a little thin.
So we are good for not meeting tomorrow. You got everything you need?
If you guys are good not meeting tomorrow, that's fine with me. I can get you the numbers as far as payroll 4% increases. It'll be later next week, cause I'm out till Wednesday after today. So.
She wasn't gonna be here tomorrow anyway, you see this?
Yeah,
I was
she's just
planning
not
not
gonna
gonna be here today until I realized the budget meeting was today.
Glad you're here.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
So do you wanna, you can explain that to John?
Yes,
or-
I wrote everything
Top
down.
of that, how you want it.
Yes.
Tell him if he gets upset, it's Phil's idea.
Well, I mean, he sat here and said he'll take what he can get. He didn't really
I
seem.
think if we gave him
Right,
closer to what he asked for than not.
right.
Well, my personal feeling is it's gonna work out better for the deputies.
It's getting there to spread thereafter.
Yeah.
You wanna close it?
We did take that. It probably gave more transparency to Austin's position and give John the flexibility to rearrange that on an as-needed basis.
So Beth can close off the video, that kind of motion to close.
Close it.
I will make the motion to close. I've been dying to do that since 8:45.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks, everyone.